Outside the window, the rain sounded like a passionate musical piece. There was a sense of danger, like a storm about to break. Soo Hui's eyes were hazy and confused. Unending words of love whispered in her ears. Each one stirred her heart, making her feel restless. It was his unique, commanding aura, deeply embedded in her soul. Soo Hui only felt her heart pounding wildly. Nan Gongming comforted her. "Be good, open your eyes." Soo Hui didn't move, but he cruelly held her heartbeat. A faint sound escaped her lips. Her closed phoenix eyes fluttered with trembling eyelashes. Nan Gongming's smile was enchanting and devilish as he kissed her beautiful eyes. "We are the perfect match made in heaven. Don't be afraid." Soo Hui wasn't scared. She was still adjusting inside. She took a deep breath, and her water-clear eyes slowly opened. Her body was perfectly proportioned, both enchanting and wild. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, defined abs. Every inch radiated strong energy.
Sui gasped.
She had never seen such a sight before. Her mind went blank. Her cheeks felt hotter than ever. She instinctively kicked out suddenly, directly kicking him onto the bed. A crisp sound echoed in the air. Prince Ming had no defenses at all. He was simply pushed off the bed. Nan Gongming was stunned. Soo Hui was also shocked. Big Brother was still looking fierce. Seeing this scene, Soo Hui chuckled. How embarrassing. Haha, Nan Gongming's face darkened, and a vein throbbed on his forehead. Little Soo, well done. He stood up confidently and faced her directly. Strong and dangerous. Soo Hui's eyes flickered nervously, looking around. It was just too dazzling. Once Nan Gongming's true identity was confirmed, he playfully lifted her chin and bit her red lips hard. Aren't you afraid your husband will be haunted? Soo Hui blinked innocently. Nan Gongming was both annoyed and amused, gently patting her head with affection. What do you think? Soo Hui cleared her throat. That means you're not good enough. Nan Gongming chuckled angrily. He reached out with one hand, making her sit on his lap. Nan Gongming slowly walked to the large glass mirror. Their reflections appeared clearly. He exhaled softly. Look at us. His eyes were deep and dark, tightly holding her. A mischievous smile played on his lips, full of charm, like a devil or a demon from. He seemed to imprison her soul completely. His breath was heavy, mischievous, and wild. Soo Hui's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively grabbed his back tightly. The hot air made her feel crazy. Nan Gongming's dark eyes looked like a swirling abyss. He watched her bloom with fascination, like rain outside the window, falling harder and harder. Nan Gongming, it will go wrong. Yes, then let's break it. Their feelings swirled wildly. Little Soo, I love you so much. After 2 days and nights, Soo Hui's eyelashes fluttered fiercely, her eyelids still closed. But she already felt something was wrong. Soo Hui was angry inside. Nan Gongming, I'm about to die because of you. She kicked him mercilessly. Nan Gongming gently held her ankle, tenderly kissing it. Foolish Soo, I am applying medicine for you. Soo Hui took a deep breath and opened her eyes to see her body covered in bruises. Her smooth, white skin was marked with scars. Soo Hui's beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with disbelief. Nan Gongming's gaze was intense, his voice low and husky. Everyone is affected. Soo Hui rolled her eyes at him. This mischievous man was reluctant to truly hurt her. But he used countless ways to make her feel like she was on cloud 9. They had been together for 2 whole days. And it was an extremely enjoyable experience. Nan Gongming's beautiful eyes flickered with affection as he comforted her. Be good, Soo, don't move. He gently applied a rare, precious medicinal ointment. Soo Hui noticed her body becoming more sensitive. A trace of tenderness and affection appeared in Nan Gongming's eyes as he smiled. I'll give you more later. Soo Hui's bright, moist eyes glared at him. You're too reckless. Nan Gongming's face, which was stunning and charming, blinked innocently. I'm already holding back a lot.
Sui's forehead twitched.
He was indeed holding back. Before they even started, she was already exhausted. If they really went all out, would she not be tossed around in every possible way? His endurance was astonishing. She had lost control countless times herself. Nangong Ming held her in his arms, gently kissing her forehead. His smile was full of endless affection. Take your time, enjoy it. I won't hurt you.
Sui coughed softly.
He had been caring for her feelings all along. It was like paradise on earth. The process of applying medicine was another round of fuss. After they finished tidying up, it was already midday. The trial at the Supreme Immortal Academy's Domain C was approaching. After sending Su Hui out, Nangong Ming's noble and elegant face showed a strange, unreadable expression. His figure suddenly appeared 1,000 miles away. Endless forests stretched out, frozen over in miles. A figure in purple robes stood in the void. Her exquisite face was full of heroic spirit, radiating a fierce, bloodthirsty aura. Nangong Ming looked at her, frowning. Your killing intent is heavier again. The woman's eyes were cold and distant. Without hesitation, she attacked Nangong Ming fiercely. Her powerful attack spread everywhere. In the battle of experts, it was over 100 moves in an instant. Brilliant runes flashed brightly. The two fought so fiercely it seemed like the sky and earth were breaking apart. It was as if they had a huge grudge. Bang! The woman was hit by a terrible force and was thrown far away. She crashed heavily to the ground.
Cough.
Cough. A purple figure quickly rushed out. You little brat. Do you want to hurt your own sister? Nangong Lingxi shouted angrily, feeling both angry and happy. Nangong Ming's skill was even more mysterious now. Even she couldn't beat him. Nangong Ming calmly looked at her. Nangong Lingxi's hair stood on end. Have I been waiting for you for days? Did you bring back a young girl? Is she someone you tricked? Nangong Ming's handsome face showed a look of helplessness. His family was so gossipy. Nangong Lingxi chuckled. When will you bring her home? Nangong Ming rolled his eyes. He just got his treasure back. He didn't want to let these people take her away. Nangong Ming looked expressionless. Let's talk about serious things. He still wanted to go back and spend time with little Su Su. Nangong Lingxi knew Nangong Ming's personality. It was obvious he was eager to go back and be with his loved one. It was quite surprising. But back to the main topic. Nangong Lingxi's face became serious. The outside demon tribe has appeared. A cold light flashed in Nangong Ming's eyes. Nangong Lingxi nodded. They were spotted near the Domain C. Nangong Ming frowned. That was the place where Xiao Su Su was tested. His expression was hard to read. After a while, he asked again. Any news about your father? Nangong Lingxi shook her head. A fierce, bloodthirsty look appeared on her face. That group disappeared completely back then. Thinking for a moment, she continued. Maybe we should start with the ancient 8 clans. Nangong Lingxi was angry. Otherwise what? How many years has it been since my father disappeared? Nangong Ming's eyes flashed with deep thought. Send someone to the demon world. Nangong Lingxi was confused. Why go to the demon world? Nangong Ming's voice was cold. To find someone. Maybe he will have some clues. They talked for a long time. It was the day of the Domain C training assessment. From the 1st hall to the 10th hall, there were over 5,000 people in the entire universe. Each hall had a different number of people. The 1st hall had only a few people. As soon as Su Hui appeared, it caused a lot of talk. Look, they are coming. I heard Su Hui caused trouble with the 10th hall on her first day at the Immortal Academy. She's really bold. She's still too young, acting without a plan. Why are there only 4 people? Where are the other 5? Don't you know? Only these 4 signed up for the 1st hall's assessment this year. Really? Did they fight among themselves? It must be because Su Hui offended the 10th hall. Ha! I thought they were all united. Now this will be interesting. The 1st hall only has 4 people, so they'll probably rank last this year. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity and suspicion. Many also sneered. The people from the 1st hall looked calm. These comments didn't affect them at all. And they certainly didn't affect Su Hui. The people from the 10th hall approached. There were 50 of them. They all were the best fighters. 7 of the most powerful officials of the 10th hall were among them. They walked at the front, side by side. Each face was full of confidence. The cheers around reached a peak. The 10th Hall has won the championship for 3 years in a row. This year, they're determined to win again. Don't forget, the 6th Hall's strength has increased dramatically this year, and the 6th Hall has also won the crown before. These two halls are the top contenders. Who is more powerful, the Hall Master of the 6th Hall or the Hall Master of the 10th Hall? Look, look. The people from the 1st Hall and the 10th Hall just bumped into each other. Everyone's eyes turned sharply to look. Everyone in the 10th Hall stared fiercely at Su Hui. Their eyes were full of anger and hostility. They hadn't forgotten the shame Su Hui had brought to the 10th Hall a few days ago. One of the leaders, Song Yichen, stepped in front of Su Hui. His proud gaze was full of disdain. Are you Su Hui? A super genius. We want to see how arrogant your 1st Hall can be. We will take back the lives of Enyensi and Enyenjo brothers and restore the honor of our 10th Hall. You will apologize then. Just wait to be expelled from the Supreme Immortal Academy. Haha. A group of people laughed loudly. Su Hui didn't even lift her eyes. She only left 2 words. Zhongli Wushuang looked cold and said, bad luck. Zhuge Jinian crossed his arms and said, to a young master. Xie gently shook his folding fan and silently flipped the bird. They blatantly ignored and looked down on everyone. Everyone was stunned, their eyes fixed on Su Hui and her group's backs. Then, all their gazes gathered together on the people of the 10th Hall. The surrounding silence was deafening. A gust of autumn wind swept the fallen leaves. The people of the 10th Hall were furious. Jun Shiyu's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Song Yichen's face looked even worse. He had never been humiliated like this before. It was like a harsh slap in front of everyone. He felt utterly embarrassed. Song Yichen's expression darkened. Once we enter the forest of the Domain C, we'll show them. Suddenly, a large hand rested on his shoulder. Song Yichen stiffened. He looked to his side. It was Si Muxiu, the Hall Master of the 10th Hall. He exuded a powerful, intimidating aura, giving people the feeling they should kneel and submit. Si Muxiu's voice was calm, without showing any emotion. Don't forget our goal for this trip. Song Yichen's face changed slightly. He was shaken by Si Muxiu's imposing presence. Si Muxiu held absolute authority and control over the 10th Hall. Another handsome, androgynous man chuckled strangely. Just a young girl fresh out of the academy. Is she worth your anger? You're overestimating her. Inside, she vowed to make sure Su Nyo paid the price. Everyone gathered at the starting point. It was the square in the center of the Yuji Academy. Ahead was a large teleportation array. People were surprised to see that the host this time was Vice Dean Mo. Everyone was shocked. Why is Vice Dean Mo hosting? Isn't it usually Elder Fu? Could it be because of Su Nyo? Maybe. A few days ago, Vice Dean Mo wanted to take Su Nyo as his personal disciple. Can we not always blame everything on our divine girl? The higher-ups make their decisions. They always focus on our divine girl. Exactly. Did our divine girl steal your spiritual fruit or take your cultivation resources? What's your problem? A few people responded angrily. In her outstanding performance during the new student assessment at the Supreme Immortal Academy and her deeds in defeating Enyenjo and others, Su Nyo was not only envied and hated. She also gained many supporters. In this world, it's not just about fighting and killing. There is also admiration and support among strong people. Ladies and gentlemen, during this training assessment, 3 new members have joined the 1st Hall. Vice Dean Mo's voice caused a buzz. Who are they? So mysterious. With new members in the 1st Hall, their strength must have increased greatly. Humph. Just 3 people. What threat can they pose? Are they really going to overthrow the sky with just 7 of them? People around stretched their necks, full of curiosity. Suddenly, 3 powerful beams of light streaked across the sky in beautiful arcs. It was 2 men and 1 woman. Each looked extremely handsome. Their aura was bold and strong. Most striking was the young man in the middle, dressed in fiery red, looking stunning and fierce. Su Nyo's face, usually beautiful and elegant, showed a hint of surprise. It was them. Bailey Shangyu, Chu Xian, and Yao Lixing. Su Nyo knew Yao Lixing was from the upper world, but she didn't expect Bailey Shangyu and Chu Xian to be too. Chu Xian happily ran over, smiling brightly with two sharp teeth. Big sister, did you miss us? Nyo. I missed you so much. Su Nyo hadn't spoken yet. Bailey slapped Chu Xian away. He was so excited that he gave Su Nyo a big bear hug. Seeing a familiar person, Su Nyo was also very happy. Why did you come here? Chu Xian made a funny face. Nangong, the boss, sent us here. Bailey Shangyu also said, we were planning to return too, but just then the Yushang Immortal Academy's Domain C trial started, and it triggered our family test. So we came back early. Suddenly, the sky was filled with shining stars. A bright, dazzling light flashed. Everyone's hands immediately appeared with a military green badge. The badge was carved with detailed patterns. 5 dull stars were embedded in it. From the high platform, Vice Dean Mo's voice was heard. This Domain C trial is different from before. Your task is to light up the stars on the badge. To do that, you need to gather the 5 elements spiritual energy. The more pure and abundant the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth energy, the faster the stars will light up. Both team and individual rankings depend on the quality of the stars. Each lit star will give you points. The trial lasts for 1 month. Good luck to you all. As soon as Vice Dean Mo finished speaking, there was a buzz among the crowd. Wow, it's about collecting the 5 elements energy. Besides those few super talented dual attribute geniuses, most people only have single attribute spiritual power. Getting the 5 elements energy is really hard. This year's test is much tougher than last year's. So what? We will definitely make it into the top 3 this year. The teleportation array shone brightly. Over 1,000 participants were teleported out at the same time. As they approached the Domain C forest, they could see the outside scenery through the teleportation array. Su Nyo looked down from the void. The Domain C forest was very large. The primitive forest stretched endlessly. Steep mountain ranges extended without end. Within the mountains, several places emitted red light beams. Zhuge Jinyan explained, those red beams are the bases. Here, danger is everywhere. To ensure quick rescue at every assessment area is guarded by members of the Immortal Academy Alliance and the Elder Council. Zhongli Wushuang narrowed his eyes. The Sea of Domains forest borders the evil realm, the outer battlefield, and other forces. Su Nua's eyes slightly lifted. Evil realm? There is also an evil realm on the Cloud-Wind continent. But Su Nua has never interacted with their people. Zhongli Wushuang's expression became serious. Yes, the evil realm is one of the 8 regions of the immortal spirit world. However, the people there are mysterious and fierce. They are the most feared among all 8 regions. The young master Evil smiled faintly. It is said their influence spreads across many worlds. As for the evil realm's ruler, the evil emperor, his strength is terrifying. If you encounter him, it's best to avoid him. Zhuge Jinyan was cracking a melon seed while adding, it's also rumored that the evil realm's ruler recruits young women like Lu Rua Fufeng to practice evil arts together.
Chu Suan angrily shouted, nonsense.
Everyone's eyes turned to him at the same time. Chu Xian's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Su Nua looked at him suspiciously. Why are you so worked up? Chu Xian. Bailey Shangyu suddenly spoke. Several beams of light shot out. Each person from the palace landed in different spots. As soon as the 7 of them landed, Yao Lixing's face suddenly changed. Poison insects. There are poisonous bugs everywhere around. Thousands of terrifying poison insects, densely packed. Even those with acrophobia would feel uneasy. Each insect is as big as a large bowl. They are creepy and strange. Everyone was about to attack. Su Nua sternly said, don't attack unless attacked first. No one objected. The people from the first palace had seen Su Nua instantly subdue and Yanxi's eagle venom. In the field of poison arts, Su Nua is stronger than them. Bailey Shangyu, Chu Xian, and others fully trusted Su Nua. Everyone stood on towering ancient trees. These dangerous poison insects did not attack them. The young master Evil closed his folding fan, frowned. What are these poison insects doing? Their movements all follow a single direction. It seemed as if something was wildly attracting them. Everyone looked into the distance. All they could see was thick, toxic fog and mists. A divine light was shining out. A glimmer appeared in Su Nian's eyes. It's the divine tree of all poison. Everyone's faces changed slightly. Yao Lixing took a deep breath sharply. The divine tree of all poison is the mother tree of the origin of wood. With the origin of wood, they could gather the spiritual power of wood. A powerful and terrifying aura swept through the void, rushing toward the direction of the divine tree of all poison. Zhongli Wushuang's face showed a hint of killing intent. Someone has gone ahead. It's the second-in-command of the 10th Palace, Zhu Luo. Not only did Zhu Luo go ahead, but several other strong fighters also rushed forward. Everyone's figures surged forward. The origin of wood was right in front of them. No one wanted to miss this chance. Stepping into the range of the poison barrier, they saw a dense blackness. Everyone felt a terrible coldness hit their faces. Even though they had taken antidote pills, they still felt the poison gases constantly attacking their defenses. A formation light appeared in the air. A powerful wave of pressure swept over. The scene instantly turned into a fierce battle. Su Nian quickly scanned with her divine sense. This is the reincarnation burial array. 8 trigrams of heaven and earth. The top produces 3. The life gate is in the southeast. Break the formation. All 7 directions were occupied. Su Nian gathered her spiritual power into her fist, and a swirling wind spun around her fist. Her eyes were calm and steady. Break, bang, everyone's strength struck at the same time. The dazzling, piercing light seemed to cut through the darkness. Boom! The ground trembled. The reincarnation burial array shattered with a loud bang. This was the first time they fought as a team. They worked very well together. Zhongli Wushuang was alert to his surroundings. I don't see Zhu Luo and the others, Gong Zixia pondered. Each person or team probably enters a different space within the array. Exactly, we will be the first to break the formation. Zhuge Jinian patted the large sword in his hand. The little girl's face was bright with a big smile. Our first haul. Maybe this year we can truly be number 1. Chu Xian crossed his arms and laughed loudly. Of course we will. The first haul. We must take first place. Everyone was feeling good. They quickly headed toward the poison god tree. The air was filled with continuous toxic gases. The poison god tree also emitted very strong spiritual energy. The more they felt it, the clearer it became. After passing through the last poison array, they saw countless poisonous insects attacking a golden barrier wildly. It was a huge golden divine tree. The tree shone with dazzling divine light. It was so bright and beautiful that people wanted to worship it. At the top of the golden tree, there were 3 bright red flower buds. Each flower contained very strong poison. It looked like they were about to bloom. Poison Lixing was shocked. That's the poison god flower. The poison god flower blooms only once every 30,000 years. And its blooming period lasts only 12 hours. The poison god flower can cure all poisons in the world. Once successfully refined, it can change a person's body and make them immune to poisons. Bailey Shangyu's face showed amazement. We came just in time. The poison god flower was just starting to bloom. Many poisonous insects sensed their threat. They launched a fierce attack. A tide of poisonous insects surged forward wildly. Everyone's face was full of killing intent. Fire attacks. Freezing. Various skills and spells dazzled everyone. Splat. Zhuge Jinian's face was fierce with blood energy. There are too many. We can't kill them all. If they were normal fierce beasts, they could handle it easily. But these were poisonous. Their toxins could even damage the consciousness of near-immortal experts. This can't go on. Break the barrier. I'll go destroy these poisons. Everyone worked together. Su Gui immediately flew into the air. The heavenly demon Qin appeared. Su Gui's delicate fingers touched the pure black strings of the instrument. The cold, clear sound of the zither rippled through the air, creating waves. The killing aura was like a mountain collapsing and a sea rising. Wherever the music reached, it seemed to condense into solid wind blades. Poison insects crawling over the barrier. They were instantly shattered by a powerful blast. Everyone's face showed shock. All these poison insects were fierce beasts at the Spirit Emperor or Spirit Saint level, and they carried terrifying toxins. Just one drop touching them would cause immediate corrosion of the heart channels. She actually defeated them with a single move. Everyone looked at the stunning young girl in disbelief. At this moment, she seemed like a goddess from the heavens. Her natural, fierce aura made thousands of soldiers fear her and 10,000 people admire her. The young master's evil gaze fell on the pure black, supreme heavenly demon zither in Su Nian's hands. A flash of shock crossed his eyes, but it was gone in an instant. The crowd's surprise was only momentary. Soon they focused on the barrier. There were too many poison insects in this forest of the Domain Sea. One wave was wiped out, but another wave kept coming from all directions. It looked like the barrier was about to break open Several fierce figures rushed toward with great force. Their speed was lightning fast. It was Gue Lu Luo, Jun Xiu, and Song Yichen. They were followed by 10 others. Wherever they went, their powerful presence was overwhelming. Song Yichen sneered with arrogance. "You've worked hard." They had barely broken through the barrier. And these people wanted to steal their achievement? What a dream! A murderous aura appeared on Su Nian's beautiful face. She instantly teleported in front of the Zheng Zheng. The somber sound of the zither changed tone. "Poison insects, obey my command." Jun Xiu's eyes were full of sarcasm. "Controlling venomous beasts? Overestimating yourself. The Supreme Immortal Academy has beast tamers. But no one had ever controlled so many poison beasts." Gue Lu Luo's cold face remained indifferent from start to finish. He didn't even look at Su Nian. "Don't waste time." Their figures moved with fierce killing intent. They didn't stop at all. But in a flash of lightning, originally, countless venomous insects fiercely attacked the barrier. At the moment they heard the sound of the zither, their red eyes strangely turned black. All of them stared at Jun Xiu and the others with the same movement. That fierce, evil look in their eyes was very frightening. Everyone's faces changed slightly. A strange chill ran straight to their heads. Su Qiu's face turned cold. "Attack!" Buzz buzz. Countless venomous insects attacked them wildly. Young Master Xie and others. "Can they do this too?" Bailey Shangyu widened his eyes. Such a familiar scene. Jun Xiu's expression darkened. The people of the 10th Palace launched their attack. A strong force of power poured out. A vast wave of spiritual energy covered everything. Countless venomous insects were crushed into pieces. At this moment, a scream of pain startled everyone. Someone in the 10th Palace was accidentally splashed with venom. Their skin instantly rotted and decayed. That person fell heavily from the air. In the blink of an eye, they were completely corroded. Everyone's faces turned pale. So strong a toxin. Su Qiu's Tianma zither played fiercely. An invisible force enveloped the entire world. The venom lingering around. Drop by drop, the venom condensed into water droplets, ready to strike. Seeing the scene, everyone in the 10th Palace looked tense. If even a drop touched them, Su Qiu looked disdainful. "Since you like stealing others' achievements, enjoy the power of the venom." Bang, bang, bang. The venomous insects exploded all over. Countless venomous droplets rained down wildly. The momentum was like a mountain-shaking tsunami. Unstoppable. Zhuge Jinian shivered. This move, perfect score. Zhongli Wushuang and Bailey Shangyu's eyes sparkled. Qiu is so cool. The vast sea of venom. Everyone in the 10th Palace's faces changed drastically. They hurriedly gathered spiritual energy to defend. A slight mistake could be hit by the venom and be corroded. Even the strongest in the mysterious tower, Gue Luluo, dodged very awkwardly. He glared fiercely at Su Gue. He never expected her to use such a powerful move.
Sugi smiled coldly.
She kicked forcefully at the. Everyone from the first palace followed closely behind. They all entered the barrier. Gue Lu Luo, Jun Shiyu and Song Yichen also wanted to catch up quickly. The speed talisman burned with a bang. When they appeared in front of the barrier was completely closed again. A terrible force pushed them back hard. Jun Shiyu looked angry. Is this barrier a door? It closes just like that. Poison liquid filled the sky, seeming to have eyes, and attacked wildly again. Gue Lu Luo's face darkened. First, deal with these poison bugs and liquid. Song Yichen was furious, his face full of rage. I must kill her. A poison bug flew in front of him and exploded. Song Yichen was so scared he almost fainted. He hid in a panic. He was even more furious and stomping madly. Su Gue and others entered the barrier. The scene they saw was completely different. A golden divine tree covered the sky. This golden light seemed to solidify into substance. Yao Lixing exclaimed, such rich, with spiritual power. Bailey Shangyu paused, her face turning pale. What is that? Everyone looked in the direction of her gaze. On the huge trunk of the divine tree was a strange face carved into it. A goat body with a human face, fierce eyes below. The ancient bloody aura coming at them made everyone shiver. Everyone held their breath. This was a ferocious beast, Tao Tai, one of the 4 ancient fierce beasts. If they encountered it, there would be no chance of survival.
Sugiluk Tsotfel, Taotie.
Zhongli Wushuang's face tightened, but it seems to just be a mark. It's not the real divine beast itself. Like divine herbs such as the demon tree of all poison, they are usually guarded by terrifying fierce beasts or divine beasts. Besides that strange Tao Tai mark, they felt no other terrifying aura. Young Master Xie suggested, why don't we first absorb the wood's spiritual power from the surroundings? Their goal on this trip was to collect the 5 elements' spiritual power. The mysterious face on the ancient tree could attack at any time. A big battle was about to happen. Su Nyo quickly decided, gather spiritual energy quickly. The 7 of them sat cross-legged around the divine poison tree. They rapidly absorbed the tree's spiritual power. Time slowly passed. Streams of tree energy, like faint smoke, were fiercely drawn into the stars on the medallion. Everyone was focused on absorbing the energy. Suddenly, the strange face on the tree's trunk slowly opened its eyes. It had eyes like shining rubies, bright and dazzling, beautiful but strange and empty. Its gaze swept over everyone. Then it stopped on Sunyo. The eyes showed greed and cruelty. This human girl was a big meal. The strange face on the tree suddenly lunged out. It opened its bloody mouth, sharp teeth gleaming. It aimed to attack Sunyo fiercely. A dark, violent aura spread in the air. Sunyo's beautiful phoenix eyes suddenly opened wide. A strong pressure made it hard to breathe. The strange face twisted in pain. Sunyo's eyes turned cold. She struck the heavenly demon Zither hard. Release it. The carved beast on the zither hit the shadow of the strange face. A piercing scream echoed out. The face shrieked loudly and ran away in fear. The zither was the key to defeating it. The mark on the divine poison tree glowed red. The spiritual power in the air seemed to be blocked by something. Everyone was shocked by this change. Bailey Shangyu was the first to rush over. What's going on?
Nunu, are you okay? Sunyu replied calmly, I'm fine.
She looked coldly at the strange face. The heavenly demon Zither was carved with images of 4 ancient fierce beasts. Now, with the Tua Tua mark appearing, it meant the real Tua Tua was sealed inside the divine poison tree. The strange face had been eating away at the beast Tua Tua. It was a young Tua Tua. A young Tua Tua? Everyone's eyes focused on the mark on the tree. They only felt that the strange face made them very uncomfortable. At this moment, the strange face suddenly emitted a fierce and angry aura. Who are you? How dare you trespass into my sacred tree forbidden area? Su Gui's eyes sharpened, her presence powerful and intimidating. Night demon beast, you dare to imprison and devour the young Tua Tua beast. The Tua Tua, one of the 4 ancient fierce beasts, is born and raised naturally. What caused the young Tua Tua to fall into this state? The 4 fierce beasts on the heavenly demon Qin are alive. But since she took back the heavenly demon Qin, she hasn't sensed the presence of the 4 fierce beasts. It was only when that strange face attacked suddenly that the heavenly demon Qin reacted. It recognized that this was a night demon beast, and it was also mentally damaged. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Night demon beast? This is one of the ancient great fierce beasts. The strange face didn't expect anyone to recognize its true identity. The strange mark on the trunk of the divine tree was rapidly changing. A withered ghost claw crawled out from inside the trunk. Once its whole body appeared, everyone saw that it was a twisted, fierce-looking corpse had connected to 2 ghost claws. Its crown was covered with dense, sticky dark green substance. It looked extremely disgusting and terrifying. This was the true form of the night demon beast. Suddenly, a sharp, wild laugh burst out in the air. Ha ha, human girl, no wonder you're such a nourishing treasure. You actually recognize my true identity. The night demon beast's cold gaze fixed on Su Gui. Since you dare to trespass here, stay and become my nourishment. Ah. The night demon beast launched its attack. A rustling sound was heard. Vines wildly whipped around. Su Gui's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that the poison god tree was also controlled by the night demon beast? The battle was about to begin. Su Gui shouted, "Watch out for the poison." Her figure flashed like a ghost, rushing forward. Everyone saw a residual shadow pass by. In her hand appeared a holy-level antidote pill. Everyone was stunned. A holy-level pill. Su Gui, eat it. There was no time to think much. After taking the detox pill, everyone fought even more fiercely. Chu Xian stared intently at the nightmare demon beast, full of killing intent. Deadhead, I'm going to smash your brains. 6 people rushed forward together. They attacked the nightmare demon beast wildly. The shining rune light made people's blood boil. The whole air was filled with a deadly aura. The nightmare demon beast truly is one of the ancient great monsters. Even with its divine soul damaged, its fighting power remained very terrifying. Many people were injured, but the poison had no effect on them. It shows how amazing the holy-level detox pill made by Su Qi is. The nightmare demon beast's heart was stirred with wild waves. This is the divine tree of all poisons. In the past, it barely managed to invade the surface of the divine tree of all poisons after great effort. It is still being corroded by the poison of the divine tree of all poisons, damaging its divine soul. The evil gaze of the nightmare demon beast swept coldly towards Su Qi. All of this was because of her. It turned to attack.
Suddenly, countless beings crazily lashed towards Sui.
A sizzling, twisting sound filled the air. The pressure of the ancient great monster kept pressing down. Almost instantly, Su Qi was completely covered by the vines. Brother-in-law, Qi. Everyone's eyes turned red with anger. Bailey Shangyu's eyes widened with fury. I will kill you. She burst out with dazzling light all over her body. Like an arrow shot from a bow, she fiercely charged forward. Everyone fought with all their might, almost going mad with rage. Countless vines shattered violently. The nightmare demon beast roared with a fierce smile. Ha! Come on. Let me eat you all in one bite. It looked up to the sky, its blue face wide open. A huge black whirlpool appeared. Suddenly, the sky turned black. A terrifying suction force pulled everyone in. This is the tearing heaven skill of the gluttonous beast. At a critical moment, the vine cage that completely covered Su Qi suddenly burst out with blinding light. Boom boom! A cold, sword-like light burst fiercely from inside the cage. A large opened in the ground. A powerful and vast sword light shot toward the nightmare demon beast. It was fierce and unstoppable. The nightmare demon beast was greatly surprised. If it had been hit, its spirit would be badly injured. There was no time to think. Countless vines were frantically whipped to block the attack. But they still couldn't stop the fierce. The nightmare demon beast was furious. It quickly dodged aside. The mighty sword light struck the body of the 10,000 poison god tree, right at the original mark. The nightmare demon beast's eyes widened in shock. Fortunately, it avoided the attack. Who exactly is this human girl? Su Hui's figure soared into the air. Although the nightmare demon beast was shocked, it still sneered with disdain. Humans are just small fry. Is that all you've got? Su Hui's deep, mysterious phoenix eyes seemed to see through people. She smirked and said, "Look behind you." The nightmare demon beast instinctively turned its head. But halfway through, it froze. Its blood-red eyes turned cold as ice. "Insignificant human, are you commanding me?" But as soon as it finished speaking, cracks like spider webs appeared on the mark on the 10,000 poison god tree's trunk. The nightmare demon beast's expression changed suddenly. It quickly turned back, trying to stop it. But it was too late. The entire air trembled violently. A loud, muffled voice shouted, "Old monster, die for me." Hearing this voice, the nightmare demon beast's eyes flashed with shock and fear. A terrifying black hole appeared. A fierce wind howled like icy blades. Darkness covered everything. Endless blackness, as if the god of death had arrived. Everyone trembled all over. It was probably the real skill of swallowing the sky. Like the end of the world, it was destructive. The nightmare demon beast was both shocked and angry, trembling in fear and fleeing in all directions. "Human girl, you actually released it," it cursed as it ran. However, the terrifying suction completely trapped the nightmare demon beast. Its body was instantly torn apart.
Ah!
No! The nightmare demon beast screamed in terror. The nightmare beast was completely swallowed by darkness. The black hole suddenly disappeared. The surroundings were a mess. A gentle, comforting sound filled the air with annoyance. A small, adorable baby appeared suddenly in front of the divine poison tree. The baby's beautiful eyes shone like rubies. She looked as if she was the most loved child from heaven. The little baby glanced lightly at everyone. Everyone tensed up. Such a fierce aura. Where did this little kid come from? Just as everyone had this thought, they saw the baby's gaze fall on Su Nian. He suddenly smiled sweetly. The little baby's legs quickly ran over and hugged Su Nian's leg. Then he climbed into her arms. He sweetly kissed her cheek. All these actions were smooth and natural. It was as if he had done them many times before. Everyone exclaimed. Chu Xian was so surprised his jaw almost dropped. Wow. When did Lord Nangong have a child with his wife? Bailey Shangyu was shocked and angry. The kid is already about 3 years old? Did His Highness really do that with Nian Nian? In this era, girls reach marriageable age at 15. They can only marry after that age. Su Nian was only 16 now, so she had just reached marriageable age for a year. Bailey Shangyu was furious. Lord Nangong is not a good person. Everyone quickly surrounded Su Nian. Nian Nian, is this really your son?
Was it that scoundrel who did this?
I want to kill him. But this baby is so cute.
Su Nian,
she said irritably. This is a baby Tua Tua.
Tuo.
The ancient 4 great fierce beasts, led by the Tua Tua, who could unleash the heaven-devouring skill and completely destroy the nightmare beast. Everyone quickly backed away 10 meters.
Su Nian,
is it really that scary? She smiled gently and patted the little boy in her arms. Be good, don't call out randomly. The little Tua Tua's adorable face, full of baby fat, pouted and whined. I don't want a baby. Mother saved the baby. Su Qi's stunning face was filled with gentle smiles. The little glutton shivered all over. The owner's gaze was so scary. It looked gentle but was actually full of killing intent. The little glutton looked sad and called softly, Master. That small expression was as adorable as could be. Su Qi's heart melted at the sight. She couldn't help but chuckle and gently patted his little head. Go rest now. How the little glutton came to be here, she would ask later. Right now, he needed to rest and recover. Even though his previous sky-devouring skill was powerful, it also caused a lot of damage. The ancient four fierce beasts were originally the guardians of the heavenly demon Zither. The heavenly demon Zither belonged to her. So the little glutton recognized her at first sight. The inheritance deeply engraved in his bloodline wouldn't deceive him. A cold flash crossed the tense face of the little glutton, all because of that old monster. And those people, they all deserve to die. A hint of bloodthirsty intent flickered in Su Chi's eyes. Her voice was gentle. No rush, after I recover, I will go seek revenge. The little glutton pressed his head against Su Chi's shoulder, sounding aggrieved. He had been trapped by the nightmare demon beast before he even hatched. He had been constantly absorbing nutrients from the nightmare demon beast. Now he was very weak. The little glutton flipped his wrist. A crystal-clear, emerald-green spiritual pearl appeared. The fist-sized pearl emitted a gentle glow. It was entirely green, transparent, and luminous, like a kingly emerald spirit. Su Chi was surprised. Would origin, the little glutton's young face was sweet with a smile. I took it from the belly of the poison god tree, master. Su Chi's heart warmed. She kissed his cheek gently, her eyes full of tenderness. Good boy. The little glutton happily entered Su Chi's phoenix spirit space to rest and recover. Everyone watching was stunned. Zhongli Wushuang couldn't believe it. Chi is the glutton. Your spiritual pet. Although it was right in front of their eyes, it was still very hard to believe. Su Chi smiled. He's very well behaved, soft and sticky, just like a small ball. Everyone shivered. Although Taotai had transformed into a human form, the terrifying pressure of an ancient fierce beast was still hard to hide. Someone who can tame the leader of the ancient four fierce beasts as a spirit pet must have extraordinary strength and talent. Young Master Xia looked at Sun Yan with a thoughtful expression. Bailey Shangyu was about to speak. Suddenly, the barrier of the 10,000 poison divine tree made a cracking sound. It shouldn't have been so easily controlled by the nightmare demon beast. It was probably the appearance of the little Taotai that caused the divine tree to fall asleep. This allowed the nightmare demon beast to take advantage. Actually, it should be said, the 10,000 poison divine tree has awakened.
Bang, bang, bang.
The wild, dancing vines. They looked very powerful. Everyone quickly retreated. A powerful spiritual energy suddenly surged behind Sun Yan. She sneered slightly. Her teleportation skill activated. She disappeared instantly. Song Yichen, who was sneaking up from behind, changed his expression drastically. He was about to retreat, but suddenly felt a cold shiver down his spine. He was struck by a palm. He was knocked back awkwardly, flying toward the 10,000 poison divine tree. Then, countless vines fiercely whipped toward him. The divine tree attacked indiscriminately. Song Yichen's face turned pale with fear. He quickly dodged but still got hit several times. Song Yichen felt a burning pain in his arm. The corrosive sound of poison made his scalp tingle. He quickly drew his sword and cut away the flesh and blood, full of frustration. If he hadn't taken the antidote pill, he would probably be done for now. For more figures appeared. Jun Xiu held a compass that spun rapidly. The needle pointed steadily at Sun Yan. Jun Xiu's face darkened. The source of wood is on her. The four people from the 10th palace were about to surround Su Gui. Suddenly, Zhuge Jinyan appeared behind Jun Xiu. Jun Xiu's expression tightened, and he quickly dodged away. Zhuge Jinyan smiled warmly. If you're a bit slower, I'll cut off your head and kick it like a ball. Jun Xiu's face turned pale. Try it and see. Gui Luluo's palm landed on Jun Xiu's shoulder. His eyes fixed coldly on Su Gui, dark and threatening. His voice sharp and icy, hand over the source of wood. Before Su Gui could speak, Chu Xian spat. You dead demon, dream on. Gui Luluo's gaze burned with fury. You're asking for death. Su Gui smiled slightly. You look like, don't you want people to say so? A sinister expression appeared on Gui Luluo's face. Suddenly, the divine poison tree shot up from the ground.
Bang, bang, bang.
The countless thick roots surged into the sky. A terrifying poison aura was fully unleashed. The powerful attack spread like ripples on water. The divine poison tree seemed to grow legs. It started running, madly chasing everyone at the scene. Everyone's expression grew tense. Song Yichen's face twisted with a fierce look. He took advantage of the chaos to attack Su Gui, trying to trap her within the range of the divine poison tree's attack. Su Gui's dark, cold eyes like a frozen lake. "If you want to die, I'll send you on your way." Song Yichen sneered. "You're overestimating yourself." He was at the peak of the spirit saint realm. What courage did she have to kill him? Song Yichen felt a heavy shadow cover him. A giant stone slab fell from the sky, crashing down fiercely toward the entrance. Song Yichen held a spear, fighting back fiercely.
Bang!
The giant stone slab hit his head precisely. He felt his brain seem to shake. What kind of stone door is this? Even his protective aura was shattered. Song Yichen was so angry, he almost smoked. But it didn't stop there.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The giant stone slab suddenly transformed into 6 slabs. They directly surrounded him inside. The giant stone door above slammed down like a heavy hammer. Song Yichen shouted loudly, full of surprise and anger. His strength at the peak of the spirit sage realm bombarded fiercely. But the giant stone door remained unmoved. The dark, sealed space made people feel an inexplicable fear of the unknown. The roar of anger kept echoing.
Sunyu watched coldly.
The rune mark in front of her shone brightly. She softly said, "Go." The space inside the giant stone door kept shrinking, rushing fiercely toward the 10,000 poison divine tree. Song Yichen felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as if his heart was being tightly squeezed by a big hand. It seemed he could explode and die at any moment. Could it be that he was about to fall here? Impossible. Song Yichen was furious and kept attacking madly. The giant stone door collided violently. The roots of the 10,000 poison divine tree directly devoured the entire stone door. The stone door was instantly corroded. "Ah!" Song Yichen's desperate and unwilling cry echoed through the sky. From afar, Junshi saw this scene and was deeply shocked. The mysterious building Luo looked grim. "Call them over. Kill the first hall. By the way, subdue the 10,000 poison divine tree." Jun Shiyu immediately sent out a signal. Young Master Xie's face showed a fierce killing intent. "Kill us. Let's see who will die." Sun Yo's gaze fixed on the top of the 10,000 poison divine tree. "Don't entangle with them. Leave quickly." Bailey Shangyu was determined to follow every step Sun Yo took. Chu Xian was even more closely following. The others had no objections. People from the first hall quickly disappeared. Jun Shiyu's eyes were cold and intimidating. Trying to run?
Dream on.
The mysterious building Luo looked fierce and bloodthirsty. They can't escape. 3 people from the 10th hall arrived. They were Huarong Che, Yao Jiang, and Yu Fuxing. Huarong Che's gaze was sharp as an eagle. The mysterious building Luo spat. "First deal with the 10,000 poison divine tree. The source of wood is in the hands of the first hall." Huarong Che looked at the 3 buds on the top of the tree. A glimmer appeared in his eyes. "The 10,000 poison divine flower is about to bloom." Jun Shi sneered. "No wonder they want to run. Once the 10,000 poison divine flower blooms, its toxic power can destroy everything." Huarong Che said, "Form a line. Quickly, let's finish this fast." Su Hui and the others quickly retreated. Faint shadows darted swiftly through the vast forest. Chu Xian ran while asking, "Boss, what's going on?" Su Hui didn't hide anything. "When the divine flower blooms, it will forcibly steal your spiritual energy." Zhuge Jinyan looked surprised. "Steal spiritual energy?" Ancient texts say that when the divine flower blooms, it causes all flowers to wither. The toxic power destroys all living things in its path, but I've never heard of it stealing spiritual energy. Su Hui smiled mysteriously. "The divine flower needs energy to bloom, but the source of wood's origin is in my hands." Everyone suddenly understood clearly. Zhongli Wushuang's face lit up with excitement. "The 10,000 poison divine tree has no more spiritual energy from the wood's origin. It will crazily steal all spiritual energy from the world." Everyone looked back. People from the 10th palace were still fighting the divine tree. Chu Xian laughed loudly. These fools are still happily gloating. They're doomed. They passed by a station of the Fairy Academy Alliance. It was led by Elder Wu from Xuaningyan and the Elder Group. Su Hui suddenly spoke. The people from the 10th palace provoked the divine tree, causing it to go berserk and steal everyone's spiritual energy. You all need to run. He secretly thought. Su Hui is cunning. This move is a clear way to blame the 10th palace. No matter what their ranking is after the assessment, they will be heavily punished. And Su Hui's voice seemed to amplify 100 times. It could be heard within 100 miles, including those fighting in the mysterious tower.
Yun Shayusniera, Stil.
According to ancient texts, the divine tree of poison never steals spiritual energy. The mysterious tower looked at the divine tree of poison, determined. Subdue it. A powerful formation like a net of heaven and earth completely trapped the divine tree of poison. Crackling sounds. A loud roar shook the heavens and the earth. In a moment of crisis, above the treetops, a flower bud slowly opened a petal. For a moment, everything was silent, but the so-called plundering did not happen. Yao Jiang felt a slight relief inside. Jun Xiu smiled arrogantly. I knew it. Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted her. All the petals burst open instantly. Boom! The cold wind was biting and fierce. A terrifying, huge suction force emanated from the poisonous divine flower. It was like invisible threads, invading their veins and crazily pulling away their spiritual power from their dantian. The ancient tree suddenly rose from the ground. Fierce beasts roared in panic. Huarong Che's face changed drastically. Danger. Run quickly. But it was too late. Everyone at the scene was pulled by the terrifying suction. The fierce wind struck their faces like blades.
Yun Shayu panicked.
She shouted loudly. My spiritual power is being taken away. Gui Lu Luo hatedfully asked, why does the poisonous divine flower steal spiritual power? Even he found it hard to resist. No one from the 10th hall could escape. This area was withered, filled with poison gas everywhere. The ground was corroded, black and scorched. Many exam members were also pulled toward the poisonous divine flower. Everyone was forced to float in the air, swaying with the wind. Their faces twisted into fierce expressions. Panic voices kept ringing. Ah, save me. My spiritual power is gone. 10th hall, you. Why did you provoke the poisonous divine tree? Help, elders. Countless shouts and cries filled the air. Elder Wu and Xuaningyan from the Immortal Academy Alliance's base looked extremely worried. Save people quickly. The other two Alliance base's elders, Fu and Ji, also rushed to help. Jun Xiu saw Elder Fu and brightened. Master, save me. Elder Fu looked extremely grim, but in the urgent moment, he couldn't say much. A top-quality magic tool was launched. Powerful spiritual energy continuously attacked the poisonous divine tree. Bright bursts of energy exploded, even with the high cultivation of the elders. But this deadly poison god tree was going wild. The poison god flowers kept stealing spiritual energy. Poison gas filled the air everywhere. Even they found it very hard to deal with. Xuaningyan looked serious. 3 elders, if this continues, we will lose many students. Many people couldn't withstand the poison's power, and their cultivation levels dropped. Although the assessment in the Sea of Domains forest is very dangerous, and lives can be lost at any time, the Supreme Immortal Academy also doesn't want to lose combat strength for no reason. Elder Wu's face was cold. Other outposts are too far away. The poison god flowers are absorbing energy too fiercely. Help can't arrive in time. Just when everyone was helpless, a sharp, intense sound of a zither suddenly appeared. Su Gui's figure suddenly appeared in the void.
Zheng.
Zheng. Zheng. The passionate, fierce sound of the zither echoed repeatedly. Everyone saw a phantom of a phoenix swooping down from the sky. Its target was the poison god tree. Elder Fu narrowed his eyes slightly. Phoenix in flight. Spirit control technique. Bang.
Bang.
Bang! A fiery phoenix phantom landed on the poison god tree. The entire poison god tree trembled violently. After a loud explosion, the 3 bright poison god flowers actually closed back up. Everyone was stunned. The poison god flowers only bloomed for 12 hours. But why could they close again? Even more incredible. Obey me. Su Gui's voice was calm, like a deity. She stood in the void, continuously playing her zither. Her aura radiated dominance over everything, like a ruler ruling the world, supreme and unmatched.
Zilulu o sinsa na inwali.
Even the many powerful people in the 10th palace couldn't tame the poison god tree. How could she possibly do it? But just as this thought flashed through his mind, the towering poison god tree suddenly shrank to about the height of a child. It seemed as if the poison god tree had grown legs. It scurried quickly to stand before Su Gui. Its sharp vine branches looked like soft ribbons, joyfully wrapping around Su Gui, as if she had some precious treasure. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. This move completely stunned them.
This.
The 3 elders and the leaders of the 5 Fairy Academy Alliance's inspection teams couldn't tame the 10,000 poison god tree. Yet, Su Nian easily subdued it alone. The 10,000 poison god tree didn't resist at all. Not only did it not resist, it even seemed eager to acknowledge Su Nian as its master. Everyone was confused. Are we cursed today? They wondered. The elders looked at each other in surprise. But when they felt the powerful pull in the world finally fade away, they all let out a deep breath of relief. Su Nian waved her arm, and the 10,000 poison god tree was immediately stored into the phoenix spirit space. The figure floating in midair fell heavily to the ground, wailing loudly. One by one, the students foamed at the mouth and twitched all over. The scene was a mess. Jun Xiu glared fiercely at Su Nian and shouted sternly, "What did you do? Why could you tame the 10,000 poison god tree?" Su Nian looked at her calmly and replied, "Don't you want me to tame it? Don't you want me to save people? Are you just going to watch members of the Fairy Academy die in front of you?" Suddenly, a big pot was poured over the situation. All the injured people angrily stared at Jun Xiu. Jun Xiu's throat tightened, her face pale as if slapped hard, burning with anger. She gritted her teeth and said through clenched jaws, "Who knows what tricks you used?" Zhongli Wushuang stepped forward. "Are your eyes even working?" Everyone saw what happened. If it weren't for the 10th palace forcing the 10,000 poison god tree to be tamed, it wouldn't have gone berserk. Bailey Shangyu crossed her arms and said, "We not only kindly warned everyone to escape, but we also saved people. But now you're accusing us and doubting us? What are your real intentions?" The elders' faces grew cold. Exactly what happened. The mysterious building's eyes looked cold and fierce. The divine poison flower does not steal spiritual power when it blooms. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight. He angrily said, "It's because of the wood origin. The wood origin is in your hands. The reason the divine poison flower steals spiritual power is because of you." Su Hui showed a mocking smile. "Our goal is to gather the 5 elements' spiritual power. Why can't I obtain the wood origin?" She looked at Elder Wu and asked, "Without the wood origin, will the divine poison tree still bloom?" Elder Wu pondered. "Normally, it shouldn't, but what if the divine poison tree is stimulated in this situation?" A few elders looked at each other. Elder Ji spoke up, "It might bloom early." Su Hui glanced at the people from the 10th hall. "So, without the wood origin's spiritual power, the divine poison flower has no source of energy. It needs power to bloom. If it doesn't steal from you, then who does it steal from?" Zhuge nodded in agreement. "You 10th hall people are greedy, trying to subdue the divine poison flower before it blooms. But instead, you angered it. This caused the disaster."
Who's to blame?
The mysterious building's eyes turned icy. If Su Hui hadn't killed Song Yichen, the divine poison tree wouldn't have gone berserk. Jun Xiu's eyes flashed with a sharp light, adding fuel to the fire. During the madness of the divine poison tree, everyone was fleeing. But Su Hui took the opportunity to try to kill Song Yichen. Venerable Fu stared coldly at Su Hui. "What do you have to say?" Chu Xian looked grim. It's obvious that Song Yichen was ambushing. Don't think he didn't see
it.
The mysterious building sneered. Our 10th hall is honest and upright. Do we need to ambush? Besides, does Su Hui need us to ambush her to show her strength? Chu Xian spat. What about my big brother's strength? He can crush you all. Venerable Fu glanced at Chu Xian with a calm look. Did I ask you? Chu Xian's anger flared. This old man is clearly biased towards the 10th hall. Su Nyo stepped forward, expressionless. Then let's see this. A projection talisman appeared in midair. Jun Shiyu was struck by lightning. It's this thing again. Last time, and Yenzhou was completely recorded with evidence by the projection talisman. Could it be that Su Nyo had a trick from the start? Such strong vigilance. Jun Shiyu felt a surge of anger and frustration inside. She stared fiercely at Su Nyo, her eyes full of obvious hostility. The projection talisman ignited. A scene appeared in the air. It showed the moment when the poison god tree went berserk, and everyone was fleeing. Meanwhile, Song Yichen took the opportunity of the chaos to attack Su Nyo, but was defeated and killed by Su Nyo instead. It also recorded that after the people from the first hall left, the people led by Gui Luluo and Huarong Che from the 10th hall tried to forcibly control the poison god tree. This caused the poison flower to bloom and drain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The surroundings fell into deadly silence. The scene on the projection talisman was like a slap in the face. A heavy slap on Gui Luluo and Jun Shiyu. An awkward atmosphere filled the air. Chu Xian chuckled happily. Your 10th hall really has no shame. Gui Luluo's face darkened completely, full of gloom. Soon, a heated protest erupted. Your 10th hall is so despicable. Do you still want to kill members of the first hall? You're crazy. We have so many dead and injured. 10th hall must compensate for all losses. I demand the elders council severely punish 10th hall. 10th hall must be punished. The members of 10th hall looked very unhappy. They were almost furious inside. But they had no way to argue. This projection talisman kept them under heavy pressure.
Su Nyo casually glanced at the Elder Fu.
She smiled faintly. Elder Fu, Elder Ji, Elder Wu, I believe you are all fair and just and enforce the law strictly, right? Elder Fu's face turned pale, and his cold gaze froze like ice. Elder Wu and Elder Ji exchanged a look. He spoke. 10th Hall has committed serious acts that damage the reputation of the Immortal Court during the assessment, compensate for all damages and medical expenses, and cancel all the 5 elements spiritual power scores currently collected. Everyone in the 10th Hall was furious. The mysterious building's killing intent was strong. Cancel all scores. We refuse. There are no rules like that in the Supreme Immortal Source. Elder Fu's expression showed a hint of displeasure. Elder Wu, this punishment is too harsh. Elder Wu raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, he produced a thick rulebook of punishments in his hand. Article 65,678 of the Supreme Immortal Academy Punishment Code. During assessments, if any member of a hall causes a major incident, all their scores will be cancelled. Elder Wu closed the rulebook with one hand. Are you convinced, Elder Fu? Everyone in the 10th hall. Zhuge Jin smiled softly. Elder Wu and Xuaningyan truly are master and disciple. They are both strict when enforcing punishments. Su Nian smiled brightly. Elder Wu is just and upright. We admire that. The punishment results were announced. Each person's badge displayed a ranking list. Although the assessment didn't last long, the 10th hall had been leading from the start. Now their scores were cancelled. This shocked the entire Immortal Academy. What's going on with the 10th hall? The 10th hall has a lot of dirty tricks in past years just not exposed. Have you noticed? Every time the 10th hall faces the first hall, they always get terrible luck. Especially that new girl, Su Nian. She seems to be targeting the 10th hall on purpose. Everyone in the academy was watching the rankings closely. Su Nian looked at the completed punishment for the 10th hall. Then she turned around and waved. Come on, everyone. Quickly absorb the wood's spiritual power. Anyway, everyone knew the wood source was in her hands. So, she decided to light up the stars right in front of everyone. Why not? Su Nian loved to embarrass others face to face. Chu Xian chuckled happily, hugged the big boss's leg and followed her to take off. Bailey Shangyu happily danced around. Yay!
Yay!
Maiwood's spiritual power stars lit. Haha, wow. The stars look so beautiful, shining brightly and sparkling. Everyone in the first hall is cheering happily. They are all smiling so much they can't close their mouths. The 10th hall. Are you still human? I just had my score cancelled, and you're showing off now. Especially that face of Gui Lu Luo. It looks like a storm cloud. He never expected things to turn out like this. For him, as the second in command of the 10th hall, Su Gui is just a weak rookie with poor skills. Yet, she keeps doing shocking and incredible things. He has to admit, this is a big threat. Only strength can truly solve everything. Everyone is walking through the forest of the Domain C. They are searching for the next target of the 5 elements' spiritual power. Su Gui's steps suddenly stop. Her internal demonic energy in her dantian begins to react strangely. Before she can check it, suddenly, boom,
Boom.
boom, the ground suddenly explodes several times. Multiple explosion points burst continuously. A huge splits the ground open. A bottomless abyss like a dark hole. Full of danger. Be careful. Everyone keeps falling downward. The fierce wind cuts like a sharp blade, causing pain. This sudden change comes too quickly. They didn't sense anything. It's not because they are weak. It's because the person causing this chaos is too powerful to imagine. Su Gui's expression tightens slightly. She senses the aura of the demon clan. Why would the demon clan appear in the forest of the Domain C? In a flash of lightning, Chu Xian suddenly shouts, "The cliff is about to close again. Quickly, go up." Everyone's face changes drastically. They all use their full strength to climb ashore. Su Gui quickly scans the surroundings. A sharp glint flashes in her phoenix eyes. This situation is very likely caused by the demon clan. There's a traitor. Check the 10th palace. Hurry and report. Don't worry about me. Su Gui leaves a few words behind. Then she leaps down into the abyss. Her small figure instantly disappears. Bailey Shangyu shouts, "Gui Gui." She immediately tries to follow. Chu Xian grabs her shoulder firmly and sternly says, "Hurry up. Trust your sister-in-law." The leader is not impulsive. Back in the ancient demon Black Tower, he remained calm when facing the patriarch of the Feng family. Now in the immortal spirit realm, he would never do anything that puts himself in danger. Everyone just reached the shore. A deafening explosion makes everyone's heart tremble. The cliff cracks collide fiercely. The entire forest of the Domain C is turned upside down, chaotic and wild. This place is not only for the trial of the Supreme Immortal Academy, but also for disciples of other clans and cultivators from major forces to train. Shouts and battle sounds fill the air with fierce fighting. Looking at the sealed area, everyone broke out in cold sweat. Su Hui disappeared into the underground. Zhuge Jin's young face flashed with a hint of anger. How could the demon race appear in the forest of Domain C? Zhongli Wushuang's face was cold as ice. Did Hui Hui just say there was a traitor? Could it be that someone in the 10th hall is working with the demon race? Yao Lixing noticed a detail. The 10th hall's leader, Simu Xiao, and most of the others are not here. Hui Hui asked us to check the 10th hall. Young Master Xia. First, report the situation. Chu Xian. That elder Fu looks suspicious. We can't go to the elders group. We should find Vice Dean Mo. Everyone agreed quickly. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Nangong Ming's proud, cold face looked like eternal snow on a mountain peak, sharp and frightening. He looked at Chu Xian. "Where's the person?" Chu Xian's back went cold. At this moment, Nangong Lao De looked very intimidating. It was as if something had happened to Hui Hui. This area might be flooded with corpses. Chu Xian hurriedly explained what had just happened. Everyone felt the air grow even colder and more piercing. Nangong Ming's black eyes were as sharp and bloodthirsty as an eagle. He waved his big hand. A terrifying force shot out from his palm. The ground cracked open in two, revealing a huge abyss. Nangong Ming leapt into the air. Just like Hui Hui, he disappeared. Everyone. Young Master Xie looked serious. Is there a formation underground? Or something else?
Chu Xian was about to speak.
Suddenly, Xuaning Yan appeared. How many people are left in your first hall? Zhongli Wushuang frowned. What do you mean? Xuaning Yan quickly said. The recent accident caused many people to disappear without a trace. Life and death are unknown. Now, count the number of people. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Xuaning Yan looked around sharply. Whereas Hui Hui, Zhongli Wushuang's face darkened. She also disappeared. Xuaning Yan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately said, "Don't run around. Quickly gather everyone. The Elder Council is activating an emergency plan." After speaking, Xuaning Yan quickly left. She arrived swiftly and departed just as fast. Young Master Xie snapped his fan and said, "Let's go find Vice Dean Mo first." After Su Hui fell into the abyss, as the cliff closed, she was not crushed. Instead, it seemed she entered another space. Surrounded by darkness, oppressive and cold. Cold city walls stood tall. Solemn armored soldiers patrolled constantly. Strict defenses, every 3 steps a post, every 5 steps a lookout. The entire city radiated strong magic energy. Su Hui's heart sank. An unconscious word appeared in her mind. Abyssal Demon City. Underneath the forest of the Sea Domain, a city so strict had been built. At the city gate, a group of armored soldiers appeared. These soldiers looked half human, half beast. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, others had rhinoceros horns on their heads. They were holding a group of criminals, preparing to enter the city. Su Hui's eyes turned cold. These criminals were students participating in the assessment of the Supreme Immortal Academy. Could it be that the sudden land in the forest of the Sea Domain was caused by demons taking advantage of the chaos? Help! Who are you? How dare you capture people from the Supreme Immortal Academy? Your bodies have the aura of demons. You are actually demons. People from the Supreme Immortal Academy shouted in anger. Heavy blood whips struck them. Screams filled the air. Stop making noise, or we'll castrate you. The leading soldier was fierce and ruthless. His actions were even more brutal. The people from the Supreme Immortal Academy were furious. But since they entered this place, all their spiritual powers were suppressed. One soldier laughed loudly and said, "Stop struggling uselessly. This is a demon city. Demon energy and spiritual energy oppose each other. You can't escape." Hearing this, the students from the Supreme Immortal Academy turned pale. No matter how they struggled or shouted, they could not escape the fate of entering the city. Everyone's face showed deep despair. After this group was all inside the city, Su Hui finally stepped out of the darkness. Her gaze shot sharply toward the southeast. There, 2 people stood. Su Nio's beautiful eyes shone coldly. "It's you? These 2 are Shermu Xiao from the 10th Palace and Gue Lu Luo." Shermu Xiao narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Su Nio to appear safely in the Abyss Demon City. He signaled to Gue Lu Luo.
Gilu luos chauti sterni. Su Niu.
You colluded with the demons to harm our Supreme Immortal Academy. What a big accusation. During the entire assessment process, she never fought directly with Shermu Xiao. And when the 10th Palace's score was cancelled, Shermu Xiao never appeared. So, a big possibility is that Shermu Xiao had already conspired with the demons. Right after Gue Lu Luo and the others left, he appeared here with her. Su Nio remained calm. The disturbance in the Sea of Domains was caused by your alliance with the demons. Gue Lu Luo's heart sank. His voice was cold and strong. How bold! You dare to falsely accuse us? I wondered why a lowly creature from the lower realm performed so well. It turns out you're a demon spy. What else do you have to say? Su Nio glanced at him, half smiling. You're so agitated. Are you worried I might record with a reflection talisman? Gue Lu Luo clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a fierce look. He saw through his thoughts clearly. Their 10th palace had been tricked twice by reflection talismans. This time, they absolutely couldn't fall for it again. Gue Lu Luo's gaze was fierce, like he wanted to eat someone. If you're not a traitor, why are you here? Su Nio's lips curled coldly. Maybe I should ask you the same. A dark murderous intent flickered in Gue Luluo's eyes. You traitor of the Supreme Immortal Academy. Prepare to die. Fury burst out. Gue Luluo transformed into a streak of light, rushing at top speed. His sharp 5 claws aimed at Sunyo, but Sunyo's figure strangely dodged. Countless afterimages flashed past. Her aura around her was deep and unfathomable, giving a dangerous glow. Gue Luluo was shocked inside. This is the Abyss Demon City. Su Hui was able to use spiritual power. Even they need to rely on the 9-turn demon spirit jade given by the demon race to fight here. Who's there? A loud shout was heard. A group of powerful demon soldiers appeared around them. They quickly surrounded the 3 of them. The demon soldier captain saw Si Muxiu and Gue Luluo and paused for a moment. Si Muxiu's face suddenly showed intense killing intent. Demon race. Release the people from my supreme immortal court. A glint flashed in the demon soldier captain's eyes, and he understood. He made a gesture. Bring those escapees to me. The demon soldiers around attacked fiercely. Su Hui glanced at the city gate. It was open. A thought crossed her mind. If she wanted to infiltrate the demon city, this was a very good opportunity. And inside this Abyss Demon City, something was attracting her. Without entering the tiger's den, how can one catch the tiger? There's no need to entangle with these people. Her teleportation skill activated. Su Hui disappeared instantly. The demon soldier captain was stunned. She entered the city. Catch her. Everyone froze. The many demon soldiers who were about to attack Si Muxiu and Gue Luluo suddenly turned and chased after Su Hui. Si Muxiu's eyes were deep. She actually entered the city. The demon soldier captain looked at Si Muxiu coldly. Who is that person? But Si Muxiu replied in a deep voice. This person must not be allowed to leave alive. Otherwise, the demon lord's plan would be exposed. The demon soldier captain's face stiffened. If the secret of the demon city was leaked, they would all be doomed. The demon lord had worked hard to hide the demon city inside this abyss, building it secretly between the demon realm and the fairy realm. If everything was lost, the consequences would be unthinkable. Hurry. Lock down the entire city. Don't let her escape. The entire team of demon soldiers immediately returned to the city. A tense and deadly atmosphere filled the city. Su Hui quickly entered the city and headed straight for her target. The structure of the demon city was very complex, with many powerful formations. Breaking through blindly would be unwise. A patrol team passed by. Su Hui's lips curl into a slight smile. Silently, she takes out the last demon soldier. She immediately transforms into that demon soldier using the all-encompassing illusion. All her actions are smooth and precise, like flowing water. Su Hui just blended into the team. Suddenly, she sees the demon soldier captain leading a group of people rushing in. He holds up a portrait. In the picture, a girl with delicate features looks stunningly beautiful, captivating everyone. The demon soldier captain's voice is cold and sharp. Catch that person called Su Hui. If you fail, the whole city will be held responsible. Everyone's face turns pale. Holding the whole city responsible is the highest military order. Yes, a deafening voice with a chilling intent to kill. Soon, the entire city is tense with a search operation. Su Hui stays at the back of the team. The demon soldier captain scolds. His sharp eyes, like a hawk, stare intensely at the patrol team. Su Hui's heart sinks. But she still keeps a serious and fierce expression, fitting her role as a demon soldier. Suddenly, the demon soldier captain asks, "Which team are you from?" The patrol leader's face tightens and he quickly reports, reporting. "We are from the 9th Legion," the demon soldier captain orders. "Then go to the inner city." The patrol leader straightens up. Understood. The whole team changes direction and rushes toward the inner city. Su Hui, she was just about to go to the inner city. It's like falling asleep, and someone comes to deliver a pillow. This demon soldier captain's decision is really great. Su Hui quickly follows. The demon soldier captain watches the team's back, feeling strangely uneasy. Mysteriously, a strange feeling rises. Simu Xiao and Gui Lu Luo follow behind. Simu Xiao glances at him. Take me to see the demon lord. The demon soldier captain coldly looks at Simu Xiao, feeling disdain. This traitor from the spirit realm dares to speak to him in such a commanding tone? The demon soldier captain's face shows no emotion. The demon lord is currently receiving guests. Better wait here for now. Simu Xiao's eyes turn dangerous. I have important matters to report to the demon lord. The demon soldier captain remains calm. The demon lord has already issued orders. No matter how important, nothing can disturb him. Commander Simu Xiao, how long will it take? Captain Mo Bing glared. The matter of the demon lord is not something we can rush. Just wait. Captain Mo Bing was about to leave. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Simu Xiao. He said in a deep voice, by the way, the place where Su Hui appeared is the same as yours. His eyes were cold and sinister. What do you mean? Captain Mo Bing sneered coldly. What do I mean? I can't have any other meaning. Is it possible that you guys put Su Hui there? Simu Xiao's face darkened. That's going too far. Captain Mo Bing's expression was serious and fierce. If you can betray the Supreme Immortal Court, then you can also betray the Demon Lord. He gave a cold smile, warning with his face. The matter of the Demon City is very important. I hope you stay in your place and do your own work. And understand your true identity. Guelu Luo looked at the departing figure of Captain Mo Bing, then spat fiercely. What is this? Simu Xiao was covered in a cold, powerful aura of a strong person. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, he is with the left demon envoy. We can't act now. Since the problem was caused by Su Hui, let's start by dealing with her. Find out her identity. Guelu Luo agreed. Yes, Su Hui can move freely in the demon city, either because she has the 9-turn demon spirit pearl and is collaborating with the demons, or because she is from the demon race herself. Thinking of the second possibility, Guelu Luo shivered. If she really is from the demon race, then if the demon lord sees her, Simu Xiao's eyes were dark and uncertain. Not necessarily. There's another possibility. Perhaps she has a powerful artifact that can convert demonic energy into spiritual energy. Guelu Luo's eyes lit up. If that's true, then as long as they catch Su Hui, they can force her to hand over the artifact. Simu Xiao's black eyes shone with bloodlust. No matter what, Su Hui must die. Otherwise, it will be bad for us. Guelu Luo. Since we can't see the demon lord for now, let's catch her first. Our clan has a magical treasure that can track her. Suddenly, a white eye appears in Guelu Luo's hand, the ghostly white eye. By using the ghostly white eye, he can see the entire city. He is searching for Su Nian. Guelu Luo says, but if we want to use the ghostly white eye in the magic city, we need more authority. Simu Xiao replies, go find the Lord Right Demon. The two go to the residence of the Lord Right Demon. When the Lord Right Demon hears their plan, he becomes very angry. Use it freely. Guelu Luo's face lights up with joy. He concentrates his spiritual power into the ghostly white eye. Suddenly, a bright light shines out. Through the ghostly white eye, Guelu Luo's mind quickly scans the whole city. After a while, he focuses his mental energy on the back of a patrol team. Ding ding ding. An alarm sounds loudly. Guelu Luo's lips curl into a bloodthirsty smile. I've found you. The two move quickly, rushing out at high speed. In the blink of an eye, they reach the patrol team inside the city. Guelu Luo stares at the last person at the end. Su Nian, where are you escaping to? He launches a fierce attack, going all out. The sudden attack causes chaos in the entire team. Guelu Luo's claws grab the person. Where are you running? The soldier looks panicked. Sir. The patrol captain quickly steps forward to stop him. Lord Gui, what do you mean? Guelu Luo says, this is the person we are supposed to catch. The patrol captain's expression darkens. Lord Gui, why are you accusing us? What is your real purpose? Guelu Luo sneers. She has changed her appearance. Watch as I reveal her true form. He uses his 5 fingers forcefully. He directly twists the person's neck. But the dead demon soldier turns into a cloud of murky magic energy. It's clearly not Su Nian. Everyone's faces change dramatically. Gui Luo's face turns pale with anger. She's not her. At this critical moment, the demon soldier captain hurriedly appears. Seeing this chaos, the demon soldier captain orders, "Someone, catch these two. We are under the command of the right demon envoy." The demon soldier captain. So, what if he's the right demon envoy? Your disturbing order. They attack indiscriminately against their own side, and heavy punishment is deserved. Anyone who disobeys will be executed without mercy. Strong fighters surround us from all sides. The mysterious tower's logic made Luo's face almost twist in anger. How can this be? I clearly saw her. Simu Xiu's eyes flashed with intense coldness. We've been tricked. The air suddenly cools down. The atmosphere becomes tense. Su Gui is watching everything clearly from the shadows. She has the eyes of destiny. Of course, she can sense someone spying on her. So she secretly hides herself first. A sneer appears at the corner of Su Gui's mouth. The mysterious tower's logic and Simu Xiu are from the 10th Hall, and they are traitors to the Supreme Immortal Court. Let them fight each other. Those who want to kill her, she won't leave alive. Su Gui quickly rushes toward the call in her heart. She avoids many obstacles. Finally, she reaches the palace inside the Demon City Lord's mansion. Her heart beats faster and faster. She can feel it. The call is right in front of her. There is no one inside the hall. Su Gui moves swiftly like a fox and quickly enters the hall. Just after turning a screen, she sees a pure black, exquisite bow resting on a rack. The carvings on the bow are vivid and lifelike. The aura radiating from it is terrifying. Dark, bloody energy fills the air with a deadly sense of slaughter. The ancient, mysterious atmosphere is distant and solemn, like a mountain high or a vast sky encircling. Surrounding the bow is a shimmering, divine blue energy. Su Gui's heart pounds. It's it. She feels her blood burning fiercely. Her veins are boiling with energy. The demonic energy in her dantian spins wildly. The heavenly demon zither inside the phoenix god's space also rings loudly. It sounds excited, like a wild dance. Su Gui has a strong intuition. This bow is related to her adoptive father's whereabouts. Suddenly, footsteps approach from outside the hall. Master, the Fushi divine bow you asked for has been found. Yes, take me to get it. The footsteps grow closer. The person is far more powerful than her. Their strength is extremely terrifying. Su Hui's eyes sharpened as her palm landed on the bow. A brilliant divine light burst forth wildly. The Fushi divine bow radiated a dazzling, eye-catching glow. A powerful energy surged like a mighty river. The entire palace trembled intensely. Su Hui felt a burning pain in her palm. It was as if her skin was splitting open. But her meridians and bones were truly being tempered. The spiritual energy in her mind, was rapidly increasing. Her dantian desperately absorbed the power emitted by the Fushi divine bow. Her physical body became even stronger. The vast, majestic spiritual power crashed through her strange meridians and 8 channels. There was a feeling of soaring high like a phoenix crying to the heavens, proud and dominant over the sky. The starry glow totem of her advancement instantly shone brilliantly. Su Hui's cultivation level, from the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm, suddenly rose sharply to the peak of the Spirit Sage realm. Her cultivation kept increasing rapidly. Her dantian at the Spirit Sage peak transformed fiercely. She directly advanced to the verge of the immortal realm. She jumped 2 major levels in an instant. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Outside the palace, the demon lord of the demon city and a man wearing a silver mask noticed the commotion. Their expressions changed drastically. Who is it? The demon lord, dressed in a black gold robe, released a fierce and oppressive aura. The obstacle in front of him turned to dust instantly. It was a stunning young girl with wild black hair, grabbing the Fushi divine bow. The demon lord roared angrily. Put down the Fushi divine bow. He rushed forward with deadly intent. A cold, murderous light flashed in his eyes. His unmatched palm force ruthlessly struck Su Hui's back. If hit, she would definitely be reduced to bones. The Fushi Divine Bow emitted a golden glow, forming a protective barrier. The powerful energy wave was terrifyingly intense. The Demon Lord's expression changed in shock. He was knocked back fiercely by the overwhelming force. Ugh! The Demon Lord's entire body surged with blood, and he suddenly felt a bitter taste in his throat. A sudden flow of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. His mind was shaken violently, his eyes widened like bronze bells, full of disbelief. He knew the Fushi Divine Bow was very powerful. After all, it was an ancient divine artifact. I didn't expect even he would be hurt. He spent so much effort and energy to finally find the Fushi Divine Bow. How could he just give it up so easily? The Demon Lord was about to become furious and attack. The man with the silver mask raised his hand to stop him. The Demon Lord was filled with anger. Your Majesty, are you really going to give away the Fushi Divine Bow? The man with the silver mask looked sharp. This is the Divine Bow protecting its master. The Demon Lord was shocked. The Divine Bow is protecting its master. This girl has actually contracted with the Fushi Divine Bow. The man with the silver mask also felt shocked inside. Remember, the Fushi Divine Bow is one of the strongest ancient treasures left in the world. Many people in the immortal spirit realm and the demon realm have been searching for it, and she just contracted it so easily. Isn't the Fushi Divine Bow known as the most rebellious ancient artifact? There were rumors that terrifying experts from the celestial domain wanted to contract the Fushi Divine Bow, but it fought back and almost ruined their cultivation. How can a person with only semi-immortal strength quickly contract it? What is this girl's true identity? Why would the Fushi Divine Bow recognize her as its master? Outside the palace, a group of strong fighters rushed in, surrounding the entire city Lord's palace. The right demon envoy, the left demon envoy, the demon soldiers captain, and others like Gue Lu Luo and Si Mu Xiao hurried inside. How dare you? She dared to steal treasure in front of the demon lord. She was completely crazy. The demon lord's face was full of killing intent, fierce and ruthless. Do you know her? Gue Lu Luo and Si Mu Xiao's faces turned pale. They were shaken by the demon lord's fierce aura, their insides churning. They knelt down with a thud. Si Mu Xiao was trembling with fear. Reporting to the demon lord, she is from the Supreme Immortal Academy. The right demon envoy hurried to explain. We caught a group of people from the Supreme Immortal Academy in the forest of the Domain C for experiments. But unexpectedly, Su Nua, who escaped, dared to break in and steal treasures. She was the one we were hunting all over the city for. The demon lord's face was full of killing intent. He looked at the man with the mask. What should we do? He snorted coldly. Her cultivation level isn't high enough. She can't even pull the string of the Fushi Divine Bow. So, what if she made a contract? As long as the person dies, the Fushi Divine Bow still belongs to us. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Qi's beautiful phoenix eyes shot out a chilling, bloodthirsty aura. She clenched her 5 fingers tightly and suddenly grasped the back of the Fushi Divine Bow with her palm. One fingertip touched the bowstring. A golden arrow suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Su Qi held the Fushi Divine Bow fiercely, aiming at them. The fierce arrow burst with overwhelming power. Golden divine energy surged wildly. Bright light flashed and roared. The air sizzled and almost seemed to twist and tear apart. Her face, stunningly beautiful, was as cold as ice. She radiated a commanding presence, looking down on everyone with arrogance, as if she ruled the world. At this moment, she was like an all-powerful empress. Her aura was strong and terrifying. Su Qi's eyes were cold and indifferent. Her fair fingertips loosened. The golden arrow, filled with domineering and fierce power from heaven and earth, shot out violently, like a mountain roar and a sea wave, overturning heaven and earth. Everyone saw this scene and was greatly shocked. The man behind the silver mask looked even more like he had been slapped hard, his face ugly and red and blue. Just moments ago, He was confident that Su Qi couldn't pull the bowstring. Now he was slapped in the face. No one could see his expression, but they could feel the extremely oppressive low pressure in the air. The Fushi divine arrow exploded with divine light, terrifying in power. The surrounding demon soldiers were shattered by the spreading energy waves, their bodies bursting apart. Even the left demon envoy and the right demon envoy felt a strong threat. Not to mention Gui Luluo and Simu Xiao. The man with the silver mask looked cold as a blade. He harshly ordered, "Kill her." The strong ones around rushed forward. Their killing intent erupted like a volcano.
Bang, bang, bang.
As soon as the demon soldiers approached, they were instantly turned to dust. Their screams were sharp and shrill, like vengeful ghosts. The encircling wall of copper and iron was completely shattered. The demon lord was furious and itching for a fight. These were all his carefully selected and accumulated super-strong troops. Everyone's cultivation was at least at the high level of a quasi-immortal realm, yet she defeated them all with a single strike. The silver-masked man's eyes showed a hint of excitement. The power of the divine bow of Fushi was truly extraordinary. He was determined to get it. "Go, everyone. As long as you kill her, you'll be greatly rewarded." The demon lord's face twitched with veins bulging, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. He spread his arms wide. A black energy sphere suddenly appeared in front of him. The sphere shot out with a powerful strike. It collided fiercely with the divine arrow of Fushi. A terrifying aura spread out. The light illuminated the world. The energy sphere shattered. Cracks like a spider web crackled. The silver-masked man's pupils shrank suddenly. "Quick, get out of the way." The divine arrow of Fushi emitted a terrifying shockwave, unstoppable. The right demon's magic user couldn't dodge in time. The arrow pierced through flesh and blood. He was lifted into the air by the arrow's force. The right demon's face showed a look of horror. Such terrifying energy. He tried to break free, but the divine arrow of Fushi instantly pierced through him completely. "Ah!" The right demon shouted in pain. His divine power surged through his limbs and bones. His body twisted grotesquely in midair like a worm. His muscles kept bulging. He looked like a balloon about to burst. Everyone was stunned, faces full of fear. The demon lord quickly moved to save him. The silver-masked man looked toward the direction of the arrow. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. "The divine arrow of Fushi will break through the barrier. Hurry and stop it." This Su Hui completely surprised him. Not only did she draw the divine bow of Fushi, but she also aimed to break the abyss barrier. The silver-masked man's cold gaze was like a venomous snake. He glared fiercely at Su Hui. Then he transformed into a beam of light, rushing straight into the void. Fortunately, Su Hui's cultivation wasn't very high. The power of that arrow hadn't fully manifested yet. There was still time to stop it. A tall, handsome figure appeared to block his path. The man's powerful aura overshadowed everything, making others feel awe. His handsome face, like a peerless deity ruling the world. The terrifying pressure he released made everyone feel trembling. The silver-masked man trembled fiercely. "Why are you here?" At this moment, a loud cry rang out outside the demon city. Evil domain's people have broken in. The city gates sounded their horns repeatedly. Fighting sounds were fierce and deadly. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. The evil domain is known as the craziest and most hated of the 8 regions in the immortal spirit realm. These people are all extremely fierce. Their fighting strength is terrifyingly intense. They fight recklessly, like reckless warriors. All obey only the orders of the evil emperor. The demon lord looked at the terrifying figure in the void, trembling with fear. That was the evil emperor. The master of the evil domain, the evil emperor, had silently and suddenly entered. When did the Abyss Demon City offend this killing god? The silver-masked man stared tightly at the man in front of him, almost biting his gums in anger. "Nangong Ming, you've actually come back." Everyone in the immortal spirit realm knew that the evil emperor was rarely in the evil domain. But no one knew where he was. Now, why is he here? And why is he leading people to attack the Abyss Demon City? Nangong Ming lazily lifted his eyes, cold and indifferent. Kirin Child, who do you want to kill? The silver-masked man called Kirin Child, the fifth prince of the Soul Realm Kirin Ancient Kingdom. Kirin Child's eyes darkened. He hadn't spoken yet. Suddenly, he saw the Fushi divine arrow about to break through the barrier. Kirin Child wanted to rush past, but Nangong Ming's presence firmly blocked his way. A deafening explosion sounded from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The Fushi divine arrow shattered the darkness. The feeling of the world collapsing was chilling. A brilliant light poured down. The dark land was bathed in light. All this showed that the barrier of the Abyss Demon City had truly been broken. Everyone's faces showed shock like turbulent waves. Once the barrier is broken, the outside world will soon discover the existence of the Demon City. The Demon Lord's face twisted in rage, fiery anger erupting like magma. Kirin Child stared at Nangong Ming fiercely. Lord Evil Emperor, you and my soul realm are not in conflict. Why are you doing this? Nangong Ming stood with his hands behind his back, his naturally noble face wild and unruly. His voice was calm and steady, but it gave a strong, ruthless feeling of a killer. Do I need a reason to kill you? Kalinzi looked furious, his eyes blazing. Our ancient Qilin kingdom is not easy to mess with. Nangong Ming's lips curled into a cruel smile. If you hurt the emperor or empress of my evil domain, aren't you asking me to destroy your Qilin kingdom? Kalinzi was stunned. Where did the evil domain get an emperor or empress? Could it be that the queen of the spirit realm has come? He instinctively retorted. I haven't seen the queen of the spirit realm for a long time. Nangong Ming clicked his tongue. The queen of the spirit realm? She's not qualified for that. Kalinzi's face stiffened. It's not the queen of the spirit realm. Everyone knows that the queen of the spirit realm loves the evil domain's emperor and empress. If it's not her, then who? In a flash, Kalinzi's mind flashed with a face that was unmatched in beauty. His eyes widened. You're talking about Su Hui, that bratty girl. His words were cut off by a terrifying force. Suddenly, his knees felt a sharp, piercing pain. He was forced to kneel in midair. Facing Thor Sui. Nangong Ming's dark eyes, as cold as a deep lake, were cruel and fierce. Apologize to her. Kalinzi was shocked and angry, his face full of humiliation. He never expected that the evil emperor would be so protective and domineering. More importantly, the so-called emperor or empress of the evil domain was actually such a weak person. Kalinzi's anger burned hot. He sneered. If the queen of the spirit realm knew that her future emperor or empress of the evil domain was her, she would definitely come after her. Do you think you can protect her? Without caring about the other's reaction, Kalinzi suddenly rushed out, attacking Nangong Ming. As long as he could hold Nangong Ming back, he might have a chance to kill Su Hui. He not only wanted to avenge Su Hui for stealing the Fushi Divine Bow, but also to severely humiliate Nangong Ming, returning the insult. And once he killed Su Hui, he could also please the queen of the spirit realm. Thinking this way, Kalinzi's killing intent grew even stronger. He secretly transmitted a message. Devil City, obey my command, kill her for me. Then he shouted angrily into the sky. General Shoa, come out. The air trembled with a terrifying surge of power. Suddenly, a tall, strong figure appeared. He looked imposing and intimidating, with a powerful and cold aura. His cultivation level was even more mysterious and deep. This person was the General Shoa mentioned by the Qilin Child. The two of them desperately tried to trap Nangong Ming. The battle in the void was fierce and wild. The entire abyssal demon city seemed about to collapse, making everyone nervous. The fight between top experts was earth-shaking. The demon lord glared fiercely at Su Hui. Earlier, Qilin Child and the evil emperor had a conversation. They heard everything clearly. Do you think the people of the evil realm can save you? Hand over the Fushi Divine Bow. The demon lord radiated a terrifying and powerful aura. He was a high-level immortal lord, while Su Hui was only a quasi-immortal. She was no match for him. Su Hui looked calm, with cold lips curling. Want the Fushi divine bow? Then get ready. She dared to come alone to the bow. Even if Nan Gongming didn't come, she was confident she could retreat safely. She was not a fragile flower under a man's protection. And she never fought without confidence. Su Hui raised the Fushi divine bow, her fair fingers resting on the string. The sharpness of the Fushi divine arrow was chilling. The arrowhead seemed ready to pierce the heart in the next second. The demon lord's breath paused. He sneered mockingly. With your cultivation level, even if you pull the Fushi divine bow again, you can't activate the divine arrow. Su Hui looked at him disdainfully. Foolish, the Fushi divine arrow shot out with a whistling sound, rushing toward the demon lord. A divine glow burst out across the sky and earth. As if moving mountains and overturning seas, the world trembled. The demon lord's expression changed suddenly. He desperately dodged. The Fushi divine arrow seemed to have eyes, tracking him closely. No matter where the demon lord ran, the arrow followed relentlessly. The killing intent was so strong it could solidify into substance. Wherever it went, it immediately turned into ruins. Once the divine arrow was released, it was unstoppable. The demon lord roared in frustration. Everyone witnessing this scene was stunned in shock. Fushi's divine bow is so powerful. From the first time Goe Lu Luo and Si Mu Xiu saw it, they already started to covet it. Now those terrifying super-strong fighters are all restrained. The two of them, along with the left demon envoy, charged forward together. The right demon envoy almost died under Fushi's divine arrow. At this moment, they dealt a deadly to Su Hui. The city gate was broken. Several figures rushed in swiftly. Vice Dean Mo and the people from the first hall hurried over. Intense energy clashes erupted. A terrifying shockwave stirred up clouds of smoke. Goe Lu Luo and Si Mu Xiu. Seeing this, the left and right demon envoys knew something was wrong. Goe Lu Luo quickly pointed at Su Hui and shouted, Vice Dean Mo, Su Hui is a spy from the Supreme Immortal Academy. Quickly deal with her. Vice Dean Mo looked at him as if he were an idiot. Do you think I am stupid? The fact that you collaborated with the demon clan has already spread throughout the entire Supreme Immortal Academy. Goe Lu Luo's face turned pale, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Si Mu Xiu remained relatively calm. He thought this was definitely a trick. His voice was cold. Vice Dean Mo, everything should be based on evidence. We and Goe Lu Luo worked hard to sneak in and save people, yet you treat us as traitors? This is absurd. Completely turning black into white. Framing us unfairly, Si Mu Xiu spoke confidently and firmly. Zhong Li Wu Shuang spat. Saving people? Or killing them to cover your tracks? You really have no shame. I never thought that as leaders of the 10th Hall, you would be so disgusting. By Li Shangyu said sharply, the metals are monitored by the surveillance system. Your every move just now has been reported to the entire hall since the explosion and disappearance in the Domain C forest. Vice Dean Mo teamed up with the elders to activate the 5-element spiritual power mirror on their metals to track the missing persons. After all, the assessment in the Domain C forest is extremely harsh. Only the fittest survive. But every disappearance or death must be documented. Goe Lu Luo and Si Mu Xiu were struck by a thunderbolt. Beep sounds came from their metals. A shadow appeared from the 5-star glow. It showed the scene of meeting Su Niu outside the demon city in the forest. Up to this very moment, every word of dialogue was crystal clear. The evil Tower Luo's eyes turned black. He felt a thunderous roar echoing in his mind. They had never realized that this badge had such a use. They thought they had avoided being recorded by Su Niu's tracking charm. But unexpectedly, there was also a real-time badge monitor. The Supreme Immortal Court's move was too clever. Vice Dean Mo sneered. If you find out the secret of this badge, what will happen? My Supreme Immortal Court won't let you do whatever you want. There's always someone better. You're still too young. Vice Dean Mo continued. We won't punish Su Niu. In fact, we should thank her. Without her and the people from the first hall, we wouldn't have uncovered your scheme with the demon race so quickly. If Sunyo hadn't broken the barrier of the abyssal demon city, they wouldn't have arrived so fast. Although the people from the evil domain were a step ahead, who could compare to the perverted evil emperor? At this moment, Elder Wu reported, "Old Mo, all the missing students have been rescued." Vice Dean Mo clapped his hands. "Bring down the evil Tower Luo and Simu Xiao." Evil Tower Luo panicked. He yelled wildly, "You're all lying." The right and left demon messengers exchanged a glance.
A loud explosion erupted.
Dark smoke filled the surroundings. Evil Tower Luo and Simu Xiao took the opportunity to escape. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Running away in front of your grandpa? If you can run away, then I'm not Chu Xian. The 6 people from the first hall surrounded and attacked. Vice Dean Mo and Elder Wu fought the left and right demon messengers respectively. The battle was extremely fierce. Sunyo's expression turned cold. She could sense that after the Fushi divine arrow hit the demon lord, a trace of bloodline energy was transmitted through the Fushi divine bow. It wasn't her cheap father or beautiful mother's aura. It could only be her 5 brothers. The demon lord of this abyssal demon city had once interacted with her brothers. And it was more than just a simple encounter. Could she be one of his brothers in the demon world? Sunyo's figure instantly teleported toward the demon lord. At this moment, after being hit by the Fushi divine arrow, the demon lord's palms were burned black and torn, revealing the bones underneath. The energy within his meridians surged wildly, almost impossible to control. The demon lord was so angry that smoke seemed to rise from his head. He finally stabilized himself using a secret demon technique. Suddenly, Sunyo's figure appeared before him. The aura around the demon lord was cold and oppressive. He wished he could swallow Sunyo alive. "You're still coming back." All of this was because of her. Sunyo looked at his bloodied hands with a playful expression. "Didn't you want to catch the Fushi divine arrow? Now that your wish is granted, aren't you happy?" The demon lord was furious, nearly jumping in anger, his eyes blazing with fire. He summoned a huge demon axe in his hand. The air around him crackled with lightning. A fierce demonic energy raged wildly. The demon lord shouted, "Thunder Demon Axe." Sunyo's elegant figure remained calm and composed. Her Sea Emperor battle armor shone brightly. She held an ancient fierce sword and struck forward. The sword's power to tear through space was enough to shake the stars. The 2 forces collided fiercely. A terrifying shockwave spread in all directions, causing the abyss's cliffs to collapse repeatedly, leading to complete destruction. The demon lord's pupils shrank. Sunyo was only at the peak of the quasi-immortal realm. Why did her power seem to far surpass what she should have? When did a quasi-immortal level become capable of fighting a main immortal? And she even crossed a realm to reach the immortal stage. This was simply unbelievable. The demon lord's face darkened. "Humph. Just bluffing." He unleashed a powerful demonic energy that shook the heavens and the earth like a mighty storm. Beneath the abyss, it was as if a demon was trying to tear everything apart. His aura was so strong it made others feel uneasy. Sunyo narrowed her eyes slightly and chose to attack up close. Trying to get close was like a tiny ant shaking a giant tree. The demon axe and the blazing abyss sword clashed fiercely. Their dazzling light flickered intensely. The demon lord's face twisted as he laughed loudly. "You can't even break my wind barrier." Su Hui smiled slightly. "Is that so?" Countless vines like a net of heaven and earth covered the demon lord's protective wind barrier. Poisonous liquid hissed as it corroded the magical wind. The demon lord was terrified. The divine tree of 10,000 poisons. But that shouldn't be. Even the divine tree of 10,000 poisons couldn't corrode his wind barrier so quickly. There was only one possibility. Su Hui could also use magic. And her magic level was far above his. Thinking of this, the demon lord was furious. "You are from the demon race." "Demon race? That bloodline doesn't match me." The demon lord's anger boiled over. "You're insulting my demon race." Did she have time to insult? What she wanted was to beat him up. Her energy from her dantian poured madly into the divine tree of 10,000 poisons. The wind around the demon lord shattered with a loud bang. His expression changed drastically. Impossible. Su Hui appeared with the Fushi divine bow in her hand. She launched an attack with lightning speed. The power of the Fushi divine bow was vast and mighty. The demon lord couldn't dodge in time. His flesh was fiercely cut. A trace of aura from his bloodline appeared. Su Hui's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it was her brother's aura. There must be a mark of her brother on the demon lord. As long as she destroyed that mark, she could get a shadow of her brother's aura. Su Hui looked at the demon lord as if she was eyeing a treasure. The demon lord's hair stood on end under her gaze. He glared angrily. "You're courting death." The cultivation of the immortal lord realm erupted with endless power.
Ekraseli attacked Sui.
Su Hui's figure was extremely strange and tricky. She kept flashing around. Another piece of flesh was cut. The demon lord gritted his teeth in pain. How hateful. The demon lord fought madly. Even a peak quasi-immortal could not defeat him. Blood and flesh on his body kept being cut by the Fushi divine bow. Demon energy surged wildly. Blood splattered constantly. The demon lord was furious. Why did he feel like a tool being toyed with by Su Hui? The demon lord roared angrily, his chest fire erupting like a volcano. His eyes were bloodshot as he wildly attacked, fists flying everywhere. The air trembled with powerful explosions, so intense that even the void seemed to shake. Su Hui did not dodge or evade. She faced him head-on. Her Sea King battle armor was strong and adaptable to any challenge. Its defense was top-tier. The entire abyss shook with their fierce battle, causing fear among the people in the demon city. Zhuge Jin watched with excitement. Who is so strong? Even if they fought the demon lord, they would likely be badly hurt. But Su Hui fought alone and didn't fall behind. Instead, she made the demon lord so angry and frantic that he kept getting pushed back. Bailey Shangyu looked proud. Of course. She's the one I swear to follow forever. Since Su Hui saved her in the Dragon and Phoenix secret realm, she decided to follow her to the end, remaining loyal forever. Chu Xian chuckled. Big boss is Lord Nangong. Little beauty you, don't compete with the boss for her. Bailey Shangyu snorted. The mysterious tower and Si Muxiu had already been completely controlled. The mysterious tower wanted to curse loudly, but Yao Lisham quickly shoved a pill into their mouths. They could only make muffled sounds. Young Master Xie stepped on the head of the mysterious tower. From the moment you betrayed, you should have thought about this ending. Elder Wu had already killed the right demon spirit. The right demon spirit was badly injured, so Elder Wu fought effortlessly. The left demon spirit was also restrained by Vice Dean Mo. Vice Dean Mo's eyes flashed with killing intent. Don't let anyone die. This demon city is built so secretly. The people behind it are definitely more than just Kirin Child. Many families came to train in the Sea of Domains. Yet, only the people from the Supreme Immortal Academy were captured. Clearly, someone was deliberately targeting the academy. Hearing Vice Dean Mo's warning, everyone's faces grew serious. Soon, the mysterious tower, Si Muxiu, and the left demon spirit were all taken into the prison tower. Elder Wu hesitated. Will the people from the 10th Palace still participate in the assessment? Vice Dean Mo was about to speak. Elder Fu led a group of people forward. Of course, the assessment must continue. This assessment not only affects the overall resource distribution of the universe, but also the important matter of fairly determining the quota for Flowing Illusion Island. These two people betrayed us. How does that relate to the others in the 10th Hall? Could it be that the rest of the 10th Hall still have to suffer because of them? Elder Fu looked fierce and very assertive. Behind him were the others from the 10th Hall. Vice Dean Mo glanced at him. His voice was cold. The assessment can be discussed later. After all, Su Lin was still fighting the Demon Lord. Vice Dean Mo ordered, Supreme Immortal Academy, listen up. If student Su Lin needs help, cooperate fully. Elder Fu stared at the figure of the girl in the sky, a strange, dark light flickering in his deep black eyes. People from the evil domain had already taken over the entire demon city. Another group of fierce fighters entered, full of killing intent. The atmosphere grew tense. The leader was the famous killer from the evil domain, Rakshasa, Jaime. He was also one of the most ruthless and merciless slaughterers under the evil emperor. Step aside. Make way. Stop blocking the way with your blind eyes. Jaime's group pushed Elder Fu and the people from the 10th hall aside. Elder Fu was nearly knocked over. He was furious, his face turning red and his neck thickening. You. Rude. Yeah. What's with the arrogance? Someone from the 10th hall muttered quietly. Jaime paused. The sound of swords and blades unsheathing echoed loudly. Everyone from the evil domain stared fiercely at Elder Fu. The air was thick with bloodlust. Vice Dean Mo shouted angrily at Elder Fu and the others. Are you crazy? Step back. Elder Fu clenched his fists tightly, feeling trapped and extremely frustrated. Jaime's face, however, twisted into a sinister smile. He walked toward Elder Fu. Every step seemed to crush his heart. Elder Fu clenched his fists, but dared not make a move. Jaime's bloody sword heavily slapped his face. What did you just say? Say it again. His voice was calm and gentle, but it carried a deadly, bloodthirsty aura. Elder Fu dares to be angry, but not to speak. He doesn't dare say a word. Jaime's eyes flash with disdain. A sharp scream suddenly erupts. Everyone's hearts skip a beat, and they all look in that direction. It's the person who just whispered in the 10th hall. His entire arm has been cut off. Everyone's faces change suddenly. Elder Fu is furious. You all are too much. Jaime looks proud and defiant. So what? Come and fight. Elder Fu glances at Vice Dean Mo, furious. Vice Dean, are you just going to let the evil domain's people bully the Supreme Immortal Academy? Vice Dean Mo raises a hand in refusal. You all are blind. Don't use us as scapegoats. Others also step back, looking like fools. Haven't you seen that the evil domain has already swept through the entire demon city? And you're blindly rushing forward. Elder Fu clenches his fists tightly, his face muscles trembling with anger. Everyone from the 10th hall has veins bulging on their foreheads, looking extremely frustrated. Jaime snorts coldly. He turns his head to look at the figure fighting in the void. With curiosity, is that our Emperor-Empress? Others from the evil domain also praise. One person fighting the demon lord. Amazing! A battle at the peak of the quasi-immortal realm against a high-level immortal master. It's unprecedented and unmatched. Truly our evil domain's Emperor-Empress. Love her. Don't forget the queen of the spirit realm too. That spirit realm queen keeps peeking upward every day. Shameless. Send orders to quickly clear the recent rumors. Who knows which shameless hypocrite is spreading gossip again? Who else? Within the 8 domains, besides the spirit realm queen, who dares spread rumors about the master? By the way, if the spirit realm queen knew about the Emperor-Empress's existence, with her current cultivation, she'd be at a disadvantage. Pfft. If she dares to come, we dare to kill. The master said that if anyone dares to interfere with the Emperor-Empress, we will wipe out the spirit realm completely. Swear to defend the Emperor-Empress. The people of the evil domain are full of fighting spirit.
Wow.
The demon lord is being beaten again, haha. Empress, you're so amazing, people around. No, how can you people from the evil realm be so double-standard? Where was that fierce and domineering look just now? Why do you all seem like little fans now? Although they are criticizing, the people from the evil realm are also protective of their own, which makes others feel nervous and scared. They can also hear the cheers from the crowd below. She slightly curves her lips. However, the demon lord is almost furious. This young girl is too terrifying. Not only does she have endless tricks, but her movements are strange and unpredictable. And her endless magical artifacts, whether attack or defense tools, they drive people crazy. A genius like this appearing in the immortal spirit realm makes the demon realm tremble. He feels like he's just being used as a practice target. The demon lord's anger boils over. What do you want to do? Su Nian's divine bow, the Fushi divine bow, falls from a tricky angle. The demon lord accidentally gets hit hard again. He's so angry, he almost cries. It hurts so much. The power of the Fushi divine Bao cannot be countered by magic power. He's furious and frustrated. Ah! The demon lord's eyes turn red, and he rushes forward like a madman.
Sun Yan quickly dages.
A smile appears on her face, finally gathered. As she finishes speaking, the air suddenly changes. The surrounding blood energy surges. Gradually, it condenses into a shadowy symbol. The demon lord looks shocked. This is the mark left on him by that mysterious person. Su Nian's goal is this. She must not be discovered. As the shadow image becomes clearer, the demon lord's black eyes flash with a hint of hostility. Didn't expect you to be so bold. You shouldn't have had this idea. A huge pair of wings appears behind the demon lord, covering the sky and blocking the sun. It's demon wings. On the shadow mark, a blurry figure appears. From the back view, that man is radiant and elegant. His aura is so powerful, it's like a divine being descending. However, the shadow flickered and grew increasingly blurry as the demon lord's power surged. It became so faint that only swirling snowflakes could be seen. A hint of killing intent flashed across Su Nian's face. Those who block me, die. The ancient first fierce sword slashed across the sky with great force. Its powerful energy spread throughout the abyss. Even the people on the demon city couldn't help but gasp in shock. Clash! The demon wings were cut apart. At this moment, Su Nian appeared like a hellish warrior descending from the heavens. The demon lord's heart trembled violently. This girl was too terrifying. Her explosive strength was more formidable than many talented beings in the fairy and demon worlds. If she kept growing, she would be a very dangerous threat. The longer the fight went on, the worse it was for him. He had to defeat her quickly. A look of determination appeared on the demon lord's face. All his strength gathered together. His other wings struck down fiercely. It looked like he was about to kill Su Nian with a single. But suddenly, a sinister voice whispered in his ear. I am here. The demon lord's face turned pale, and his blood ran cold instantly. A strange panic crept up his spine. He was about to counterattack quickly. Suddenly, a divine bow pierced through his heart with a sharp force. On the snowy mountain peak of a certain world, a man buried in snow suddenly opened his eyes. Fushi divine bow, little sister, Su Nian suddenly clutched her chest, feeling as if her heart sensed something, her gaze fixed on the blurry shadow imprint. The distance in her bloodline was closer than ever before. She felt her blood boiling wildly. The scene was so quiet that even her breathing could be heard.
Su Nian clenched her fists tightly.
She knew exactly where her brother was. Meanwhile, the demon lord, pierced through the heart by the Fushi divine bow, was stiff all over. His eyes widened like copper bells. His gaze fixed on the bleeding heart. His face was filled with disbelief and terror. No! The demon lord roared loudly, pain tearing through his body. He wanted to strike Su Nian's forehead with his palm. But the divine power of the Fushi divine bow was surging wildly. His body began to disintegrate and disappear. Centered around his heart, most of his body was hollow and empty. And the hole kept getting bigger.
No.
No. The demon lord, do not allow this. The demon lord's face was pale, and he desperately used his magic power to heal himself. If it was normal strength, he might have a chance to save himself. But this was divine power. Su Nian drew back the Fushi divine bow quickly. The blood on the bowstring vanished instantly. The demon lord, like a madman, ran wildly, terrified by the loss of his life force. Master, save me. All around, his space domain had already sealed him in. He could neither ascend nor descend. Escape was impossible. Moreover, Kirin Child had already been subdued by Nangongming. General Shoa had been beheaded by Nangongming. No one was coming to save him. The demon lord radiated pure hatred. Deep resentment and despair enveloped him completely. No one expected this. Not long ago, the proud demon lord of the demon city was now in a terrible state. He stared at Su Nian like a vengeful ghost, mad and fierce, even in death. I will make you pay. He charged forward wildly. A chilling, bloody aura filled the entire world. Su Nian stood there calmly. Her icy, beautiful face was expressionless. Just as the demon lord thought he could strike Su Nian hard, his body suddenly exploded like a burst balloon. He turned to dust and vanished in smoke. Ah! Lingering screams of terror echoed in the air, shocking everyone. Su Nian really killed the demon lord. The people below cheered wildly. Su Nian's figure landed gracefully. The people of the evil domain kneeled in unison. Greetings, Empress. Their loud voices shook the sky, inspiring awe and excitement.
Su Nian coughed softly.
She silently looked at Nan Gongming. This demon, this evil emperor, was truly mysterious. Everywhere was full of surprises. No wonder he could easily bring her to the upper world. And he even had the highest level token of the Supreme Immortal Court. She even began to doubt. His identity was not just that of an evil emperor. Nan Gongming gently rubbed her small head with his warm hand, a proud and noble face filled with a loving smile. It was truly enviable to others. The young girl was stunningly beautiful, breathtakingly so. The young man was supreme and powerful, like a ruler of the world. They were a perfect match, truly the most compatible pair. Zhuge Jin covered his heart and said, "Oh, all this love makes me feel so overwhelmed." Yao Lixing said, "I'll kick away this love scene first." The young master, with a mischievous smile, lightly shook his folding fan. "Refuse love, and I won't be a lonely king." Everyone around laughed loudly. In the happy atmosphere, a discordant voice appeared. Kalinzi smiled wickedly and strangely. "Su Hui, do you think the evil realm emperor and empress are so easy to become? Don't you know what the evil emperor is?" Nan Gongming kicked Kalinzi hard at the knee. Kalinzi knelt heavily before Su Hui, face full of humiliation. He shouted loudly, "Nan Gongming, how dare you insult me like this? My Qilin ancient kingdom will not let you go." Jaime stepped forward and slapped him several times. "If you keep talking, I'll shut your mouth." Kalinzi's face instantly swelled like a pig's head. It was clear how heavy Jaime's hand was. Nan Gongming's face was noble and cold. "Apologize." Kalinzi trembled all over, scared out of his wits. He felt that at this moment, Nan Gongming truly had murderous intent. Why did things turn out like this? Kalinzi clenched his teeth and could only humbly apologize. Blood dripped heavily from his forehead, making him look miserable. Nan Gongming ordered, "Send him back to the Qilin kingdom and let them handle it. If they don't handle it well, I don't mind helping them solve the problem." Once Nan Gongming made a move, it would be a fate worse than death. The methods used by the evil realm to deal with criminals were terrifying and frightening. Kalinzi was shocked and panicked. He wanted to struggle and shout, but Jaime mercilessly stuffed a stinky shoe into his mouth. Ugh, 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 ugh. Kalinzi was overwhelmed by the smell, tears streaming down his face, vomiting uncontrollably. But what awaited him next was the anger of the Qilin king. Just thinking about that scene made Kalinzi regret it so much that his intestines turned green. After the people of the evil realm retreated, Vice Dean Mo quickly glanced at Nan Gongming. Then, with good judgment, he said to Su Hui, "Student Su Hui, the assessment will continue. You have 15 minutes. Immediately, he led everyone away quickly. Elder Fu and the people from the 10th hall, though jealous of Su Hui's status, had already been harshly dealt with by Jaime. Now, they dared not act presumptuously before the evil emperor. He is the ruler of a domain, standing at the very top of the entire immortal spirit realm. There was a moment of silence in the air. Nan Gongming gently brushed Su Hui's delicate nose with his long fingers. He smiled and asked, "Do you miss your husband?" Su Hui replied annoyed, "We're not married yet." Nan Gongming confidently wrapped his strong arm around her slim waist. "That will happen sooner or later." Su Hui thought for a moment, then summoned the Fushi divine bow in her palm. "I found my brother, but I haven't confirmed which one yet." Suddenly, the Fushi divine bow emitted a dazzling glow. A powerful force rippled like waves. It looked like a fierce lion baring its teeth, radiating danger. Su Hui looked at Nangong Ming in surprise. Does it seem to be hostile toward you? Nangong Ming snorted coldly. That natural aura was intimidating and unapproachable. The bow of the Fushi divine bow trembled violently. It seemed ready for a fierce battle. A smile appeared at the corner of Nangong Ming's mouth as he raised his hand. The Fushi divine bow suddenly disappeared with a whoosh. Su Hui, why does this Fushi divine bow seem a bit cowardly? In the Phoenix God space, the Fushi divine bow, boohoo. Little master, you're so mean. Humph. This man only bullies divine artifacts. When the little master's brother returns, I'll deal with him.
Sui chuckled softly.
Nangong Ming looked at her with a guilty expression, acting wronged. You didn't even help me. Nangong Ming's eyes held a gentle smile as he affectionately kissed her delicate palm. His voice was very charming. This confidence is given by you. Su Hui only felt her palm itch. This charming person, when emitting his enchanting aura, was truly hard to resist. After the two left the Abyss Demon City, a bright light pierced through the darkness of the abyss. Amidst the endless glow, a hazy figure was shrouded. That person's body was flowing with brilliant runes. Like the Divine King's presence, an overwhelming pressure spread everywhere. The chain of order was mysterious and powerful. He sensed the surrounding atmosphere. Suddenly, those vast starry eyes shone with endless light. The astonishing aura was a sign of absolute dominance. It also symbolized supreme authority. As his figure disappeared, dozens of shadows rushed in all directions. Su Hui returned to the Supreme Immortal Academy's main camp in the forest of Domain C. Vice Dean Mo immediately announced, due to an unprecedented accident during this assessment, the location of the next test will change. Of course, the rules remain the same. It is still about collecting the power of the 5 elements. The current rankings will stay the same. For safety, you will be teleported inside the 4 symbols heaven, the mountain and river map. Everyone was surprised. The mountain and river map of the 4 symbols heaven. This is a world forged from ancient weapons. It contains many hidden treasures and secrets. The Immortal Academy is willing to let us use it for training and testing. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Because the uncertainties in the Domain C forest are too many. This year has been really strange. In previous years, it was never so complicated. Who cares? Anyway, inside the mountain and river map, life and death are irrelevant. And when teleported into the world of the mountain and river map, everyone is scattered, making it even more dangerous. Only top experts can stand out. The Supreme Immortal Academy only keeps the strongest. Survival of the fittest. That's the enduring rule of history. Everyone's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Su Hui. If she hadn't broken the barrier of the Abyss Demon City, they wouldn't have had the chance to stand here and breathe. Su Nua's impressive victory over the Abyssal Demon Lord surprised everyone. She truly is a super genius who created the highest scores in the history of the Immortal Academy. Compared to previous years, when the 10th Hall shined brightly, this year has been a complete failure. Not only did 2 traitors appear, but the rest of the members didn't gather even a trace of the 5 elements' spiritual power. They are now at the bottom of the rankings. Out of the 7 leaders of the 10th Hall, 3 have been lost. Now only 4 remain: Huarong Che, Yao Jiang, Yu Fuxing, and Jun Xiu. Among the elite forces dispatched by the 10th Hall, only 20 are left. This loss is more than just heavy. It's devastating. Surrounding them, there are whispers and discussions. The morale of the 10th Hall members has been severely damaged. Jun Xiu is furious and angry. All these unpredictable events are caused by her. By her, she means Su Nua. Huarong Che's face is clouded with gloom. After entering the world of the mountain and river map, we must gather first, then plan the next steps carefully. Yao Zhang's eyes are sharp like a hawk. If she is the cause of the chaos, then we will deal with her at the root. Inside the mountain and river map world, there are 5 regions: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Su Nua entered the metal spiritual power area. The surroundings resemble a yellow soil plateau filled with the heat and dryness of a scorching summer. But what hits her face is a strong metallic spiritual energy. Su Nua is a master of all spiritual elements. Her dantian is rapidly absorbing the metal spiritual power. She observes her surroundings. Tall mountain ranges stretch like dragon spines. A huge cave is nearby. Hot air currents swirl around. Su Nua is slightly surprised. This is a rare metal or vein. Rare metals can be used to craft top-tier weapons and also to strengthen the body of the ancient First Fierce sword. The Huangyuan sword flies out from the phoenix god space, slicing through the air with several strikes. On the cave wall, a layer of platinum-colored metal appears easily. The Huangyuan sword's eyes nearly light up like a bright bulb. He excitedly roars. This ore vein has been formed for at least 10 million years. Perhaps there is a source of gold. Su Hui sensed the mineral vein with her spiritual awareness. No, this is not just rare metal. It is a black crystal stone vein. Huang Yuan froze. Huh? Black crystal stone vein? Huang Yuan's sword sliced through the air again. The power of the sword was extremely strong. Deep inside the platinum-colored metal material, there were clear, pure black crystals. Huang Yuan's sword. He was so excited that his whole sword seemed to dance. Ha ha ha, it's a big find. Beauty boss, your luck is really incredible. Just came in and found a black crystal stone vein. Remember, purple crystal stones are very rare spiritual crystals on the wind and cloud continent. But in the immortal spirit realm, they are not enough. Black crystal stones are the treasures that strong people fight over. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Hui's lips. Her luck was indeed good. Huang Yuan's sword. I wonder if there's black crystal spirit marrow. If there is black crystal spirit marrow, cultivation will soar. Su Hui, let's focus on practicing first. She quickly gathered spiritual power of gold. Time passed little by little. At sunset, two figures entered the cave. When they saw Su Hui, they were overjoyed. Hui Hui. It's really you. Su Hui turned to look, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Huang Yuan's sword paused when he saw Bailey Shangyu. Second sister, come quickly. Not only is there gold spiritual power here, there's also a lot of black crystal stones. Hurrah, this is an entire vein. All ours. Bailey Shangyu's steps slowed unconsciously. She exchanged a quick look with Zhongli Wushuang beside her. The two quickly ran towards Su Hui. Bailey Shangyu was about to hold Su Hui's arm. Hui Hui, you're amazing. No wonder you're the favorite of our first palace. Zhongli Wushuang also chuckled. Of course. If it weren't for Hui Hui, our first palace wouldn't stand a chance against the 10th palace. Su Hui took a step forward. Seemingly casually, she avoided Bailey Shangyu. She smiled faintly and said, yes, those useless people in the 10th palace only know how to play petty tricks all day. Huang Yuanjian chuckled and cursed, especially that ugly woman, Jun Xiu, and that troublemaker, Yu Fuxing. Is the 10th palace just a bunch of cowards? First they brought down a treacherous ghost tower, and now there's this nagging woman, Yu Fuxing. Just looking at him, you can tell he's weak, lacking energy, totally powerless. No strength at all. Insufficient vitality. Bailey Shangyu and Zhongli Wushuang's faces stiffened at the same time. Huang Yuanjian looked at them, smiling mischievously. Second sisters, what's wrong with you? Aren't you two usually the ones insulting the most? Why do you look so unhappy now? At this moment, Bailey Shangyu, no. To be precise, it was using the art of shape-shifting to disguise herself as Bailey Shangyu and Zhongli Wushuang, Jun Xiyu and Yu Fuxing. They were furious, being pointed at and scolded face to face. And having to agree with it, such a terrible feeling. But it didn't matter. It seemed that Su Gui and that hateful sword spirit hadn't recognized them. As long as she endured a little longer, she could quietly eliminate Su Gui here. Jun Xiyu, disguised as Bailey Shangyu, blinked innocently and looked around. Gui, is it just you? And what about Zhuge and the others? Huang Yuanjian also smiled. These two fools. Where did they get the courage to pretend to be Bailey Shangyu and Zhongli Wushuang? As the greatest fierce sword of ancient times, if he couldn't see through such petty tricks, then all his years of life would be wasted. Second sister would never make such a disgusting expression. Huang Yuanjian couldn't hold back anymore. Beauty, boss, I can't take it anymore. Huang Yuanjian leapt 3 feet into the air. His sword body transformed into a huge Haotian hammer and struck down fiercely. Jun Shiyu and Yu Fuxing hadn't even reacted to why a sword spirit suddenly went crazy.
Buzz.
The Haotian giant hammer hit right on their heads. Jun Shiyu and Yu Fuxing were completely stunned. Intense pain struck. Yu Fuxing was the first to react. You're asking for death. He was furious, and his spiritual power surged out of his palm. Jun Shiyu was not foolish. She immediately realized how serious the situation was. She didn't expect Sunyo to recognize her. The two of them worked together silently. Their fierce power attacked wildly. Sunyo raised an eyebrow and waved her palm. A puff of medicinal powder was released. Jun Shiyu and Yu Fuxing both sneered coldly.
Bang, bang, bang.
The giant hammer from the heavens fell wildly, like hitting moles. They focused on dodging above their heads. But they couldn't avoid Sunyo's medicinal powder. A sharp, biting pain like countless ants gnawing at their bones hit them. Their faces instantly transformed back to their original forms. Huang Yuan's sword looked disgusted. So ugly. Jun Shiyu hurriedly touched her face in panic. But the intense pain was like thousands of knives cutting her. The meridians in her limbs, bones, and internal organs were twisting and reversing. Yu Fuxing was furious. Sunyo, what did you do to us? Sunyo smiled sweetly, just a little poison. Wouldn't you two mind helping me test the poison? Jun Shiyu remembered. Sunyo had tamed the deadly poison tree in the forest of the Domain Sea. But she had already taken the antidote pill. Her blood had resistance to poison. Why was she still poisoned? Jun Shiyu quickly took out a royal-level antidote pill and swallowed it.
But it had no effect.
Huang Yuan's sword sneered. A royal-level antidote? You really underestimate the poison made by our beautiful boss? Yu Fuxing clenched his fists with a creaking sound. He had a divine-level pill, but it was hard-earned after 5 or 6 years of gathering resources. His eyes flashed with bloodshot veins. He made up his mind and took the divine-level pill. But it had no effect. Yu Fuxing's face was full of shock. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out violently. He felt his life force draining away. Yu Fuxing panicked. How can this be?
Sunyo.
What kind of poison did you put in? Yu Fuxing roared angrily. Sunyo glanced at him. Want the antidote? Moon Fuxing's face stiffened. Will you give us the antidote? Sunyo smiled playfully. How about this? I happen to need someone to mine. Moon Fuxing had a bad feeling. Sunyo said, as long as you dig out this vein, I will consider whether to give you the antidote. Moon Fuxing's eyes flashed with coldness. Consider it, the antidote is in my hands. What can you do? Maybe I'll give you a little ride. Moon Fuxing was so angry, he almost jumped. He took a deep, steady breath. He had to stay calm. He quickly glanced at Jun Shiyu. At this moment, Jun Shiyu's face was pale, and she was trembling constantly. Her hands behind her back were quickly signaling, trying to contact Huarongcha and the others using the unique communication method of the 10th Palace. Moon Fuxing's goal was to delay Sunyo. He stared fiercely at Sunyo. His eyes were like a venomous snake, shining with a cruel, vicious light. Jun Shiyu suddenly agreed. We'll help you mine. Sunyo's stunning face was charming, her lips alluring. She wanted to contact someone within her space domain. What kind of dream was that? Huang Yuan's sword fully took on the role of supervisor. Why are you wasting time? Haven't you mined before? He transformed into a blood whip. With barbed lashes, he struck hard at the two. Moon Fuxing gasped in pain. His spiritual power was sealed. Why was he so strong? This made no sense. Jun Shiyu staggered, nearly going crazy with anger. Endless rage burned in her chest. She had already secretly sent out a message. Jun Shiyu gritted her teeth. We can endure. The two of them held shovels, reluctantly starting to mine. They had hoped that during the mining, they could quietly absorb black crystal ore. But the poison was flowing through their limbs and bones, preventing them from absorbing any spiritual energy. They couldn't even gather the power of the 5 elements, let alone refine and absorb the black crystal ore. The most frustrating part was, while Moon Fuxing and Jun Xiyu were working hard at mining, Sun Yo and the Sword Spirit were loudly absorbing and refining the black crystal stones. The more black crystal they dug, the more black powder was produced nearby from the refining process. They were completely treated as free laborers. Jun Xiyu was about to lose her temper. Yu Fuxing glared at her. Hold back. Jun Xiyu was both angry and frustrated. After an hour, she anxiously looked toward the cave entrance, fists clenched. Why haven't they come yet? Yu Fuxing replied, didn't you already send a message? The world of the mountain and river map is so big, it can't be that fast to get here. Let's wait a bit longer. Jun Xiyu felt a bitter taste in her throat and could only grit her teeth and swallow her frustration. This situation continued for 3 days. Both of them were exhausted, covered in dirt, with messy hair. Jun Xiyu angrily threw down her shovel and sat heavily on the ground, crying uncontrollably. I give up digging. Wah! Huang Yuanjian chuckled loudly. Ha, and then burst into tears again. His family's beautiful leader was simply too powerful. Su Hui looked at the black crystal they had almost finished mining. Although their spiritual powers were sealed, under Huang Yuanjian's pressure these past few days, their mining speed was astonishing. Su Hui smiled and said, you probably are still waiting for the people from the 10th hall to arrive, right? Yu Fuxing's face darkened. What do you mean? Huang Yuanjian grinned mischievously. It means that your rescue message was already intercepted by my boss. Su Hui's finger flashed with a light. The barrier of the space domain covered the entire mineral cave. Suddenly, the transmission seal that Jun Xiyu had sent out earlier appeared again. The two were struck like thunderbolts. Yu Fuxing wished he could tear Su Hui apart. You're messing with us, Su Hui shrugged. What else could I do? Yu Fuxing's face twitched with anger. And the antidote. We may not have merit, but we have worked hard. Su Hui smiled sweetly. Didn't you volunteer to mine? I was just considering it. Now I've thought it through clearly. I don't want to give the antidote. You rushed forward and shouted, Su Gui, I will kill you. The Hao Tian giant hammer formed from the Huang Yuan sword struck down mercilessly. Blood spurted wildly from Jun Xiyu's mouth. Yu Fuxing staggered. He realized that he and Jun Xiyu were now clearly doomed, like fish on a chopping board. Su Gui appeared with a ball of golden silk in her hand. Once this silk is locked onto someone, it will completely swallow their cultivation power. Even the strongest body would turn into a pile of bones. Jun Xiyu looked panicked. Don't come any closer. Su Gui's lips curled into a cold smile. I told you, when you see me, please go around. Coming to seek death yourself, who can you blame? The golden silk shot out swiftly. Yu Fuxing and Jun Xiyu's faces turned pale. They frantically ran away, panicked. The silk instantly wrapped them up like zongzi, sticky rice dumplings. Their flesh was squeezed tight. The ropes cut deep like blades, revealing bones beneath.
Ah! Ah!
Ah! Piercing screams of pain tore through the air. Their cultivation and strength visibly declined rapidly.
Jun Xiyu struggled desperately.
Not my cultivation. Yu Fuxing's eyes filled with fear. Su Gui, you can't kill us. The Hao Yuan sword spat. If you're weak, just hide and pretend to be a coward. Coming to show off in front of my boss. Who do you think you are? Jun Xiyu was frantic. But the more she panicked, the faster her life force drained away. She cried out in despair. No.
Don't.
Please. We beg you. We don't want to compete in this trial anymore. We voluntarily withdraw from the assessment. Please let us go. A trace of impatience flashed in Su Gui's eyes. She snapped her fingers. The speed of the silk tightening increased. The two, still crying and shouting, instantly turned into a pile of bones. The world fell silent. The Hao Yuan sword snorted. Ungrateful fools. A pure, bright golden light orb flickered deep within the mineral vein. The Hao Yuan sword exclaimed, It's the source of gold. Su Gui's quick reflexes allowed her to seize it before it escaped. The bright abyss sword said, I thought the origin of gold wasn't in this mineral vein. Su Hui was also surprised.
She didn't waste time.
Immediately, She injected the power of the gold origin into the badge. Beep, beep, beep. The badge system's voice sounded. Congratulations on lighting up the gold origin star. The star's quality level has reached the peak, earning 100,000 points. The leaderboard scores updated. The first hall's ranking instantly rose to first place. It was tied with the sixth hall. But Su Hui's personal points were far ahead. She had lit up 2 stars, the wood star and the gold star. Both were at the peak level. Everyone could see the changes on the leaderboard. The Supreme Immortal Academy was buzzing with excitement. First Hall quickly jumped to first place. So impressive. Everyone in First Hall has lit at least 2 stars, but Jugajin has already lit 3. Look at Su Hui's personal rank. A total of 200,000 points. She previously obtained the wood origin, and now she probably also got the gold origin. Exactly, the system even reminded us it was the gold origin star. Only by obtaining the origin of the 5 elements spirit can the star's quality reach the highest level. Hurry. There's still a chance. Go find the remaining 5 elements origins. The examiners inside the mountain and river map world were going crazy. They were racing against time to find and seize the 5 elements origins. At this moment, Su Hui, after lighting up the gold origin, she discovered that the little glutton had also woken up. Master, I know where the water origin is. Su Hui was surprised. You can find treasures. In the Phoenix God space, the little glutton's face was red, and its sparkling gemstone red eyes blinked. I am naturally greedy, so I can sense where the treasure is. Su Hui praised. Good boy, you're amazing. Guided by the little glutton, Su Hui's figure kept teleporting inside the mountain and river map. The leaderboard sounded with bursts of noise. Beep, beep, beep. Congratulations to Su Hui for lighting up the water origin star. Total personal points, 300,000. Breaking the record of the Supreme Immortal Academy's history exam, ranking first. The First Palace team is clearly in first place, many people searching for the origins of the 5 elements. Is it that fast? She just activated the gold origin star. Now she's also got the water origin. Just good luck. Give me that luck. I want it too. Is it still possible for me to join the First Palace now? Everyone was still talking among themselves. Suddenly, the metal system's voice rang out again. Like it was jumping out. Congratulations to Su Noa for activating the Earth Origin Star. Total points, 400,000. Setting a new record for the highest score in the Supreme Immortal Academy's latest test. Ranked first, this voice thundered loudly in everyone's ears. Is Su Noa cheating or what? Ridiculous. Cheating in the world of the mountain and river map? Do you think the headmasters and elders of the Supreme Immortal Academy are just sitting around? Could it be that the system's master gave Su Noa special help? This luck is just too crazy. Really impressive. Even Vice Dean Mo inside the Immortal Academy was stunned. He looked blankly at Elder Wu. The restrictions in the mountain and river map world are still active, right? Elder Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yes. Vice Dean Mo shook his body, shocked and amazed. This is too fast, Elder Wu. Not just fast, it's almost unbelievable. The mountain and river map world is extremely complex and dangerous. It's usually used for the assessment of celestial-level students. No one has ever found the origin of the 5 elements' spiritual power. But when Su Noa arrived, it was like strolling in her own backyard. She could pick up whatever she wanted. Elder Wu even started to suspect that the master of the mountain and river map system might have been bought by Su Noa. Not only him, everyone else was constantly shocked. Could it be that Su Noa came to bully us? Forget it. There are still 2 origins left, wood and fire. We must get them before she does. Are you stupid? The wood origin was already taken by Su Noa. That means the wood origin in the mountain and river map's 5-element section doesn't even exist. So only the fire origin remains. I have a strange feeling of unease. Shut up.
Don't say anything.
Everyone was just thinking that. Suddenly, the metal system rang out with a loud, excited sound. Congratulations to Su Nian for lighting up the fire origin star. The team ranking has set a new record. Personal total points, 500,000. Breaking the previous record and creating the latest achievement in the history of the Immortal Academy. Everyone. They were stunned. The 5 elements, wood, fire, water, metal, and earth are the source of spiritual power. All of it was in Su Nian's hands. Then what are we still testing for? Might as well just be lazy. Someone was angry and dissatisfied. Suddenly, a loud rumble sounded. It was the rules of the heaven and earth within the mountain and river map world. The source of the 5 elements spiritual power has been claimed. The assessment is over. All participants, please leave quickly. Countdown, 5, 4, 3. Everyone. This was really unreasonable. It seemed like we were just going through the motions. Everyone panicked. But then, a powerful force suddenly struck. All participants in the assessment were instantly expelled from the mountain and river map world. Didn't they say the assessment would last a month? This isn't even the deadline yet. How can they do this? We don't accept this. At the Immortal Academy's Grand Square, protests erupted. Vice Dean Mo and the Elder Council quickly came out to maintain order. Elder Wu coldly said, "What are you arguing about?" Everyone immediately fell silent. The Elder Council's pressure was intimidating. Elder Wu looked around and said, "Someone earned first place through strength. What do you have to complain about?" The people from the 6th hall stepped forward first. After all, they were originally in first place. Now they had been surpassed so unfairly. Of course, they needed an explanation. The mountain and river map world is vast, and the source of the 5 elements' spiritual power is very hard to find. Not to mention, they are hidden deep, and powerful fierce beasts are probably watching nearby. How could Su Nian have gathered all the 5 element sources in such a short time? If it were cheating, it wouldn't be so blatant. This is clearly a conspiracy. Vice Dean Mo looked expressionless. "If you have the strength, you could do it too, 6th hall master." Strength? This is really a big joke. From the 2nd hall to the 9th hall, which one is weak? Vice Dean Mo snorted. Student Su Gui single-handedly challenged and killed the Abyss Demon City Demon Lord. "Can you do that?" The 6th hall master choked. Vice Dean Mo exuded a strong sense of pressure and asked again, "Can you kill the Demon Lord alone?" The 6th hall master's face turned red, and he spoke shyly and softly. "No, I can't." Vice Dean Mo sneered. "Your 6th hall team, all attacking together. Can you kill the Demon Lord?" The 6th hall master and all members fell silent, speechless. They lowered their heads like quails. Vice Dean Mo sneered. "You not only can't, but half of you have been captured. If it weren't for Student Su Gui, you would have all been dead." The 6th hall master and all members looked extremely embarrassed, ashamed beyond words. Vice Dean Mo looked around again. "Can any of you do it?" The crowd below was silent, holding their breath. The Demon Lord of Abyss Demon City is a high-level expert in the Immortal Lord realm, the strongest among the universe-level members. At most, they are in the early stage of the Immortal Lord realm, and Su Gui at the peak of the quasi-immortal realm. He crossed 2 major realms to kill the Demon Lord. This is unheard of and unseen. He is truly a super freak. Wait. They overlooked an important point. Isn't Su Gui at the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm? How did he become a quasi-immortal realm in just a few days? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Vice Dean Mo was merciless. "So what nonsense are you talking?" The crowd, dark and heavy, lowered their heads even more. They wished they could find a hole to hide in and bury themselves. Just based on this, Su Gui had already completely outclassed them. Elder Wu silently gave Vice Dean Mo a thumbs up. In the entire Immortal Academy, few could challenge him. Someone else muttered, "She can't just take first place and end our test." Vice Dean Mo said, "If you could be as strong as her, you could also end any test at will." He paused, then suddenly smiled. "I hope you can surpass Su Hui in the next test and set a new record for the Immortal Academy." The person below looked scared. This was almost impossible. Vice Dean Mo's eyes darkened. "If you can't do it, then don't come out and embarrass yourself." Is it really so hard to admit someone else is excellent? Vice Dean Mo looked at them with a stern gaze. "Are you convinced?" Everyone hesitated. "Do you have to be so harsh?" Vice Dean Mo snorted coldly. No one dared to doubt or oppose anymore. "Congratulations to the winning team of this assessment, the 1st hall. Congratulations to the top individual, Su Gui. Yay! Everyone in the first hall cheered loudly. Goe, goe. Goe, goe. They threw Su Goe high into the air. The whole scene was filled with excitement and energy. Those who had supported Su Goe from the start were also caught up in the lively atmosphere. Many raised their arms and cheered. God Goe! God Goe! Everyone looked excited and happy. The cheers echoed loudly. Su Goe's face was also full of a bright, happy smile. Her initial goal was just to get tired of the interference from the people in the 10th hall. She wanted to light up 5 stars as quickly as possible. After all, whoever lights up the stars first can end the assessment early. She directly ended the whole assessment. But, as for the result, Su Goe felt the continuous flow of faith energy gathering around her. She only felt her heart pounding with excitement. In contrast, the people of the 10th hall looked scared and anxious. Vice Dean Mo said, "The results are now out. Both the individual and team rankings of the 10th hall are far below the lowest scores in the history of the Supreme Immortal Academy. Last place. From now on, all members of the 10th hall will be permanently expelled from the academy. And all cultivation will be abolished. Execute immediately." Everyone in the 10th hall panicked. They hurriedly tried to escape. Isn't it just expulsion from the academy? Why do they also have to abolish our cultivation? No one paid attention to their shouting. The punishment was decided by the universe level system. Over the years, the 10th hall had committed countless ruthless acts. They weren't caught earlier, so it's said that retribution had not yet come. No one can escape the punishment of the laws of heaven and earth. My cultivation. Don't. I don't want to die. Please spare me. Their screams were sharp and piercing. The scene was like on Earth. It was the biggest irony. At first, the 10th hall declared they would destroy the first hall. They wanted the first hall to be last, and then expelled from the Immortal Academy. They also planned to severely punish Su Hui. Almost all the leaders of the 10th hall had been killed. Only 2 remained. They had their cultivation abilities taken away by the Supreme Immortal Academy and were left to live in misery. Everyone looked at Su Hui with a hint of fear. They finally understood. No matter who they offended, they should never offend Su Hui. If they offended others, they might still survive. But offend Su Hui, and it's the end. All the spots on the flowing illusion island went to the people of the first hall. Everyone sighed with a bitter smile. Really, we lost everything. I wish I could be carried away by Su Hui. I envy the people of the first hall. Just when everyone thought everything was over, the system's voice sounded again, announcement to the entire academy. Congratulations to Su Hui for being promoted to the Grand Level student. The Supreme Immortal Academy has 4 main levels. They are the Cosmic Primordial level. To advance, one must go through a hellish test. And the results must break all previous records. Su Hui directly skipped the Celestial level and advanced to the Grand level. That's incredible. Isn't Su Hui just new to the academy? How can she be promoted so quickly? Her achievements already far surpass the historical accomplishments of the Celestial level. The Celestial level no longer suits her. But she should only be promoted to the Celestial level. How did she jump levels? You probably don't know that the world map of mountains and rivers is meant for testing Celestial level students. Even Celestial students can obtain all 5 elemental sources. Su Hui created such a miracle in a short time, surpassing the Celestial level. It's totally reasonable for her to be promoted to the Grand level. In the past, the promotion list was announced by elders or Vice Dean Mo, but now the system announces it to the whole academy. This is unique. Everyone envied her. Becoming a Grand level student means she can access cultivation resources tens of thousands of times more than at the Celestial or even Cosmic levels. It's terrifying. But danger also comes with it. After all, Su Hui is only at the peak of the semi-immortal realm. The people at the Hong level are much stronger than those at the Yu and Zhou levels. There is danger, but also opportunity. The path to the peak of martial arts is never easy. Maybe it's not too difficult for Su Hui. The crowd gradually dispersed. Deputy Dean Mo smiled happily. Congratulations, student Su Hui. Su Hui smiled lightly. Thank you for your recognition. Old Mo Deputy Dean Mo's face was full of wrinkles from smiling. I look forward to you creating more miracles. Hee, those talented young people at the Hong level are doomed. He's really looking forward to Su Hui defeating them completely. Just thinking about it makes him excited. He needs to go talk to Old Mu. He finally found such a talented girl. He must show off to Old Mu how amazing she is, huh? Inside the main hall of the first palace.
Si people surrounded suivit tightly.
Everyone looked serious. Su Hui blinked. What do you mean?
Baili sanju saden nihag sui. Ba. Vivi.
We've decided. We're going to join the advanced exam for the Supreme Immortal Academy. Su Hui's progress was too fast. So fast that even if they ran, they couldn't catch up. This training exam was both and motivation for them. Su Hui's brave, daring, and adventurous spirit deeply influenced them. If they wanted to improve quickly and keep up with her, the best way was to join the advanced exam for the Supreme Immortal Academy. Su Hui smiled faintly. This exam is at level difficulty. Young Master Zhe said seriously. That's exactly why we must join. Su Hui's beautiful phoenix eyes lifted, shining brightly. I'll wait for you at the Hong or Wilderness level. Everyone's eyes widened. Without hesitation, almost in unison, they shouted, one word, let's go. Ha ha ha. No wonder this is our first palace. This teamwork is amazing. It's just Wilderness level. Let's go. Everyone laughed loudly. Bailey Shangyu held Su Nyo's arm, looking reluctant. Sniff, sniff, Nyo, after you go to the Hong level, it will be a long time before I see you again. Su Nyo thought for a moment. Not necessarily. Although you can't go to the Hong level area, but we can meet on Lushang Illusion Island. Zhuge Jinyan patted his thigh. Lushang Illusion Island is entered with a spiritual soul, and we all have the pass tokens. Prince Xie suddenly had an idea. Actually, we could set up a base on Lushang Illusion Island. Everyone understood what he meant. A small spark can start a prairie fire. The fire of the first palace will become the light of the 8 regions sky. Zhongli Wushuang raised his hand in agreement. I'm good at managing wealth. I know the officials and money channels in the 8 regions. Yao Lixing touched a bead with his finger. I'm good at medicine and poisons. Zhuge Jinyan grinned with sharp teeth. Training troops, I am a deadly weapon. Chu Xian chuckled. Oh no, I plan to betray Lord Nangong and join the big boss, haha. Intelligence networks are my specialty. Bailey Shangyu snorted. Nyo is always number 1 with me. I'm in charge of a well-stocked armory. Prince Xie smiled gently. I master battlefield strategies. Zhuge Jinyan looked down on him. From the look of you, you're just a cunning old fox. Prince Xie waved his fan. Same to you. Better than a reckless youth who won't live long, Zhongli Wushuang asked. And Nyo? Everyone looked at Su Nyo. They all said 3 words at the same time. Main backbone. Su Nyo's stunning face was radiant and charming. She twirled her teacup and smiled. Do you trust me so much? Prince Xie looked more serious than ever. The first palace has come this far because of you. Without you, the first palace has no soul. Zhongli Wushuang nodded. I agree. Zhuge Jinyan nodded with both hands. I agree wholeheartedly, Yao Lixing sighed. If it weren't for Nyo, I wouldn't be sitting here. People of the Yao clan from the Cloud and Wind continent can no longer return to the upper world. Bailey Shangyu added, Chu Xian. Add too. Su Gui's eyes flickered. Do you know what this means? Young Master Xie smiled slightly. Ambition. Yao Lixing raised an eyebrow. Unyielding heart. Zhuge Jin laughed loudly. Fate is precious. Zhongli Wushuang's lips curled up. To find a like-minded person, Chu Xian and Bailey Shangyu exchanged a glance. Together they said, this life is worth it. Su Gui smiled, raising her cup. Then let's give it our all. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Let's do it. Everyone felt their blood boil with excitement. Yao Lixing looked up at the endless starry sky above the dome. I don't know why, but I feel that the 7 of us in the first palace might someday shake the winds of the 8 realms and turn the heavens of the immortal spirit realm. In Su Gui's bright, star-like phoenix eyes, a deep, mysterious smile flashed. Everyone spoke freely. They discussed the changing situation in the 8 realms. They also analyzed the strength and locations of the First Palace's forces in more detail. The members of the First Palace entered the top-tier cultivation tower for a closed-door retreat. After the retreat ended, they would participate in the assessment for the 4 major levels of the Supreme Immortal Academy's universe, Chaos. Sugui took this opportunity to contact the situation in Duoyuan City. She learned that under the attack of many fierce beasts in the Dragon and Phoenix Secret Realm, the 3 major clan leaders and key core members had all advanced to the Spirit Sage Realm. Sugui arranged for them to exit through the Dragon and Phoenix Secret Realm, hide their identities, and ascend to the upper world. Then they began to gradually develop their influence in the Immortal Spirit Realm. Sugui was holding a pass issued by the system's great god, the Liushang Illusory Island. A look of surprise appeared on her stunning face. This token is also of the highest level. After her surprise, she thought it was only natural. After all, she had continuously created a series of legendary achievements. The Liushang Illusory Island Pass is divided into 3 levels: First Class, Second Class, and Third Class. First Class is the highest. Sugui injected spiritual power into the token and pondered. Nangong Ming, after taking a bath, came in and saw this scene. Under the hazy glow of the luminous pearl, the beautiful woman lying on the bed was captivating. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Nangong Ming's gaze was deep. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist. He habitually let her sit on his lap. Nangong Ming's charming and playful voice was full of style and ease. Thinking about something, Su Hui lazily leaned into his embrace and smiled. "I'm planning to enter the flowing song Illusion Island." Nangong Ming glanced at her. Wearing this outfit, Su Hui pinched his slim waist with a bit of annoyance. "What are you talking about? She was just wearing a simple top." Although, after entering the flowing song Illusion Island, she could automatically change into the form she wanted. But she couldn't do it so casually. Nangong Ming's warm hand gently stroked her delicate waist. His charming and perfect face was full of playful teasing. "Flowing song Illusion Island is not just an island." Su Hui raised an eyebrow. "I'd like to hear more," Nangong Ming explained softly. "Although you can only enter with your spiritual soul, Flowing Song Illusion Island is like a different world. It's said to be created by an ancient forbidden deity. Their original purpose was to make Flowing Song Illusion Island a prison." Su Hui was surprised. Ancient forbidden deity? A prison? She had looked up information about Flowing Song Illusion Island recently, but she had never heard of this part. Nangong Ming nodded. "Yes, there is little information about the ancient forbidden deity. Even I only found a little." A flash of insight crossed Su Hui's mind. If it's a prison, there must be guardians. Nangong Ming immediately understood her meaning. He gently tapped her smooth forehead with his slender finger. Guardians are incredibly powerful. The rules of heaven and earth inside Flowing Song Illusion Island are stronger than those in the immortal spirit realm. Su Hui's lips curved into a smile. "It's not impossible to think about." Nangong Ming chuckled softly, his hot fingertips lingering on her soft spots. "But Flowing Song Illusion Island is indeed a very good place for cultivation. But besides guardians, what is the most common thing in a prison?" Su Hui paused. "Prisoners. It might be that the ancient forbidden god from that era is still sleeping. Such a terrifying primordial deity. It could bring disaster to the people of Liushang Fantasy Island." Nangong Ming slightly pursed his lips and adjusted her position. They faced each other. Nangong Ming held her gentle waist. "There are 5 major life forbidden zones on Liushang Fantasy Island. Those imprisoned may have their consciousness sealed inside these zones. Powerful beings from the immortal spirit realm and various worlds often go to different areas of the island to train." His beautiful, ink-like eyes looked serious and deep. "So, if you want to enter a forbidden zone, you need to tell me in advance." Su Hui had never seen him so serious before. This seriousness and concern showed he cared about her safety. If the prisoners break free, the consequences would be terrible. It's far more than they can handle. Since Su Hui chose to try being with him, she naturally wouldn't ignore his safety. She raised her hand, her white, gentle fingertips tracing his handsome features. Her voice softened. "I understand what you mean. The deep affection in Nangong Ming's eyes was intense. After a while, he said, "Someone is investigating you." Su Hui frowned slightly. "Investigating me?" A cold glint flashed in Nangong Ming's eyes. "Yes, since we left the Abyss Demon City that day." Su Hui thought for a moment. "Related to the demon race?" Nangong Ming shook his head. "This person is from the heavenly realm." He had a guess about who it might be, but it needed confirmation. Nangong Ming squeezed her hand and smiled mischievously and charmingly. "But don't worry, those people have already been dealt with by me." She looked up, staring steadily at him. Nangong Ming was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Su Hui suddenly said, "Nangong Ming, at any time, I will put my safety first, with you here, waiting for me." Her soft, gentle voice was warm yet strong. Nangong Ming was stunned. At that moment, his heart was pounding uncontrollably. His little Su. Suddenly, he started saying sweet words. It made him lose control instantly. Nangong Ming felt as if his whole heart was soaked in honey. His eyes shone brightly, and his voice became husky. "Little Su, I want to take care of you." He thought he just wanted to help her take a bath. But seeing his eyes, Su Chi felt danger instinctively. She quickly stepped away from him. "I've already bathed. It's late. Time to rest." Nangong Ming smiled softly. "Yes, it's time to rest." His warm hand held her fair ankle. His voice was charming and slightly mischievous. "Little Su, you still can't relax." Su Chi's heart skipped a beat. She really couldn't relax. She was worried she might lose control. Her possessiveness over Nangong Ming was very intense. Su Chi kept her voice steady. "Tomorrow, I still need to go to Lu Shang Phantom Island." Nangong Ming's handsome face showed a hint of sadness, looking pitiful. "Why are you distancing yourself from me, little Su? Now, even a hug is too much to ask." Su Chi. Wow, he was acting like that, huh? She smiled softly. "Just a simple hug." Nangong Ming tilted his head. "Otherwise," Su Chi raised her eyebrows. "I don't believe it." Nangong Ming clutched his chest, looking hurt. "Heartache." Su Chi kicked him irritably. But because he was holding her foot, her balance was lost. She was about to fall backward. Nangong Ming quickly caught her. But his movement was too strong. Her soft, loose nightgown was comfortable and flowing. The scenery was breathtaking. Their hearts pounded loudly. The temperature suddenly rose. Nangong Ming felt the softness in his arms. He loved every inch of it. He sighed softly. "Little Su, we need to get married soon." Su Chi's eyes sparkled, her cheeks blushing and delicate. She cleared her throat. "We don't even know where my mother and brother are." Nangong Ming gently stroked her soft back. A charming and seductive voice, full of magic and temptation. "Don't you care about it?" Su Hui's beautiful eyes, like clear spring water, blinked softly. A warm breath, both hot and touching her heart. Nangong Ming's strong arm wrapped around her tightly, their noses nearly touching. A gentle, water-like kiss softly pressed on her lips. Sometimes tender and sweet, sometimes wild and commanding, enchanting and captivating. His voice low and alluring, with a hot breath. "Let me serve you." Su Hui's heart pounded wildly. She felt dizzy from the kiss. Her eyes gradually became hazy, and her voice was soft and sweet, like mud. "Nangong Ming, don't do anything reckless." Nangong Ming's smile was full of affection. He held her and quickly moved. He placed her on a large carved desk. A sudden cold touch made her shiver. Su Hui's beautiful eyes cleared. She saw a noble, elegant, handsome man. His deep eyes looked like a vast starry sky, or like a deep ocean, swirling with endless feelings, dark and wild, strong and obsessive. Su Hui's mind went blank. She was overwhelmed by this scene, feeling a tingling scalp. She raised her hand to stop him. "No," Nangong Ming blinked. "I want to." Su Hui covered his lips. "No, you don't want to." Nangong Ming's hot hand held her delicate wrist. His voice was charming and teasing. "You are mine and so is she." Nangong Ming's pale fingers pressed gently.
Su Hui trembled uncontrollably.
A tingling current went deep into her bones. "You, Nangongming smiled and suddenly asked, "Little Su, do you need a fake name inside the flowing dream island? What kind of name do you want?" Su Hui's heart fluttered wildly. She felt weak and helpless. A little stubborn. "I don't know." Nangongming's eyes were full of charm, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Such a big reaction. Su Hui was so stimulated her heart was pounding. Nangongming loved her very much. Su Hui's mind exploded like lightning. Her thick, curly eyelashes trembled wildly. Countless sparks burst forth, shooting up from her back and straight into her mind. A strong undercurrent surged wildly. He truly gave her the mighty lord of the evil realm, the evil emperor, a figure admired and feared by many in the immortal spirit world. Unruly and supreme. This was simply absurd and crazy. Nangongming bit his lip softly, his voice hoarse and unclear. "It's very sweet." Su Hui's body was soft and weak, and she pushed him away. But he held her tightly from behind. His kiss was deep and commanding, full of seductive charm and affection. Su Hui was going crazy. Thoughts exploded like fireworks in her mind. The bright moonlight fell softly, like a veil. Shadows of people moved back and forth, overlapping. Su Hui suddenly got out of bed. Nangongming chuckled softly and picked her up. Su Hui looked at him with her bright, moist eyes. "You're still laughing." Nangongming looked at her with love. Okay, I won't laugh." Su Hui's heart was pounding. He was too intense last night. He lowered his head to her. His passionate and tender embrace was full of deep affection. Nangongming affectionately held her, with a charming smile. "I know you like it." His warm breath brushed her ear. His seductive and charming voice echoed in her heart. "From now on, every day will be like this. I like exploring new worlds with you." Su Hui felt her legs go weak and quickly covered his lips. Suddenly, she remembered the book, 36 Strategies for Winning Her Back. Next time she saw Chu Xian, she must give him a good beating. Every time she wanted to find a chance to destroy it, Nangongming would hide it tightly. Whenever she seized an opportunity, he would test her.
Su Hui's cheek flushed.
Nangongming smiled happily. After they finished eating, Nangongming returned to the evil realm to handle some matters. Su Hui also took the chance, before heading to the flood-level area, to visit Liushang Illusion Island. Her cultivation place was protected by powerful barriers everywhere. She didn't need to worry that her true body would be attacked after entering Liushang Illusion Island. Su Hui slowly sent her spiritual awareness into the teleportation token. She felt her mind suddenly surge, like a raging storm, wildly sweeping. Su Hui frowned slightly. This change was strangely hard to describe, but she didn't have time to think. Her mind quickly calmed down. The wind was gentle, the clouds light, with no waves or traces. Su Nuo kept a cautious mind and remembered this change. After all, it involved her dantian and her consciousness. She needed to pay attention. Su Nuo then entered a space. Surrounding her was a foggy, white mist. This was probably the verification area for the passage of illusions. A person in armor with no expression appeared. He radiated a cold, dark aura. He was covered in black armor. His features and body were completely hidden. He looked like a puppet. Only a cold voice was heard. "Please show your pass token." Su Nuo raised an eyebrow and threw her pass token over. "Verification successful. It is a top-grade first-class pass. Congratulations, Su Nuo. You have entered the realm of the illusionary land. Please choose your alias." As the armored figure finished speaking, the pass token shone with a bright light. Su Nuo's voice was calm. "Wheel of Fate." Last night, when Nangongming was close to her, he kept asking her this question. He became more and more overbearing, until a tingling, electric feeling spread through her limbs, like fireworks blooming repeatedly. In her mind, this name naturally appeared. The armored figure spoke. "Verification passed. Only one person can have this name in the illusionary land. Please confirm to use this alias. Once decided, it cannot be changed." Su Nuo looked lazy. Confirmed. The Wheel of Fate, unafraid of destiny's choices. In endless cycles, It rules the sky. Su Nua's beautiful phoenix eyes flashed with deep light. Will of fate, you will begin your journey in the illusionary land. Wish you a pleasant trip. Suddenly, the face of the armored figure transformed into a goofy, toothy grin. Su Nua. Why do I feel like I've seen the Supreme King of the Dead? What's going on? After retrieving her pass token, her consciousness spun wildly, and the scene before her changed dramatically. People come and go, and cars flow like a river. Tall buildings and a lively city make the place very busy and prosperous. It feels like a real world. Su Hui feels a sudden thought. This flowing wine illusion island can strengthen her mental power. It's like being in the real world. Her dantian can automatically absorb spiritual energy. On flowing wine illusion island, her mental power automatically gathers and keeps growing. It is truly a good place for cultivation. Su Hui is walking around. Suddenly, the ground shakes. A green light pillar shoots straight into the sky. The dazzling light looks like divine energy appearing. People nearby gasp in surprise.
Oh my.
Someone has broken the ranking again. What does that mean? Are you new here? Didn't you learn about flowing wine illusion island before coming? This is one of the top 10 rankings on the island. Look at that green light pillar. It must be the Poison Master ranking. A cold voice echoes across the entire island. Announcement to all. Congratulations to Fairy Baiyun for ranking 50th on the Poison Master list. Everyone around is shocked. Fairy Baiyun, is she the saintess from the Baiyun Palace in Seoul Realm? Yes, that's her. Wasn't she only 89th on the Poison Master list 4 months ago? How did she suddenly rise so fast? Didn't you follow the ranking? Fairy Baiyun has been training in the Poison Tower these past 3 months. The Baiyun Palace has a talented young master. Their power is growing stronger. Don't forget, the Baiyun Palace is a very powerful force in Seoul Realm. They also have close ties with the royal family of the Qilin Ancient Kingdom. Exactly. Fairy Baiyun is the only disciple of the Poison Emperor. Nonsense. The Poison Emperor is mysterious and unpredictable, and he doesn't take disciples. If the Poison Emperor finds out you're spreading rumors, he might come at night to punish you. Alright, rumors are everywhere. Fairy Baiyun hasn't confirmed or denied anything, so who knows? Let's go. Fairy Baiyun is probably at the Heaven Ranking Square. If we can buy a pill from her, it would be worth dying for. By the way, she's one of the rare young alchemy masters in the spirit realm. Recently, she's been preparing to challenge the alchemy master ranking. Quick, quick. If we're late, we won't see her anymore. A group of people hurried toward the heavenly list square. Su Gui was not interested in the so-called ranking battle. Instead, she was observing a shop. Suddenly, a noisy commotion came from behind. Make way. Make way. People's lives are at stake. Madam, hold on a little longer. We will reach the heavenly list square soon. There are many powerful alchemists and experts there. You and the young master will be saved. A carriage pulled by 3 wind spirits sped past quickly.
Sugi glanced casually.
Inside the carriage was a beautiful woman with a pale face and a look of pain. She was sweating heavily, clutching her stomach with tense, bulging veins on her hand. Her face showed fear mixed with guilt, pain, and regret. Su Gui's eyes narrowed slightly. The woman's spirit was acting strangely, and the unborn child's life was in danger. Stop the carriage. Quickly, stop the carriage. Madam's condition is getting worse. The people inside suddenly shouted in panic. The carriage was immediately forced to stop. What's going on? The old maid driving the carriage hurried inside. The maid was crying with tears streaming down her face, full of fear. Madam's spirit is unstable. Her pulse is about to fade. The young master. We can hardly feel his life force anymore. Hurry, palace mistress. Is there any alchemist nearby who can save Our Lady? The palace mistress's face changed drastically. She quickly jumped down from the carriage. Gathering her spiritual power, she shouted loudly, My Lady is the head of the Snow Goddess Palace in the Immortal Realm. Today, she had a terrifying encounter on Lushan Illusion Island. Her life and her unborn child's are in danger. If any skilled person can save my lady and the young master, once they are out of danger, our Snow Goddess Palace will surely repay your kindness. The Snow Goddess Palace is one of the 3 strongest forces in the immortal realm. She's actually the head of the Snow Goddess Palace. Wouldn't returning her spirit to her true form help her recover faster? Are you stupid? If she could return, she would have already done so. There must be some kind of restriction. Indeed, there is a restriction. Returning to her true form requires passing through a void tunnel. She now shows no signs of life in her, and her own spirit is extremely weak. If forcibly returned, she and the baby would both perish in an instant. I am only a master-level alchemist. I dare not act rashly to treat such injuries. Unless a royal-level alchemist is involved, there might be some hope, but the chances of success are low. Madame Gua, the palace maid, sees this situation. She feels a wave of deep sadness. Could it be that heaven intends to take my lady from us? Suddenly, a powerful energy fluctuation spreads through the air. I can save Lady Xue. Everyone looks up at the sound. They see a graceful woman descending from the sky. She has delicate features, like a lotus flower emerging from water. Her aura is cold and noble, like winter plum blossoms standing proud. It's Fairy Bai Yun. Fairy Bai Yun is an imperial-level alchemist. If she takes action, she can definitely save her. Yes, Fairy Bai Yun is not only skilled in poison techniques, but also an expert in medicine. Lady Xue is lucky to have met her.
Fairy Bai Yun lands slowly.
Her sky-blue lotus dress ripples like gentle waves. Madame Gua is overjoyed. She quickly steps forward. If Fairy Bai Yun can save my lady and the young master, I will owe you a great favor. Fairy Bai Yun nods in acknowledgement. No need for formalities. Saving lives is the priority. Madame Gua trembles with excitement. Please, Fairy Yun. The carriage is very spacious inside, but it is filled with a heavy smell of blood. Fairy Bai Yun frowns slightly. She carefully examines Lady Xue, who is unconscious. She places her fingertips on Lady Xue's pulse, her expression growing serious. The air feels as silent as death. Everyone instinctively holds their breath. After a long moment, Fairy Bai Yun takes out a clean, embroidered handkerchief and washes her hands. She speaks slowly. I'm glad I arrived in time. Otherwise, Lady Xue and the baby might not have survived. Madame Gua's face turns pale with shock. What does Fairy Yun need? Just say the word. I will send someone to the Starry Pavilion to get it. The Starry Pavilion is the most powerful treasure trading place on Liushang Illusion Island. Only specially designated personnel can enter the Starry Pavilion. Even the royal families of the 8 regions or top noble clans find it hard to enter. Many people in the spirit realm do not want to get involved with the Star Pavilion network. Madame Gong can say such words. This shows that the Snow God Temple is extremely powerful. Fairy Bai Yun's voice was calm. 8-leaf frost flower, fire red lotus, mutant purple furry grass, spirit dew of the immortal vein, chaos divine bamboo. I hope Madame Gong can gather these within 15 minutes. Everyone around was shocked upon hearing this. These herbs are rare spiritual medicines. They take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to mature. They grow in very harsh environments. Each one exists in different worlds. Even in the spirit realm, it's hard to gather all of them. And to do so in just 15 minutes is impossible. Madame Gong's heart sank. Fairy Bai Yun's expression was cold. If we have these herbs, Lady Xue and her unborn child have a 40% chance of survival. Madame Gong's face turned pale. Only 40%. These precious treasures are rare. And the healing rate is only 40%. What if something happens to her lady or the young master? Moreover, the mutant purple furry grass is very cold in nature. Even with the fire red lotus's medicinal properties, her body might not withstand it. Seeing Madame Gong hesitate, Fairy Bai Yun's expression darkened. 40% is already the best chance. Right now, I can use needles to protect her soul from dispersing. If we cannot gather the herbs within 15 minutes, no one can save her. Madame Gong was panic-stricken upon hearing this. Everyone around also started to discuss. Yes. 40% is already quite good. Lady Shue's condition is so bad. Why are you still hesitating? Didn't you just boast about going to the Star Pavilion to get the herbs? If Fairy Bai Yun hadn't just been trying to break into the heavenly rankings today, you'd probably be crying now. A hesitant Madame Gong is useless and only makes things worse. It's so frustrating. Large beads of sweat rolled down Madame Gong's face. She gritted her teeth and agreed. Then I'll trouble Fairy Bai Yun, as long as she can save Lady Shui and the young master. Even if it means exhausting the resources of the Snow God Temple, I will do it. She was worried that a 4 in 10 chance was too low. It was basically gambling with her life. Moreover, the 8-leaf frost flower might not be good for the fetus. Why would the Fairy Tsiun, an imperial-level alchemist, still use this medicine? Fairy Tsiun adjusted her hair and said, "Yes, we need to be faster. There's little time left." Madame Gong took a deep breath. Although she had doubts, she could only try her best now. She sternly told the maid, "Take good care of the lady." Madame Gong crushed the teleportation talisman, and she disappeared instantly. In less than 15 minutes, she reappeared. Carefully, she presented a space bag. Fairy Tsian opened it and glanced inside, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. The next treatment must be flawless. Everyone leave now. No sounds are allowed around. No one is to come up. If Lady Shui is disturbed, the consequences will be serious. Protect her for me. For caution, Madame Gong asked, "May I ask how Fairy Tsian plans to treat her?" Fairy Tsian looked serious. "This is a secret technique of my Tsian Palace. It cannot be shared." Madame Gong was firm. "I'm not trying to learn the secret. It concerns my lady's safety. I must watch the whole process." The use of the 8-leaf frost flower and the mutated purple roan grass was already very strange. If it really couldn't be helped, she was willing to risk her soul to teleport her lady back to the Snow God Temple. Fairy Tsian's face grew cold. "Then forget it. You can do the treatment." Madame Gong's throat tightened, almost furious inside. This Fairy Tsian had such a big attitude. A 4 in 10 chance. What if her lady died because of her? She would have no place to cry. Madame Gong could only explain, "It's not that I don't trust Fairy Tsian. Just tell me the first step." Fairy Tsian sneered coldly. Considering the spiritual medicine, she decided not to argue. Her expression turned icy. "Lady's condition is special. The first injection must be at the Tan Tai acupoint." This sentence is very clever. Madame Gong relaxed slightly and raised her hand. "Please, Fairy." This was the first step of the needle placement. It was something Master Ziyun had mentioned, because the lady had a hidden illness. No matter the situation, the Tan Tai acupoint must be sealed first. She was just being cautious. Fairy Biyun's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. She took out 3 gold needles. Suddenly, a girl's teasing laughter sounded in the air. "If you needle her like that, she will definitely die." Like a giant rock falling into a lake, it stirred up huge waves. Madame Gong looked over sharply. It was a mysterious woman wearing a mask. Su Hui walked out slowly. With every gesture, her natural, powerful aura shone brightly and dazzlingly. Fairy Biyun's face turned cold. "Madame Gong, if anyone disturbs us again, don't blame me for not helping." Her eyes turned fierce, and she quickly stabbed the gold needle. At the moment she pierced the Tan Tai acupoint, Snow Madame suddenly spat blood. Her body gradually turned transparent. This meant her spirit was fading away. Fairy Biyun's expression panicked. Madame Gong's face turned pale. "Madame." Everyone looked at each other in shock. Fairy Biyun then stabbed another needle into the Zhonghui acupoint. Snow Madame's body trembled violently. Blood flowed from her 7 orifices. Her spirit was now semi-transparent. Madame Gong was so frightened, she almost cried. "Madame." "Fairy Biyun, can you still do it?" Fairy Biyun's eyes turned fierce. She took out 3 more gold needles and stabbed into the heart major acupoint. She felt a cold shiver down her spine. Before she could react, her elegant wrist was suddenly grabbed by a cold hand. Fairy Biyun's face changed instantly, her expression fierce. "Who dares to attack Madame Shui?" The scene became chaotic. Fairy Biyun's needle tip aimed viciously at Su Hui's eyes. Su Hui's palm exerted force. Fairy Biyun's eyes shrank suddenly. She wanted to break free quickly. But it was too late. The sound of broken bones was crisp and loud. Intense pain spread through her limbs. Su Hui's voice was calm and steady. A careless doctor harms people. Fairy Biyun looked angry and surprised. You're asking for death. Su Hui kicked her away with one foot. A shadow of her fingertips flashed past. A divine needle with a phoenix shadow pierced into Lady Shue's forehead acupoint. Fairy Biyun shouted angrily. The forehead acupoint is a deadly spot. Are you crazy? Someone catch her. Su Hui ignored her. She grabbed Lady Shue's chin. Quickly fed her a melting pill. The remaining shadow of the divine phoenix needle flickered. A series of sudden changes happened. They caught everyone off guard. Momo Gong was so frightened she nearly fainted. She was about to step forward to arrest Su Hui. A weak voice was heard. Lady Xue slowly opened her eyes. Her unfocused pupils gradually cleared. Momo Gong cried tears of joy. She tremblingly wiped the blood from her face. Madam. How are you? Lady Xue looked at Su Hui. She felt that her eyes gave her a strange sense of safety. She can save me. If not for her, I would already be gone. Lady Xue weakly left a sentence. Then she closed her eyes again. Momo Gong panicked. Madam. Madam, Su Hui said impatiently. She's just sleeping. Momo Gong nervously checked Lady Xue's pulse. Her heart skipped a beat. Her lady's spirit was gradually stabilizing and recovering. Who is this person? 1 gold needle. And 1 pill made her better? And the needle was inserted into the forehead acupoint. In an instant, she was pulled back from the brink of death. Momo Gong found it hard to believe. But she was more grateful. As long as the madam could be saved, that was enough. Fairy Biyun's angry voice came again. Momo Gong, what are you still hesitating for? Do you want Lady Xue to die at her hands? Fairy Biyun's fierce gaze fixed on Su Hui. That look almost seemed to crush her into pieces. Momo Gong snapped out of her shock and immediately got out of the carriage. Fairy Biyun, she can save my lady. Your medical skills are not better than hers. Please return the divine medicine you prepared earlier. The Fairy Biyun sneered. I'll be honest from the start. That needle she just gave means that even if Lady Xue is saved, she won't be able to cultivate in the future, and her unborn child won't survive. Madame Gong's face darkened. You're cursing my lady. Fairy Biyun clapped her hands. Believe it or not, I've already done all I can. Madame Gong looked expressionless. Thank you, Fairy Biyun, for your help. But this young lady truly can save my lady. Fairy Biyun's face stiffened. She threw the Qianquan bag back, looking displeased. Ungrateful. A commotion arose around them. Fairy Biyun paused her attempt to climb the alchemist list to come save Lady Xue. But your snow god temple is so ungrateful. It's too much. People like you, who break promises, I won't do business with your snow god temple anymore. Madame Gong's face turned grim. She no longer held back. Fairy Biyun, don't forget. Just now your needles made my lady's condition worse. But now, my lady has woken up. Her spirit is gathering, not fading. This is obvious to everyone. If it weren't for this young lady's timely intervention, my lady would have been harmed by you. Fairy Biyun's face turned pale. Lady Xue's spirit is unstable, which is normal in such cases. Madame Gong's eyes sharpened. Then why did this young lady's needles cause no such normal reactions? Her spirit has already dissipated more than halfway. Can that still be called normal? Or should I give you a few needles to try the feeling of bleeding from the 7 orifices and a transparent spirit? Fairy Biyun choked. Madame Gong grew angrier, continuing. What does that prove? That you, an imperial-level alchemist, are just an incompetent healer, and she is a divine healer. Fairy Biyun, she was the saintess of Biyun Palace. One of the few imperial-level alchemists in the spiritual realm. This lowly servant dared to humiliate her like this. The Fairy of Azure Clouds was furious. All right, since you have such a wicked heart, then I will see what happens. Don't come crying to me later. Madame Gong was confident. Her lady had said that the young lady could save them, so she believed firmly. Moreover, The lady and the young master's lives were gradually improving thanks to that young lady's help. She had no reason to choose the Azure Clouds Ferry. Everyone was watching Lady Shue's condition, but most were just here to watch the show. Because, in comparison, the Azure Clouds Ferry was literally thrown out of the carriage by that mysterious young lady. Inside the carriage, a girl's voice was heard. "Madam, it's better to deliver the baby now for their future growth." Everyone heard this. They were shocked. "Did I hear that right? Deliver the baby? Isn't that a divine soul? How can she deliver it? Are you crazy?" "Madam Gong, stop her." After being shocked, Madam Gong's expression flickered. The Azure Clouds Fairy smiled with a look of sarcasm. "Impressive. Even I wouldn't dare to think like that. Divine souls born on the illusory island of flowing sighs are either foolish or disabled, and the biggest problem is whether they can be born at all. I even suspect she's an enemy of your Snow Divine Palace." "Madam Gong, if something happens to Lady Shue, you'll be the main culprit." Madam Gong clenched her fists, sweat dripping down her forehead. A firm look appeared in her eyes. "Our duty is to protect the lady. As long as it's her choice, we will fight to protect her. Send people to set up a blockade around." While everyone was shocked and mocking earlier, she had already heard the lady's promise. The lady wouldn't joke about her young master's safety. The Azure Clouds Fairy sneered coldly. She crossed her arms and watched the scene unfold. There was no way she would deliver the baby. Even if she did, and even if the baby survived, she wouldn't let that child live. Because, once it was truly successful, the mysterious woman will set a new record. This is completely a slap in her face. Fairy Bai Yun's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. Her fingernails inside her sleeve gleamed with cold light. The atmosphere was tense. Suddenly, several powerful and terrifying auras appeared in the void. More than a dozen strong warriors in white robes suddenly showed up. The leader was the master of the Snow God Palace. Madam Gong and others saw their savior. Fairy Bai Yun narrowed her eyes slightly. The Snow God Palace master exuded a commanding presence. "Where is the lady?" Madam Gong quickly explained the situation. "Master of the house, the lady." The Snow God Palace master's face darkened like water. "If she can save my wife and children, she will be a great benefactor of our Snow God Palace." A very tense atmosphere filled the air. Half an hour later, the cry of the baby as it was born was full of lively energy. Madam Gong looked very happy and excited. "It's born! It's born!" The Snow God Palace master hurried forward. "How is my wife?" He was about to get into the carriage. Madam Gong quickly stopped him. "Master, no, there isn't enough space inside the carriage. You're tall and strong. It might affect the lady." The Snow God Palace master paused, worried and anxious. After a while, Su Yun lifted the curtain of the carriage. "The lady and the twin babies are both safe and sound." She revealed the key point. He then made way. "Madam's spirit is now stable, but her energy and blood are weakened. She should rest and recover properly." The leader of the Snow Divine Palace looked strong and grateful. "May I go inside to see her?" Su Hui nodded. "It's fine." The Snow Palace leader quickly stepped inside. Madame Shui was now looking at her two children with love. The leader of the Snow Divine Palace carefully held her in his arms. His fingertips trembled slightly, and his voice was full of deep care. "Madam, are you feeling better?" Madame Shui felt a wave of relief. "Thanks to that divine doctor girl. Otherwise, we might not have seen our 3 family members again." The leader of the Snow Divine Palace felt his heart ache. "We must thank her for her kindness. She is our family's benefactor," Madame Shui added. "We trusted the wrong person, that purple cloud true person. We thought she was only carrying one child, but that purple cloud true person secretly used tricks to hide the other child's aura. If it weren't for the divine doctor girl discovering it in time, the consequences would have been terrible." Madame Shui felt her back turn cold. The leader of the Snow Divine Palace looked cold and fierce, full of killing intent. "He dared to play tricks and harm our children. Rest well first. We will deal with this when we return." Madame Shui nodded. The leader of the Snow Divine Palace flicked his finger, and a light flashed. Suddenly, the space inside the carriage changed. He stepped out confidently. His face was sincere and earnest. He said to Su Hui, "The great kindness of the divine doctor will never be forgotten in my snow palace. Anywhere in the world, if the divine doctor needs help, my snow divine palace will support unconditionally." A snow emblem appeared in Snow Palace's hand. "This is our Snow Palace's snow emblem. With this emblem, I can command the generals of my Snow Palace army. I hope the divine doctor will accept it." Princess Baiyun felt a heavy weight in her heart. The Snow Palace army was mysterious and powerful. They could cut down gods and even dig through the underworld. They were called the Snow God's Blade. The leader of the Snow Divine Palace actually handed it over so easily. Not only Princess Baiyun was shocked, even the people around them were shocked. Everyone could see that this young girl had the full support of the Snow God Temple. Many looked at her with envy. Su Hui did not refuse and calmly accepted the token. Xueding was slightly relieved. He had thought the divine healer would refuse. Xueding humbly asked, "May I know your honorable name?" Su Hui was about to speak when a wave of spiritual energy spread through the air. A powerful pressure, like the rules of the world, seemed to descend. A deep, ancient voice echoed in the void, announcement to the entire island. "Congratulations to the Wheel of Destiny for setting a new record." The Wheel of Destiny quickly repaired the shattered divine soul. It also successfully saved and helped give birth to the twin divine souls. As a reward, a rare and precious immortal seed of purple Qi Hongmeng is granted. The ethereal, vast voice spread across the strange world of Liushang Illusion Island. The void shimmered with dazzling runes of light. Many people were stunned. The entire Liushang Illusion Island was shaken. Her name is the Wheel of Destiny, repairing a severely damaged divine soul and giving birth to twin divine souls. This record is incredible. No one has ever done this before, and no one will in the future. How powerful is her medical skill? I haven't seen her name on the pharmacist list. Moreover, did you notice? The reward is a purple Qi Hongmeng immortal seed. This is an ancient supreme treasure. Once refined, it greatly increases your strength. If you understand the Hongmeng immortal technique, you can control the laws of time. If you master both the laws of time and space, you could kill without being seen. Impossible. Only gods can do that. While everyone was amazed, a glow of purple energy spread out. Within the dense purple light, a purple Qi Hongmeng immortal seed, containing the essence of the universe, slowly fell into Su Hui's hand. As soon as she touched it, Su Hui felt her meridians and energy channels being cleansed. Her mind became clear and refreshed instantly.
Su Hui smiled slightly.
This purple Qi Hongmeng immortal seed truly is a great blessing. The people around her looked on with envy. If only this purple Qi Hongmeng immortal seed were mine. You also need skill and luck to get it. Everyone's eyes turned to Fairy Xiun at the same time. Fairy Xiun was the first to start saving Lady Xue. If she succeeds, maybe the purple Qi Hongmeng immortal seed will belong to her. Nonsense. She needs to have the skill too. Did you see how healthy the two divine spirits saved by the Wheel of Fate are? Earlier, Fairy Xiun was sure the baby was either foolish or disabled. And don't forget, she also asked for 5 rare and precious fairy medicines. With only a 40% success rate, the Wheel of Fate didn't say anything, yet it saved the person in a blink. And broke records. Wow. Comparing the two, the difference is clear. The crowd's mocking comments kept coming. Fairy Xiun felt her eardrums pounding loudly. She was so angry her vision darkened. If it weren't for that Wheel of Fate suddenly appearing, the purple Qi Hongmeng immortal seed and connections with the Snow God Palace would be hers. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh. But she couldn't lose her temper. Her hard-earned reputation would be ruined. A gentle smile appeared on Fairy Xiun's face. She was about to walk toward Su Hui. But suddenly, Snow Tingji said, "Be careful, divine doctor. After all, the purple Qi Hongmeng immortal seed is highly coveted. In the illusory island of Flowing Sips, fights often broke out over treasures. There were countless stories of stealing treasures by force. Only the strong were respected." Su Hui looked around. Many people looked eager to act. She smiled and said, "Come if you dare," showing her arrogant and commanding attitude. A gasp of surprise sounded in the air. Snow Tingji cupped his hands. "As long as you need, benefactor, just ask." Su Hui accepted this kindness. After the Snow God Palace group left, Su Hui turned to leave. Fairy Xian stepped forward. She smiled kindly. "Congratulations, Will of Fate. Perhaps there will be a chance to spar someday." Xian raised her eyebrows. "Wasn't that enough just now?" referring to her recent act of saving someone. Fairy Biyun's face stiffened. She secretly gritted her teeth. But on her face, she kept a gentle smile. "You must be new here, right? Since your medical skills are so good, why not try to compete for the top spot?" Siyun didn't turn around. "I'm not interested." Fairy Biyun's face darkened with anger. People around started talking. "How arrogant. If you could break the record, you could be proud too. Such a pity. If you break the record, maybe you'll get a reward." Siyun paused. She turned slightly to look at the person. A reward? The person was momentarily stunned and said instinctively, "Anyone who breaks the Heaven List record will get a reward." Siyun raised an eyebrow. "Then I'll give it a try." Hearing this, Fairy Biyun sneered coldly. Breaking the Heaven List record isn't that easy. She herself had reached the 50th place on the Poison Master List. And she got no reward at all. Everyone gathered at the Heaven List Square. Flowing Song Illusion Island has 10 main rankings. Among them, the Poison Master List, Alchemist List, Talisman Maker List, and War God List are the most popular. Other rankings require a certain level to enter. Each ranking corresponds to a tower. There are 10 tall towers in front. Siyun glanced around. Let's start with the Alchemist List. The Alchemist List isn't just about testing an alchemist's ability to make potions. It's about climbing towers. Each level is the ultimate test for an alchemist. The Alchemist Tower has 1,000 floors. Every time you go up a floor, your rank advances by 1. Only upon reaching the 900th floor can you have a chance to enter the top 100 on the Alchemist List. How hard is it to get on this list? On Flowing Song Illusion Island, no one has managed to reach the top 10 floors. The top 10 spots on the Alchemist List are still empty. To compete for the top, you need to sign up. In front of the Alchemist Tower, there are staff responsible for registration and tower entry. An old man with a goat beard saw Fairy Biyun approaching. He lazily glanced and said, "Show your pass badge. Pay 10,000 black crystal stones. Then you can test your wood and fire dual-element spiritual power." Not all alchemists can compete for the top ranks. If their wood and fire dual-element spiritual power doesn't meet a certain standard, they are not qualified to enter the tower. That 10,000 black crystal stones would be wasted. One black crystal stone is already enough to make people jealous, let alone 10,000. A young man behind Fairy Xian sneered. Fairy Xian is ranked 50th among poison masters. Her wood and fire dual-element spiritual power is outstanding. Why would she need to test? An old man with a goat beard looked up without even glancing. "No testing, then get out." The young man's face turned red. "You." Fairy Xian signaled him to step back, smiling gently. "Of course, I need to test. We can't break the rules." She stepped to a nearby testing stone tablet. Her delicate face was full of absolute confidence. Fairy Xian gathered spiritual power in her palms and pressed it against the stone tablet. She focused intently, pouring her spiritual power in. The testing stone tablet lit up with dazzling light. Then came the pressure emanating from the tablet. Few could withstand the pressure of the testing stone. Fairy Xian's forehead beaded with sweat, her face slightly pale. After a quarter of an hour, the result appeared on the stone tablet. Wood element spiritual power, 4 stars, great complete. Fire element spiritual power, 4 stars, great complete. A burst of exclamations erupted around. 4 stars. This testing stone is at maximum 5 stars. I knew Fairy Xian's dual element spiritual power was outstanding, haha. Among all the participants trying to climb the ranks, Fairy Xian's spiritual power is among the best. Impressive. No wonder Fairy Xian became an imperial-level alchemist at such a young age. Truly a saintess of the Xian Palace. She might even make it into the top 20 of the alchemist rankings. Amidst the praise, Fairy Xian slowly exhaled. a proud look flashing in her eyes. She deliberately or unintentionally glanced at Su Lin. A disdainful smile curled at her lips. Fairy Xian chuckled softly. Will of fate, it's your turn. Su Hui's expression was calm. After paying 1,000 black crystal stones, she kept her palm a hand's length away from the stone tablet. She was about to input her spiritual power remotely. Someone asked confusedly, "Why are you inputting your spiritual power like that?" "It might cause the test to fail," Su Hui responded softly. "I have a cleanliness obsession." Everyone's expression paused, and a strange look appeared on their faces. Does this mean she thinks Fairy Baiyun is dirty? After all, Fairy Baiyun just finished her test. Someone chuckled softly. But Fairy Baiyun was filled with anger. She clenched her fingertips tightly in frustration. Fairy Baiyun sneered coldly. "Then I want to see if your talent and spiritual power are worthy of your arrogance." Su Hui suddenly released her spiritual power into the stone tablet. As soon as it entered, the test stone tablet suddenly shook violently with loud rumbling sounds. Bright symbols flashed wildly. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. The old man with the goat beard's eyes shrank suddenly. Before anyone could react, beep beep beep. Wood and fire spiritual power, 5 stars, fully charged. Beep beep beep. Unlock hidden 6 stars. Beep beep beep. 7 stars complete. Unlock 8 stars, 9 stars. Wood and fire spiritual power level surpassing 10 stars. Beep beep beep. Report. The stone tablet's capacity is insufficient. Suddenly, the huge test stone tablet exploded with a loud bang. It shattered with a loud blast. Dust and fragments flew everywhere. Everyone was stunned. All the staff responsible for tower registration and the old man with the goat beard were dumbfounded. The crowd was in chaos. 10 stars? Did I hear that right? Wood and fire talent spiritual power, 10 stars. Isn't the highest only 5 stars? I heard that this stone tablet actually hides an additional 5 stars. A total of 10 stars. But since ancient times, no one's talent and spiritual power have surpassed 5 stars. At most, reaching 5 stars in a big completion. But we just saw clearly and heard clearly. She not only unlocked the hidden 6 stars, but even reached 10 stars. Most importantly, didn't you hear the feedback from the stone tablet indicating insufficient ability? In other words, the wood-fire innate spiritual power of the Wheel of Fortune is far higher than that of 10 stars. That's why the stone tablet exploded. Could this be a fake stone tablet? Get lost. This testing stone tablet has existed together with this alchemy tower for over 10,000 years. I'm going crazy. What kind of terrifying talent is this? Everyone's eyes all turned sharply towards Su Hui.
Su Hui blinked.
The old man with the goat beard behind him trembled slightly. He looked at Su Hui with suspicion and confusion.
You,
he stammered 3 times. The old man with the goat beard was stunned, feeling numb at the scalp. He froze like a statue, staring blankly. Su Hui spoke calmly. Am I qualified with this talent? The old man with the goat beard patted his thigh and said, Of course you are. Definitely enough. That 4-star talent is just trash. Fairy Baiyun was furious. Is there such a thing as yin and yang? You almost called out names directly.
Fairy Baiyun glared fiercely at Su Hui.
Which faction does this come from? The stone tablet exploded. Can we still compete for rankings in the future? The old man with a goat beard looked conflicted. Suddenly, a vast bell sound echoed through the heavens and earth. Announcement for the entire island. The Wheel of Fortune broke the historical record of the wood-fire innate spiritual power in the alchemy tower. A reward, an immortal body bone that never perishes. The immortal aura shining from the immortal body bone precisely landed in Su Hui's hand. Everyone exclaimed. The immortal body bone that never perishes is one of the 5 great treasure bones of the Liushuang Fantasy Island, according to legend. Once fused and refined, the flesh can resist a full-strength attack from a super-strong in the immortal Emperor realm. Jealous. Envious. Fairy Baiyun's eyes turned red with jealousy. Unreasonable. It's just breaking a record. Shouldn't the reward be this? The old man with the goat beard said. Shouldn't it? Could it be that it should be given to you? A 4-star trash. Why not you also try to break a record? As soon as she spoke, she immediately regretted it. The old man with the goat beard smiled kindly. Yes, you know it's hard to break through. Then stop showing that ugly face. The old man with the goat beard had guarded the tower for many years. He wouldn't indulge these spoiled princesses or fairies. He snorted coldly. The old man with the goat beard happily ran towards Su Hui, smiling with wrinkles all over his face. Young lady, here is the key to your alchemy tower. Good luck. I look forward to you breaking records again. Everyone else. This was a clear double standard. Fairy Bai Yun was so angry she was trembling all over. The difficulty of each level in the alchemy tower is unprecedented. It not only tests your overall alchemy skills, but also requires the alchemists to protect themselves. I don't believe she can break the record. Fairy Bai Yun angrily took her key and entered the alchemy tower first. As long as she passed the test of the wood and fire spiritual talents, she could enter the tower at any time to compete for the top spot. And there was no time limit inside the tower. Some people stayed inside for 3 years but only reached the 80th level. Others couldn't reach the 50th level in their whole lives. So, even with strong spiritual talents, it wasn't guaranteed to make the top. No wonder Fairy Bai Yun is so confident. Of course, she's not willing to accept defeat. The Bai Yun Palace has invested countless resources in her. Now that Fatesville has beaten her down, she must want to regain her pride. Do we know if Fatesville can make it to the top? I think it can. With such talent, their strength must be amazing. But that's not certain. I actually support Fairy Bai Yun. After all, her past performances are well known. I bet on Fairy Bai Yun to win. I don't think so. I bet Fatesville will rank higher. Fairy Bai Yun is definitely more powerful. Then let's bet. Place your bets. In just a moment, a betting frenzy erupted. As word spread, almost everyone in the Heavenly Rankings Square turned their attention here. The entire city, including nearby areas, was buzzing with news of the challenge. What did you say? Someone dares to challenge Lady Bai Yun. Lady Bai Yun is famous as a genius alchemist. Who is it? They're asking for trouble. Is it the Wheel of Destiny that just broke 2 records? Hurry, everyone, this is going to be exciting. Who do you think will win? Definitely Lady Bai Yun. Now the odds are 100 to 1. That's incredible. As more people paid attention, the betting grew more intense. In front of the alchemy tower, a crowd gathered. The large sky-lit square couldn't hold everyone. Some cultivators even used magic tools to float and watch from above. The scene was almost unprecedented in its excitement. Who is this mysterious person challenging the Wheel of Destiny? Why are so many strong people here? There are many powerful figures nearby. Look at the person in the green robe to the southeast, calm and deep in their cultivation. Over there is the territory of the Heavenly Domain Lord. Even the evil realm has come, and the top family of the spirit realms Vermilion Bird Empire. Not just that. Even the Heaven's Gift Alliance has been alerted. This is getting more and more interesting. The crowd was lively and noisy. Su Hui had just entered the first floor of the alchemy tower. She heard a voice from the little glutton. Master? So angry. Almost everyone is betting on that ugly guy to win. The odds are now 1,000 to 1. Before entering the tower, Su Hui quietly left the little glutton outside. She had broken 2 records that were never seen before. Naturally, many top experts lurking in the shadows were watching her. The little glutton, as her eye, was the first to gather and report the outside situation. Su Hui's deep phoenix eyes flickered with a playful glint. The little glutton was furious, eyes blazing. This is nonsense. I want to swallow all these people. Su Hui's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Put all the black crystal mines in the space on the line. Bet everything on my victory. The small glutton quickly followed Su Gui's orders. In the first floor of the medicine refining tower, Su Gui looked around at the notice board inside the tower. It showed that 300 people were competing on the first level. Each person had a different exam question. The illusions they saw were also different. Su Gui's exam question was to refine an ancient pill called Fallen Heart Soul Pill. Meanwhile, Fairy Bai Yun saw her exam question and became excited. It's to identify and catch the poison mystical ice flower. The poison mystical ice flower is a very strange spiritual herb. It can disguise itself in any environment. Fairy Baiyun had practiced this skill during her closed-door training, so she was well prepared. She thought, "This is good luck, heaven is helping me." Fairy Baiyun looked determined. She put on icy silk gloves and scanned the fiery red medicinal field. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on a half-fallen spiritual flower. She smiled and said, "That's you." Like a ghost, Fairy Baiyun moved swiftly. "Got you." She pulled out the poison mystical ice flower by its root. The tower announced, "Congratulations to Fairy Baiyun for passing to the second level. This is just the beginning." Fairy Baiyun passed so quickly. What is the test question of the Wheel of Destiny? It seems to be to refine the fallen heart-soul pill. Then she's doomed. No one has ever successfully refined that pill. Every alchemist faced with that question has been tortured for years. Remember the third prince of the Zhuge Empire 5 years ago? He went mad because of this question. Luckily, I bet on Fairy Baiyun. After a few moments, the tower announced again, "Congratulations to Fairy Baiyun for passing 2 levels and entering the 4th floor." Many cheered loudly. Half an hour later, Fairy Baiyun reached the 100th level. Those who bet on her cheered wildly. "Fairy Baiyun! Fairy Baiyun! Ha ha ha, I'm glad I bet on Fairy Baiyun. Now the odds are 1 in 10,000. I'm rich. I'm rich." What is the Wheel of Fate doing? There's no sign at all. This Wheel of Fate is just a person with slightly stronger fire talent and spiritual power. Once in battle, it's just SOSO. The Heartfall Soul Pill is an ancient medicine. Even a saint-level alchemist would need at least 2 years of closed-door study to have a 30% chance of success. Even a fairy-level alchemist would need a year. And only half an hour has passed. How could she possibly succeed? Many people are cursing and complaining.
Bored.
"I'm leaving. I thought she was a remarkable person." Many people are sighing and walking away one after another. Suddenly, a loud thunder roars in the void. Above the entire alchemy tower, a huge black-purple cloud vortex appears instantly. Thunder rumbles fiercely. The oppressive and suffocating heavenly pressure is terrifying and chilling. Everyone's faces change drastically. Danjing. Could it be that the Heartfall Soul Pill has been successfully made? No way. Only half an hour. And once the Heartfall Soul Pill is made, there wouldn't be just this little movement. The deafening thunder roars on and on. It seems like it's going to destroy the entire world. People feel a shiver in their hearts. The terrifying vortex expands to cover the entire heavenly ranking square. It's a thunderstorm. Quick, get away.
Ah!
It hurts so much. The sky is filled with wild lightning. The air is covered with lightning and thunder. Everyone is tense and panicked. Magic tools quickly resist. The scene is chaotic. This thunderstorm is so powerful. My spiritual soul is being burned. How can there be a thunderstorm? Everyone is uncertain and surprised. Look, the thunderstorm has changed. Someone shouts in fear. The dense thunderstorm suddenly explodes with a loud bang. The thunderstorm instantly turns into a sphere of lightning cannon. The sky is filled with lightning and thunder. A fierce, terrifying dragon of lightning coils around. The sky is covered with dazzling, eye-catching lightning cannon spheres. Lightning cannon? How can there be lightning cannons? Unbelievable. What are they trying to do? Countless lightning cannon light balls appeared like armies of thousands. They exploded with incredible power. Run away. The sky was filled with lightning balls crashing down on the alchemy tower. Like a mighty wave, their momentum was unstoppable. The scene looked like a destructive attack. The alchemy tower shook violently. Electric nets covered and toppled over. Crazy. This is even more terrifying than lightning strikes. Can the alchemy tower withstand this? But they didn't have time to think about it. The sky suddenly cleared like clouds parting. In the huge purple-black vortex, a terrifying lightning glow appeared. It looked like a shining sun. It emitted a strong purple light. The powerful experts looked shocked. This phenomenon is the divine thunder of Zixiao. Ancient texts say, when the Zixiao divine thunder appears, the falling heart-soul pill is born. Fate's wheel. She really managed to refine the falling heart-soul pill. Only half an hour, and it's done. This is truly divine.
So terrifying.
Suddenly, someone shouted, "The Zixiao divine thunder hasn't fallen yet. Go and subdue it." Everyone's bodies trembled. Their minds suddenly became clear. The Zixiao divine thunder rarely appears in thousands of years. It's a great opportunity and an incredible blessing. But once the divine thunder is subdued by a strong person, the falling heart-soul pill cannot be successfully refined. Humph! Even if the Zixiao divine thunder falls, its power isn't something a mere alchemist can handle. Better to use it for us. Everyone's faces changed slightly. They all looked toward the source of the voice. It was Yen Chujia speaking, the third young master of the Vermilion Bird Empire's top family. Everyone on the illusory island has aliases, but some reveal their true identities and faces. Dozens of powerful figures rushed through the sky, but the fastest was a mysterious man in a blue robe. Yen Chujia looked grim. "This Zixiao divine thunder, I will take it." He unleashed his magic skills. The world trembled. Killing intent spread wildly. Blood energy surged. Inside the medicine refining tower, Su Nyo watched everything through the eyes of a small glutton. Su Nyo's stunning face was so beautiful it seemed to captivate and enchant. Her deep, black phoenix eyes shone with a commanding glare, trying to steal the purple sky divine thunder in front of me. Then let's see how powerful it really is. Su Nyo activated the fiery spiritual energy from her Dantian's Thunder Fire Sea. A powerful surge of energy rushed into the alchemy cauldron. Boom! A bright pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Endless energy erupted fiercely. A dazzling beam of light soared upward. In an instant, it merged into the center of the whirlpool where the purple sky divine thunder was. The wind suddenly stopped. The air became terrifyingly still. Time seemed to freeze. A sense of fear and dread filled the void, making one want to scream. It felt as if the grip of death was squeezing the throat of fate itself. The man in the blue robe felt his hair stand on end. His pupils shrank suddenly, but before he could speak, boom, the purple sky divine thunder tore through the sky, crashing down with a violent strike. A terrifying roar of lightning erupted. Its incredible power was almost enough to shake the entire Liushang illusion island. Some powerful beings instantly vanished into nothingness. Those rushing to seize the purple sky divine thunder fled wildly. The faster they ran, the quicker they died. Yen Chujia quickly used her family's treasure, the air-breaking shift, to escape. But she was still burned and torn apart by the divine thunder's overwhelming power. The man in the blue robe broke out in cold sweat. The power of heaven and earth was terrifying. According to ancient texts, the purple sky divine thunder also has levels. This one was probably the highest level. A strange, sinister look appeared in the blue-robed man's eyes. He knew he had to grasp the identity of the Wheel of Fate early. Inside the tower, Su Nyo. At the moment the purple sky divine thunder struck, she kicked the alchemy cauldron and shouted, "Catch it!" The divine thunder hit precisely. Inside the cauldron, the snowy white pill eagerly absorbed the purple energy of the thunder. Lightning crackled. The white pill suddenly developed purple thunder patterns all over. The mysterious, ancient-looking thunder patterns contained the ultimate creation. A brilliant glow filled the sky. The sound of the heavenly rules appeared. Congratulations to the Wheel of Destiny for successfully refining the fallen heart-soul pill. Everyone erupted in excitement. She really did it. Half an hour. Not just a saint-level alchemist. Even an immortal-level alchemist couldn't do this. What is her alchemy level? Could she be a divine-level alchemist? That's amazing. So what? She can only reach the second level. Fairy Biyun has already reached the 115th level. Everyone was stunned. But then, the voice of the heavenly rules sounded again. The Wheel of Destiny has refined the fallen heart-soul pill in the shortest time. Set the fastest alchemy record in the history of creating Flowing Fragrance Island. As a reward, a golden crow ancestor battle suit. Congratulations to the Wheel of Destiny for reaching the 900th level. What? It's the 900th level? Did I hear that right? Everyone went crazy. How is this possible? This is an unprecedented phenomenon. The name of the Wheel of Destiny instantly appeared on the 900th level slot. The announcement board cannot be wrong. The Wheel of Destiny has refined the fallen heart-soul pill. Not only did it break the record and earn a reward, but it also soared into the sky, directly entering the top 100 alchemists. Is this really possible? Of course. Try refining the fallen heart-soul pill in half an hour and still calmly withstand the purple sky divine thunder. No wonder no one has been able to refine the fallen heart-soul pill for so many years. This is true strength. Who just said the Wheel of Destiny only has talent but no strength? Come out and get a beating. Ha ha. Fairy Biyun is still clearing levels one by one. Until when will she clear levels? Our Wheel of Destiny crushes everything. Fairy Biyun is completely defeated. Ha ha. Hurry up. Check the odds. The odds have risen to 50,000 to 1. Ha ha ha. I'm going to win big. Those who bet on the Wheel of Destiny winning earlier are now proud and confident. Especially the little glutton. He looked like a handsome young man, crossing his arms and smiling happily. You Cloud Fairy, you're not even worth mentioning. A disciple of the Cloud Palace was unhappy. The competition isn't over yet. It's not the final result. Fairy Cloud is ranked 50th on the Poison Master list. If you have the ability, make the Wheel of Fate rank in the top 50, Xiao Tao Tai snorted. His master still looked down on him. A dark glint flashed in Xiao Tao Tai's eyes. He looked down on everyone. Come on. Place your bets. I bet the Wheel of Fate will be in the top 20. Mu Han, the senior disciple of the Cloud Palace, sneered. Top 20? That's arrogant, Xiao Tao Tai's big hand waved. Then, I bet she can get into the top 10. Mu Han laughed even more. The Alchemy Tower has been around for over 10,000 years. The top 10 positions on the Alchemist list are still empty. Getting into the top 10? You really don't know how to live. Xiao Tao Tai's arms crossed. I believe the Wheel of Fate will break all this. Mu Han smiled sinisterly. All right, then we'll make sure you lose everything. Xiao Tao Tai looked fierce. Come on. Who's afraid of whom? You're from the Cloud Palace, right? If you lose, kneel and kowtow to Grandpa. Mu Han's anger also flared. If you lose, you have to beg the Wheel of Fate to send out the Golden Crow Ancestor Battle Robe for me. Everyone froze. The Wheel of Fate had received so many rewards. Everyone had long been jealous. But no one expected the senior disciple of the Cloud Palace to use this trick to steal the treasure. Xiao Tao Tai's cold smile. All right, I'll be the host. Then show me your top treasures as the bet. If they're not valuable enough, don't embarrass yourselves. Xiao Tao Tai waved his hand. Immediately, a large table appeared in front. He sat boldly at the head. His stance was full of pride and confidence. Mu Han's lips curled into a fierce smile. Good. I bet she can't get into the top 10. Not only Mu Han placed a bet. Many others eager to share the winnings also started betting. In just a moment, the table was filled with rare and precious spiritual treasures from the world. Little Gluttony laughed playfully and arrogantly. Someone suddenly slapped the table with a big hand. A dark green box was pressed down. A bloody and fierce aura emanated from the box. Little Gluttony stiffened. He slowly looked up and glanced at the person. It was Yen Chujia, who had just tried to steal his master Zixiao Divine Thunder. Little Gluttony's eyes narrowed coldly. This person carried the aura of a punky beast. The scent was very faint, almost undetectable. But as the leader of the 4 ancient fierce beasts, he could naturally sense the other 3 fierce beasts' auras. I bet on the Wheel of Fate to lose. If I win, you must bring the purple Qi Hongmeng immortal seed. Little Gluttony stared at him without blinking, his eyes mysterious and unpredictable. Yen Chujia showed disdain on his face. How? Not brave enough. Little Gluttony's gaze showed pride. This thing of yours isn't worth much. Yen Chujia's face darkened. Do you know what this is? Little Gluttony lazily crossed his legs on the table and looked at him with a relaxed attitude. Of course, it's Kunping blood. Yen Chujia said, You know it's valuable, yet you say it's not. Little Gluttony replied, In front of the purple Qi Hongmeng immortal seed, it's nothing. Don't you dare bring it out as a bet. Yen Chujia's eyes flashed with a sinister light. And what about this? A fiery red spiritual herb appeared on the table. It was the Hellfire Lotus. Little Gluttony sneered. Not enough. Yan Chujie painfully took out 3 supreme spiritual medicines. Little Gluttony said, still not enough. Yan Chujie slammed the table angrily, his muscles trembling with rage. You're doing this on purpose. Little Gluttony rolled his eyes. Bet or not, that's your choice. Yan Chujie's anger intensified, his whole body radiating killing intent. He took out another crystal box. Inside was the heavenly spirit fruit. That should be enough for the bet. Little Gluttony sniffed lightly. This heavenly spirit fruit helps the master cultivate. He looked at Yan Chujie with disdain. Just leave it. You can step down now. Yan Chujie's eyes shot out a cold, murderous glare. This was how he dismissed others. Are you the emperor? Wait for the results to come out. He must make sure this person can't escape punishment. At this moment, someone shouted loudly. Look at the ranking list. It seems the rankings of the Wheel of Destiny are changing again. Everyone was shocked. All eyes quickly turned to the ranking board on the Alchemy Tower. The person in 100th place is not the Wheel of Destiny. Then what is her current position? There's no official notice from the rules. Could she have been surpassed and dropped out of the top 100? Impossible. Everyone's gaze searched rapidly. Found her. She's in 80th place. She's in 80th place. On the 80th position, the words, Wheel of Destiny, shone brightly.
Wow.
What kind of incredible speed is this? Everyone found it hard to believe. How much time has passed? It's less than the time of a cup of tea. In the top 100 alchemists, each position climbed higher. And the difficulty level is all at the level. Is she skipping levels or passing through step by step? It seems. She's skipping levels. Again, she's skipping levels. This is too unbelievable. On the alchemy ranking list, everyone normally moves up step by step. But the Wheel of Destiny? She went straight from the first level to the 900th level. And from the top 100 to the 80th place. Oh no! The name, Wheel of Destiny, disappeared again. She's not in 80th place anymore. Everyone was shocked. All eyes stared fixedly at the list. The name, Wheel of Destiny, kept climbing higher and higher. It stopped at 60th place.
No.
It hasn't stopped yet. It's still moving upward. The words, Wheel of Destiny, on the ranking list started flying up again. After a while, a buzzing sound filled the air. The entire alchemy tower seemed to emit a wave of energy. The position of the Wheel of Destiny suddenly froze. Stop. She is now in 35th place. She has entered the top 50. Someone raised a question. Why haven't we seen any updates from the Heaven and Earth rules? Everyone's mind suddenly woke up. Anyone who enters the top 50 will receive a notification from the Heaven and Earth rules. If there is no notification, it can only mean that the ranking on the Wheel of Destiny is still rising. Realizing this, everyone became very excited. This is crushing at an unprecedented speed. Awesome. It makes me feel so excited and full of energy. Could the Wheel of Destiny really break into the top 10? If that really happens, it would be one of the miracles of Liushang Illusion Island. By the way, where's Fairy Baiyun now? The people around paused. They almost forgot about her. Who asked the speed of the Wheel of Destiny to be so crazy? Everyone took a quick look at Fairy Baiyun's position. Someone weakly said, she's still on the 115th floor. Everyone, this gap is huge. Fairy Baiyun is basically being pressed down and rubbed hard. Many people already regret betting on Fairy Baiyun. Muhan's face looked very bad. A dark look flashed in his eyes. If this continues, they will definitely lose. Not only he'll be ruined financially, but also the assets and reputation of Baiyun Palace. He must find a way to inform Fairy Baiyun. Inside the Alchemy Tower, only the first floor can see the leaderboard. Other floors cannot see it. They can only know their own ranking. Given Fairy Baiyun's current situation, she must be stuck on some difficult question. But that shouldn't be. She is supposed to be in the top 100. Muhan was almost panicking. He quietly stepped back from the crowd, quickly turned into a secluded alley. He was about to use the secret technique of Baiyun Palace to contact Fairy Baiyun inside the Alchemy Tower. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Mu Han's eyes shrank. Yan Chujia, what are you doing here? Yan Chuji's eyes were cold. You don't want the Wheel of Fate to win, do you? Mu Han gave a cold laugh. Do you want it too? Yan Chuji smiled. We can work together. Mu Han narrowed his eyes.
Oh, how?
Yan Chuji said, the alchemist ranked 20th in the alchemy tower is from my Yan clan. He's currently challenging the rankings inside the tower. If the Wheel of Fate really reaches the 20th place, I'll tell him to stop it there. Your task is to help Fairy Biyun reach the top 20 as quickly as possible. Mu Han thought for a moment. The 20th rank in the alchemy tower was a major barrier. No matter how strong one was, they had to face the trial on that level. If the Wheel of Fate was defeated by those inside the tower, they would lose nothing and could even share the rewards it had earned. As long as Fairy Biyun entered the top 20, her rank would be higher than the Wheel of Fate's, and they would win, winning 2 bets at once. One bet was secretly made by Biyun Palace, comparing Fairy Biyun's rank with the Wheel of Fate's. The other was made by that young man, betting on whether the Wheel of Fate could reach the top 10. Since this involved working with another clan, Mu Han decided to be cautious. He used a secret technique to contact the master of Biyun Palace. Soon, he received a reply. Cooperation allowed. Do everything possible to stop the Wheel of Fate. Mu Han looked up at Yan Chuji. Then let's work well together. A satisfied smile appeared on Yan Chuji's face. Outside, more shouts could be heard. The Wheel of Fate has reached 28th place. Both men tensed, their auras filled with determination. Yan Chuji quickly used a secret method to contact those inside the tower, and Mu Han did the same. Little Taoya's gaze drifted toward an alley in the southeast. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Don't think he hadn't noticed those 2 troublemakers heading that way. If they dared to harm his master, they would soon regret it. A young man shouted excitedly, look. Fairy Biyun's rank is rising. She's finally no longer on the 115th level. Hey? Fairy Biyun is also climbing the rankings unexpectedly. She has now reached the 500th level. I knew Fairy Biyun had good potential. The Wheel of Fate is ranked 28th among alchemists. Fairy Biyun should first aim for the top 100. Amidst the lively discussions, someone suddenly shouted loudly. The Wheel of Fate has moved up to 20th place. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The name, Wheel of Fate, shone with the brightest light. All eyes focused on this moment. The shock and disbelief lingered for a long time. On the top 10 list of Lingshang Fantasy Island, such a rapid rise had never been seen before. It was less than an hour. Could this Wheel of Fate be a divine being defying the heavens? Who is currently in 20th place? That's Yan Yaozun. He's a very powerful saint-level alchemist. Not just powerful, it's said that Yan Yaozun is just one step away from becoming an immortal-level alchemist. On the alchemist ranking list from 15th to 11th place are all saint-level alchemists. Saint-level alchemists are also called medicine immortals. Only one person can be in 20th place, who will win between the Wheel of Fate and Yan Yaozun. Just as Su Gue entered the 20th level, a terrifying aura suddenly struck fiercely. It was an old man in a black robe. Su Gui's eyes shot out cold light. Her figure suddenly disappeared. Yan Yaozun's palm struck mist. He sneered coldly. Meeting me, the old man, is your misfortune, Wheel of Fate. With a loud bang, the huge medicinal cauldron inside the tower exploded. Yan Yaozun's face changed drastically. My pills. The pressure from the explosion of the cauldron swept through the entire tower level. Flames spread wildly. Yan Yaozun's face turned pale. He quickly rushed forward, but saw the cauldron shattered into pieces. The pills he was about to refine turned into a pile of debris. If only this pill had been completed, he could have advanced to become an immortal-level alchemist. The flame medicine lord's eyes burst with fierce anger. He glared at Su Gue with hatred. Wheel of Fate, how dare you ruin my alchemy? Su Gue looked calm. Meeting me is your bad luck. The flame medicine lord's eyes widened. You? Then take this, he shouted. He gathered a dark green flame in his palm. Burning heaven demon fire. Come to me. A sea of dark green flames fiercely surrounded Su Gui. Hot fire and icy cold light filled the air. The flame medicine lord laughed arrogantly. This burning heaven demon fire is ranked 30th on the divine fire list. He was about to boast more. Suddenly, a girl's figure stepped out from the dark green flames. The flame medicine lord's smile froze on his face, full of shock. How come? You weren't swallowed? He had tried to tame this burning heaven demon fire. He suffered heavy blows to his true body and soul. On the flowing song Illusion Island, and even across the entire 8 realms, he had used the burning heaven demon fire to kill many strong fighters. So, when the young master sent him a message, he naturally wanted to destroy the Wheel of Fate. Such a big threat could not be left alive. Moreover, the person in front of him had destroyed his alchemy furnace. Su Gui's eyelids lifted, her expression calm. Fire isn't played like that. The flame medicine lord clenched his fists tightly. A cold feeling rose in his heart. A sense of dread spread through his limbs. Su Gui's fair arms slowly lifted. A gleam of light spilled from her fingertips. The surrounding dark green flames gathered into a blue flame dragon. That terrifying aura contained endless power of heaven and earth. The flame medicine lord's eyes widened in shock. How can you control my burning heaven demon fire? Su Gui's gaze was steady. You talk too much. She is the master of all fire types. Controlling flames is easy for her. Su Gui's voice was cold. The blue flame dragon formed from the burning heaven demon fire fiercely opened its fangs. It attacked the flame medicine lord with great force. The flame medicine lord's face turned pale, full of shock and anger. Burning heaven demon fire, I am your master. A surge of spiritual power burst out. The two forces collided with a loud bang. The flames of the azure dragon erupted in a furious roar. In an instant, they attacked the defense of the flame medicine lord. The flame medicine lord's forehead bulged with veins, and his face showed frustration. I don't believe it. Burning sky demon fire, I command you. Before he could finish his words, the burning sky demon fire completely engulfed him. Vast blue flames invaded his flesh and blood.
Ah, ah, ah.
The flame medicine lord fell to the ground, rolling and wailing in pain. His screams were terrifying and chilling. His spiritual soul was burned until it turned transparent. The flame medicine lord panicked as he felt his life force slipping away. He wanted to leave the alchemy tower, but he couldn't escape at all. His gaze suddenly shot towards Su Qi, and he roared. What did you do? Su Qi's lips curled into a sly smile. Of course, I destroyed you. No one could escape her space domain. The flame medicine lord's mind was in chaos. There was still one last hope. That was for his spiritual soul to leave the flowing Illusion Island. As long as his soul remained intact, he still had a chance to seek revenge. The flames crackled loudly. Finally, a look of fear appeared on the flame medicine lord's face. Ah, no! The burning sky demon fire exploded with a loud bang. His spiritual soul was instantly burned to nothing. His entire body and the flames vanished completely. Inside the flowing Illusion Island, when someone died, they truly died. Su Qi's eyes shone with pride and sharpness. Her gaze fell on the ranking list, deep and mysterious. From the moment she started climbing, less than an hour had passed. Too slow, Su Qi was slightly dissatisfied. She had to be faster. If people outside the tower knew what Su Qi was thinking right now, they would definitely be furious. The flowing Illusion Island had existed for tens of thousands of years, but never before had there been such a crazy speed of climbing. At the moment the flame medicine lord's spiritual soul was destroyed, the air trembled violently. On the alchemy master ranking, the name of the flame medicine lord turned gray. And soon, it disappeared completely. Jin Chujie's eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone was stunned. Is this flame medicine lord dead? Confirmed dead. Oh my goodness, a talented alchemist has fallen, which is really a pity. The Wheel of Fate is so ruthless. It's just a competition, there's no need to go all out. What if the Flame Medicine Lord actively attacked the Wheel of Fate? Why can't the Wheel of Fate fight back? Everything depends on strength. Life and death are up to fate. Everyone around was noisy and shocked. Yen Chuji was so angry, he almost ground his teeth. The Flame Medicine Lord is very powerful. But unexpectedly, he was killed instantly by the Wheel of Fate. He underestimated the power of the Wheel of Fate. The rules of heaven and earth appeared coldly. Investigation complete. Fairy Xian violated the rules of the Alchemy Tower. All rankings are now invalid. From today, Liushang Illusion Island will permanently ban Fairy Xian. Everyone was stunned. Breaking the rules, Fairy Xian cheated. No wonder she suddenly jumped ahead in the rankings. Mu Han looked panicked.
How was she caught?
The secret techniques of the Xian Palace are incredibly powerful, but they've never failed before. A sudden, uneasy feeling arose in Yen Chuji's mind. Fairy Xian was caught. Will the Flame Medicine Lord be discovered too? No way. His family background in the Zhuge Empire is not so simple. Yen Chuji just finished comforting himself. The rules of heaven and earth sounded mechanically and coldly through the void. Investigation complete. Yen Long violated the rules of the Alchemy Tower. His past achievements are now void. All traces will be completely erased. The crowd exploded. Fairy Xian and the Flame Medicine Lord cheated at the same time. How dare these two? The rules of Liushang Illusion Island are not to be trifled with. Even if the Flame Medicine Lord dies, he can't escape punishment. All his traces will be erased by Liushang Illusion Island. So tragic. So terrible. Then, the rules of heaven and earth came again. Mu Han and Yen Chuji assisted in cheating, deprived both of their passes to Liushang Illusion Island, forever banned them from entering Liushang Illusion Island. Everyone was furious. Their eyes shot sharply at Mu Han and Yen Chuji. The two people were struck like lightning in a clear sky, their minds suddenly filled with a loud, thunderous noise. How could this happen? How could this happen? Mu Han's legs went weak. He sat down heavily on the ground. He covered his face and cried bitterly, full of regret. Yen Chuji's eyes widened with anger. He roared like crazy. I didn't help cheat. The rules of the world were misunderstood. Everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. The rules of the world on the Illusion Island of Flowing Sorrow are the fairest and most just. All the top 10 rankings are based solely on strength. In the past, cheating had not been unheard of. But the outcome was always the same. Why would they cheat? Everyone knows how strict the rules are on Flowing Sorrow Island. I guess they were probably afraid of losing. The odds are so high. If Fairy Xian lost, she would suffer a big loss. TSK, if you lose, you lose. If you can't accept losing, don't gamble. People who hold on to false hope will eventually bring about their own downfall. No one felt sorry for them. On Flowing Sorrow Island, the rules of the world are the ultimate authority. Suddenly, a heavy figure cut through the air. Everyone's faces changed slightly. Bang! The figure crashed heavily to the ground. Dust billowed everywhere. A scream echoed through the sky. It was Fairy Xian. She was thrown out. Fairy Xian's hair was messy and disheveled, looking very embarrassed. She was originally racing to climb the rankings. She was about to enter the top 100. But suddenly, the sound of the rules of the world exploded in her mind. Fairy Xian was going crazy. She had worked hard to achieve today's results. How could it all be cancelled just like that? It wasn't me who cheated. It was him who forced me. Fairy Xian shifted all the blame onto Mu Han. Mu Han's expression changed sharply as he looked at her in disbelief. What did you say? Fairy Xian shot him a warning look. One slap doesn't make a sound. The one competing for the top spots is you. The choice is in your hands. If you hadn't cheated, you wouldn't be in this situation today. Are the rules of heaven and earth really so stupid? Everyone kept talking about it. A cold, strict voice of the rules of heaven and earth announced a countdown. Expulsion countdown. 10, 9, 8. Fairy Baiyun and the other two became very nervous. Suddenly, the little glutton jumped up. Hey, before you kick them out, hand over their prizes. They lost the bet. The odds were so high. This is money, you know. The countdown kept going. Just when everyone thought he was dreaming, the countdown to 2 suddenly stopped. Everyone. No. Are we sure this rules of heaven and earth are real? The little glutton chuckled. This flowing wine illusion island is good, fair. He looked down at Chuji and the others from above. Hurry up and hand over your black crystal stones. Right now, the odds are 100,000 to 1. Everyone gasped sharply. Are you crazy? These odds are terrifying. 100,000 to 1. Chuji's face turned green with anger. The payout was just too harsh. The little glutton smiled warmly. If you don't follow through, I don't know how the rules of heaven and earth will punish you. All bets are voluntary. And they are controlled by the rules of heaven and earth. If you don't do it, the consequences are terrifying just to think about. Chuji looked very gloomy. It's like losing both the wife and the army. He glared angrily at Fairy Baiyun. Useless trash. Fairy Baiyun's chest trembled violently with anger. Burning rage filled her. She would never forget this humiliation. The little glutton took the space bags that Chuji and Muhan threw over. He checked carefully. Not a single seed could be missing. They lost badly in the first round. Chuji was furious, angry, and humiliated. The Wheel of Fate hasn't even entered the top 10. Return my treasures. The little glutton didn't turn around. According to the rules of heaven and earth, I have already taken all their black crystal stones. Now I can kick them out. Chuji's face changed drastically.
You.
The voice of the heavenly rules rang out clearly.
1.
Chuji's expression turned anxious. An unstoppable force descended. The 3 people's access tokens appeared in the air. In an instant, the 3 tokens were burned to ashes. Their spiritual forms vanished into the air, leaving behind only angry and unwilling roars. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. One mistake can bring endless regret. So many people have worked tirelessly just to enter the illusory island of flowing dreams. How foolish. Though everyone felt deeply moved, this event served as a warning once again. The fairness and justice of the top 10 rankings must never be violated. It is an absolute authority. Those on the top 10 rankings represent true strength. Discussions filled the air. A humming sound spread through the heavens and earth. Clang. Everyone's expressions tightened. The heavenly rules are appearing so often lately. Who broke a record this time? Could it be the Wheel of Fate? Everyone instinctively looked up at the Wheel of Fate's ranking. It's not her. The Wheel of Fate is still ranked 20th. Then, who is it? The rankings haven't changed. But the bell of the heavenly rules is still ringing. The clear and majestic bell echoed through the air. Clang. The second bell lingered for a long time. The third bell was deafening. Everyone felt uneasy.
Look.
The name of the Wheel of Fate is glowing. All eyes turned sharply toward it. Her rank is rising again. How high will she go this time? Not sure, but the power of the heavenly rules feels overwhelming. Could she really enter the top 10? The 6th bell has already sounded. The heavenly rules have never rung so many times in a row. The crowd was in an uproar. Suddenly, a refreshing scent of medicine filled the air. What a strong fragrance. Do you feel it too? Just breathing it in makes me feel lighter. Wait, my wounds are gone. How is that possible? Are you talking nonsense? Wow. It's real. My damaged meridians are healing automatically. My broken bones are mending. Oh my. My skin has turned white. It looks smooth and bright. What's going on? Wow. I've advanced. I've also broken through. Thousands of people are present. Everyone is experiencing different changes. It's almost chaos. Just from smelling the herbal medicine scent. Not only are some people advancing one after another, but their hidden injuries are also healing automatically. Everyone is stunned. This is the aura of a divine-grade pill. No way. I've taken divine-grade pills before. Divine-grade pills don't usually have this effect. Look at the sky. Everyone looks up. Above the alchemy tower, a divine light and auspicious clouds suddenly appear. Golden light fills the sky. Some are deeply moved. That's the sign of a half-step divine-level alchemist. A half-step divine-level alchemist? This sign just appeared, meaning someone just advanced. The entire 8 realms are vast, but there are only 3 half-step divine-level alchemists. All are terrifying figures from powerful regions. And now, another one appears. Who could it be? I'm so curious. Everyone stretches their necks, eyes wide like bells. Suddenly, the herbal scent in the air disappears completely. Everyone is stunned. The scent is gone. What's happening? Did something go wrong with the alchemy process? People around are still confused. The divine light and auspicious symbols in the sky suddenly change. The celestial runes shoot out wildly. Thunder roars loudly. Boom! A streak of golden lightning cuts through the sky. It seems to want to smash the void fiercely. Rumble. Another loud explosion. Crackling. Bright golden sparks. The entire sky is filled with golden lightning. It feels like being in a boiling thunder pool. An overwhelming feeling of suffocation and oppression. It was fierce and terrifying. A powerful aura swept across the sky like the end of the world. Everyone's spirits shook. Golden lightning. According to ancient records, when golden lightning appears, a divine-level master emerges. He's a divine-level alchemist. Not just half-step divine, but a true divine-level alchemist. Everyone went crazy. The spirit realm has never seen a divine-level alchemist before. This is the first in history. Such a shocking phenomenon. All the powerful people on Liushang Illusion Island moved quickly. Hidden strong fighters from all directions rushed over. Anyone who saw this vast sea of golden lightning would think, surely, the Wheel of Destiny has become a divine-level alchemist. Besides her, no one else could create such a scene. But the Wheel of Destiny is only ranked 20th. Probably not her. Could it be the Holy Son of the Ancestor Dragon, ranked 11th among alchemists? 5 years ago, the Holy Son of the Ancestor Dragon was already a perfect celestial-level alchemist, and he has been ranked 11th on the alchemist list for 5 consecutive years, so it's very likely him. Boom! The golden lightning in the void gathered into a golden dragon of thunder. Bright golden lightning shot down like the sun. It fiercely struck the top of the alchemy tower.
Boom!
The terrifying pressure of heaven and earth made everyone retreat repeatedly. A deafening sound caused panic and chaos. Bang! The 9th heavenly rule vibrated the dome. The divine power was vast and mighty, like swallowing mountains. Everyone instinctively held their breath. The large square instantly fell silent. Bang! The 10th bell rang throughout Liushang Illusion Island. At this moment, the rules of heaven and earth erupted. Congratulations to the Wheel of Destiny for reaching the top of the alchemist list. Congratulations to the Wheel of Destiny for reaching the top of the alchemist list. Congratulations to the Wheel of Destiny for reaching the top of the alchemist list. 3 consecutive voices echoed across the sky. They spread to every inch of Liushang Illusion Island. Everyone was stunned. Did I hear that right? Number 1 on the alchemist list. You heard it right. The rules of heaven and earth have never been so grand and powerful. It is absolutely correct. The top spot on the alchemist list. How Ran appears with the words, Wheel of Destiny. It's like the supreme ruler. Even more importantly, from 10th to 2nd place on the alchemist list are all empty. This makes the feeling of looking down on everyone even stronger. Little Glutton is so shocked he jumps up. He knows his master will definitely be in the top 10 of the alchemist list. And his master has directly taken the 1st place. Little Glutton is so excited he almost tears up. This is his master. With just one person, he created the history of Liushang Illusion Island. Not only is Little Glutton excited, everyone else is screaming wildly. The Wheel of Destiny really took the top spot, and it was achieved within just 1 hour. Oh my god, I'm so excited I could go crazy. Who said she wouldn't make the top 10? She doesn't care about 10th place at all. She wants 1st place. This is the only 1st place ever on the alchemist list in Liushang Illusion Island. Oh my! I witnessed history today. Countless people celebrate wildly. At this moment, the voice of the rules of heaven and earth sounds again. Congratulations to the Wheel of Destiny for unlocking the Human Emperor Seal. Becoming the master of the Human Emperor Seal. Everyone, Human Emperor Seal? It turns out the Human Emperor Seal, lost for tens of thousands of years, was sealed in first place on the alchemist list. So, the reward for first place on the alchemist list is the Human Emperor Seal. This reward is incredible. Isn't it just a reward? It's actually being unlocked by someone. Hiss. Could there be other rewards? While everyone is confused, the rules of heaven and earth suddenly speak. The Wheel of Destiny created the highest record in the history of Luseng Illusion Island's alchemist list. The reward is a seed of the heavenly way. The crowd erupts in chaos. Seed of the heavenly way. To grow the heavenly way tree, a divine ancient tree that can create a new era. Not only that, the heavenly path fruit produced by the heavenly path tree can turn any ordinary person into a god instantly. Wow. That's so terrifying. I feel like I'm going crazy. If I had known earlier, I would have also tried to become the top alchemist. Are you just going to compete for the top spot? Do you even have the skill to do that? Alright, that hurts. When it comes to alchemy skills, who can compare to the Wheel of Destiny? They are a divine-level alchemist. The number one in the entire immortal spirit realm. Suddenly, someone timidly spoke up. Isn't the Heavenly Gift Alliance always looking for the treasure called the Seed of the Heavenly Path? Everyone knows this. The Heavenly Gift Alliance even offered bounties before. Any strong person who finds the Seed of the Heavenly Path and hands it over to the Alliance can receive their protection. But now, it's surprising that the Seed of the Heavenly Path has become the reward for the Wheel of Destiny. The Wheel of Destiny is so powerful. They will probably join the Heavenly Gift Alliance, right? Not necessarily. Today, she's so boldly competing for the top spot. Not only will many strong people try to recruit her, but she will also face countless attacks from her peers. She must have a strong backing behind her. There are so many powerful forces in the 8 domains. Maybe the Wheel of Destiny's background is very strong. So, which faction does she come from? Everyone was very curious. Among the crowd, a man in white robes thought for a moment. He appeared in a hidden but luxurious palace. This is one of the branches of the Heavenly Gift Alliance. Sitting on a high platform was a stern-looking, energetic old man. This is Elder Tianwei, one of the 36 heavenly stems of the Heavenly Gift Alliance. The man in white knelt on one knee. His tone was very respectful. He quickly explained everything happening with the alchemist ranking. Elder Tianwei's eyes opened and closed. The Wheel of Destiny. The man in white was excited. Yes, Elder Tianwei, the Wheel of Destiny is indeed suspicious. Could she be one of the inheritors of the ancient 8 clans we are looking for? Or could she be the legendary child of gods and demons? Elder Tianwei snorted coldly. Why would the heirs of the ancient 8 clans be so high-profile? They'd rather hide in the shadows and never come out, not to mention the children of gods and demons. Since she's a woman and he's a man, that's even less likely. However, the evil emperor from the Dark Realm seems more suspicious. The records of the evil emperor's creation back then are just as extensive as those of the Wheel of Destiny. Plus, the power of the Dark Realm is growing stronger, showing signs of threatening the heavenly domain. The man in white thought for a moment. The heavenly domain is controlled by their celestial alliance. It is also the main base of the alliance. A fierce look appeared on the man in white's face, but the cultivation of the evil emperor is too strong. Elder Tianwei felt a twinge of fear. He almost died at the hands of the evil emperor. His eyes sharpened. Keep a close watch on the evil emperor's movements. The man in white nodded in response. He hesitated and asked, "What about the seed of the way of heaven?" It was said that whoever first handed over the seed of the way of heaven could become a core member of the alliance. If their celestial sub-alliance acted first, they could rank high among the 36 celestial beasts. Elder Tianwei waved his hand. Just a Wheel of Destiny. If she refuses to join the celestial alliance, then kill her. The seed of the way of heaven will definitely be ours. The man in white was stunned. She's a divine-level alchemist, the only divine-level existence in all 8 realms. A flicker of displeasure crossed Elder Tianwei's face. Is there a problem? The man in white's face turned pale. He was shaken by the oppressive aura in the air, feeling intense pain in his organs. His blood surged wildly. Elder Tianwei has been in power for decades. The invisible pressure he exudes makes people tremble with fear. The man in white was terrified, kowtowing deeply. I dare not. Elder Tianwei snorted. If she cannot serve our purposes, she will become a tool for other forces. Since that's the case, what's the point of keeping her? Aren't there plenty of talented people who have disappeared in their hands? Elder Tianwei paid no attention at all. The man in white was so frightened he almost lost his soul, following the elder's instructions. Elder Tianwei closed his eyes and said, "Get out." The man in white quickly ran out, looking very pale. He literally rolled away. On the heavenly ranking square, the crowd's excitement was still growing stronger. The news that a divine-level alchemist had become the top of the alchemist list spread rapidly across the 8 regions. In the immortal realm, at the Snow God Palace, one of the Snow Palace's officials heard the news and was still stunned. Already at the top of the alchemist list? How is that possible? A divine-level alchemist. He then reacted sharply with a serious look. Send the news out immediately. The Wheel of Destiny is a benefactor of our Snow God Palace. Anyone who disrespects her will face the wrath of our Snow God Palace in the far west of the Soul Realm at the Ancestor Dragon Tribe. The Ancestor Dragon Emperor was furious. What? The top of the alchemist list was snatched by someone else. And my son? The subordinate tremblingly reported. The Holy Sun is still competing for the top. He doesn't know about this yet. The Ancestor Dragon Emperor's blood-red eyes flashed with killing intent. No matter what, bring back the Human Emperor's seal for me. The Human Emperor's seal must belong to the Ancestor Dragon Tribe. They had searched for the Human Emperor's seal for thousands of years. Now they finally had some accurate news. They could not afford to miss this chance. Dozens of powerful experts quickly entered Lu Shang Phantom Island. In the Zhuke Empire, the Yan clan, Yan Chujia just heard the news. His head throbbed with pain, and he spat out blood in anger. Yan Chujia was furious and full of hatred. She actually got the top spot on the alchemist list. I must find out who she is. His gaze suddenly shot upward. Father, that Yan Yao Zun is the one she killed. The reason I was expelled from the island was all because of her. The Yan clan leader looked cold and expressionless. His eyes were as fierce as a hawk. Fortunately, only you were expelled. If the entire Yan clan were expelled, you would be truly guilty of terrible crimes. You're so reckless. Yan Chuji's throat tightened, filled with anger and frustration. He could only lower his head and admit his mistake, feeling very humiliated. The son knows he was wrong. The leader of the Yan clan snorted coldly. Don't act rashly for now. The Wheel of Fate is now famous across the 8 regions. Many powerful forces are surely watching closely. Yan Chuji was unwilling to accept. Was the respectful lord of the flame medicine sacrificed so easily? The Yan clan leader glanced at him sideways. His eyes seemed to see right through his thoughts. Losing one respectful lord of the flame medicine doesn't mean there won't be thousands more. Are you truly seeking revenge for him? Or are you just trying to settle your own personal grudge? Yan Chuji's body stiffened, his face flickering with red and green. The Yan clan leader impatiently waved his hand. Great achievements require breaking down first, then rebuilding. Think carefully before acting. Go to the flame fire pool and reflect for 3 days. Yan Chuji clenched his fists tightly, his downward gaze flashing with a malicious light. He must find an opportunity to eliminate the Wheel of Fate. In the spirit realm, the Queen's Palace. Behind the flowing silk curtains, a charming woman reclined on a bed. Her presence was powerful. The entire palace was filled with her intense aura. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside. Report, Your Majesty, a divine-level alchemist has appeared. The Queen paused. Her voice was ethereal and distant. A divine-level alchemist? The person below replied, Yes, the top alchemist on the Spirit-Sent Illusion Island is the Wheel of Fate, the only divine-level alchemist in the 8 regions. A gleam of light shot from the Queen's eyes. No wonder she had felt uneasy earlier. It turns out a divine-level expert has emerged. Without hesitation, her voice echoed throughout the entire palace. Invite the divine-level alchemist to come to the spirit realm as a guest, in the evil domain, at the peak of the evil realm. Suddenly, a domineering and cold voice echoed across the sky. Evil domain, heed the order. Swear to protect the wheel of fate with our lives. Anyone who dares to offend, kill without mercy. Gods stand in the way, gods kill gods, demons come to slay demons, at the top of the medicine refining tower. No matter how the outside world is changing, Su Qi's face remains calm and composed. She is examining the human emperor's seal in her hand. The seal is carved with 9 vivid ancient dragons. It looks as if a powerful dragon might burst out at any moment. Each dragon contains complex ancient secrets. The powerful energy is like a vast ocean. Su Qi thinks for a moment. She summons the Ghost Emperor seal. 2 mysterious seals emit divine light. Their blue, vast aura makes blood boil. Su Qi keeps her eyes fixed on these 2 seals. For some reason, she feels they are connected. The Human Emperor seal is a treasure of the human race. The Ghost Emperor seal can command all spirits and ghosts. Both seals shine brightly, full of divine power. Su Qi thinks for a long time, but can't figure out why. She decides to absorb the power from the Human Emperor seal and refine the treasures she obtained today. She is now the top of the medicine refining list. The top of the tower is restricted by the rules of heaven and earth. No one else can enter. This is a perfect time for cultivation. She must quickly improve her strength. The outside world is watching closely. Even if someone protects her, strong power is the key to survival. The record-breaking rewards from the illusory island are truly generous. She gained 5 treasures in total. A piece of the primordial purple Qi immortal seed, understanding the primordial immortal law, and controlling the law of time. Su Qi already cultivates the law of space. Now she masters both the law of time and the law of space. Her strength has improved greatly. As for the heavenly path seed, Su Qi immediately plants it in the Phoenix God space. The heavenly path seed can grow into a heavenly path tree. A single heavenly path fruit can make a mortal become a god instantly. She is building her own powerful force. When the heavenly path tree bears many fruits in the future, it will be the day of the divine kings filling the sky. The Golden Crow Ancestor Battle Armor has very strong defense and attack power. The Sea King Battle Armor is also formidable. These 2 armors will make her defenses even stronger. Su Qi is very satisfied. Her gaze shifted again to the shining, immortal bone of the fairy body. Su Nio's current cultivation level is at the peak of the quasi-immortal realm. She can now fight beyond the immortal realm, against the immortal lord level. But above the immortal lord level, there are the immortal king and immortal emperor levels, and even the divine fire realm. This immortal bone can withstand a full-strength attack from a super-strong immortal emperor. Since they're going to fight, then let them have no way back. Su Nio mobilized the powerful spiritual energy from her dantian. At the same time, she began refining the purple aura and the Hongmeng immortal seed, the immortal bone, and absorbing the power of the human emperor. Her body was filled with a vast golden, divine glow. She looked like the supreme ruler of the 9 heavens. Mysterious and powerful. At the top of the alchemy tower, a deep and unfathomable aura spread out. Strong lights shone from all directions. Super strong fighters from all regions arrived one after another. The entire heavenly ranking square was filled with the presence of unprecedented powerful beings. Some onlookers, feeling nervous, instinctively kept their distance. After all, the tremors caused by the Wheel of Destiny were too terrifying. These super strong fighters either came to win over the Wheel of Destiny or to eliminate it. Otherwise, they would become cannon fodder. Flames and light streaked across the sky like shooting stars, leaving fiery marks. People from the Zulong clan are here too. Of course, since the Zulong Holy Sun has been at the top of the alchemist list for so many years. Now that the Wheel of Destiny has crushed him, the Zulong clan will surely have a big fight, and the Zulong clan is determined to get the Human Emperor seal. Look, the Zulong Holy Sun has come out of the tower. In a flash of brilliance, the figure of the Zulong Holy Sun appeared before everyone. His eyes shone brightly, covered in runes and radiant light. A powerful aura surged wildly. His commanding presence intimidated all around. His figure appeared for just a moment, then suddenly vanished. Roar! The heavens and earth trembled with a mountain-shaking dragon roar. It shattered eardrums, and everything around trembled. Above the clouds in the sky, a huge black dragon was twisting and soaring. Its killing intent seemed ready to tear the sky apart. The heavens tremble. The starry river reverses. A terrifying and powerful energy surges wildly. It violently crushes the distant ancient mountains and rivers. Everyone is deeply shocked. The saint son of the ancestor dragon has suddenly become much stronger. No wonder he's one of the top young talents. Of course. Not only is his alchemy skill perfect, but he's also a famous supreme genius on the battle god list. It seems the Wheel of Fate is only at the peak of the quasi-immortal realm. What a pity. If his cultivation were stronger, he might even make it onto the battle god list. Battle god list? Are you joking? The Wheel of Fate is only at the peak of the quasi-immortal realm. His strength isn't a match for the saint son of the ancestor dragon. So, is the saint son of the ancestor dragon giving a warning? Definitely. Before the Wheel of Fate appeared, he held the top position on the alchemy ranking for a long time. Though only 11th, he was still a leader in the alchemy world. Moreover, the ancestor dragon clan sent many strong fighters. It was clear they wanted to teach the Wheel of Fate a lesson. A cold laugh echoes from the void. Teaching a lesson? That's probably just a clown. Who dares to disrespect the saint son of the ancestor dragon? Everyone looks toward the sound. Under the powerful waves of energy, several figures appear. Their fierce momentum suppresses the surroundings. Everyone's eyes widen in shock. It's the Mu family from the heavenly domain. Leading them is a man with a youthful face and white hair. He is one of the 3 most mysterious presidents of the Supreme Immortal Academy. The protector of the Ancestor Dragon clan's national security looks grim. President Mu, so this gust of wind even brought you here. Old Mu glances at General Long with a nonchalant sneer. Of course he came. After all, the Wheel of Fate is that super-talented genius, Su Hui. The shock when Su Hui broke the seal back then is unforgettable to Old Mu. He never expected that in such a short time, Su Hui, that little freak, would reach the upper realm. He created record after record that no one could match. It's truly astonishing. Old Mu is glad he gave Su Hui the tokens of the 3 presidents of the Supreme Immortal Academy. At that time, they were the lifelong honor tokens of the Imperial College of Cloud and Wind Continent. But in reality, they were 3 of the highest level tokens of the Supreme Immortal Academy. And she is still the ruler among the 3 tokens. Not only can she command the entire Supreme Immortal Academy, but she can also control all the forces of the Mu family in the heavenly domain. The Supreme Immortal Academy and the Mu family have a powerful history spanning thousands of years. Now, only her commands are heard. With Sun Yan's extraordinary talent and rapid growth, she is more than capable of holding these 2 titles. Although Sun Yan does not yet realize this, Old Mu quietly gives a thumbs up for his wise choice. Sun Yan is famous across the 8 regions. Old Mu naturally steps forward to support her. With the Supreme Immortal Academy, the Mu family, and the Snow God Palace along with the bold protection from the evil domain, those ambitious forces must think carefully. Old Mu looks at the great general of the Dragon Clan. He smiles meaningfully. Long Wuji, don't say I didn't warn you. The Wheel of Destiny is not something you can provoke. Wuji scoffs. So you're here to win over the Wheel of Destiny too? Win over? No. Old Mu's voice rings loudly. The Mu family of the heavenly domain, declare to the world. We are determined to protect the Wheel of Destiny. The Mu family's influence in the heavenly domain is immense. It's one of the top families in the 8 regions. They dedicate their entire clan's strength to defend it. That's a bold move. Wuji's anger turns into a smile. Good. Very good. We also want to secure the Imperial Seal. Another group appears. Leading them is a man in a white robe. He loudly proclaims, the Wheel of Destiny has obtained the seed of the Heavenly Way. She is a genius valued by our Heavenly Gift Alliance. Wuji bows. We only want the Imperial Seal, the Heavenly Way seed from the Heavenly Gift Alliance. We will not interfere. The man in white looks down with sharp eyes. The Heavenly Gift Alliance cares for the world. We hope to invite the Wheel of Destiny to join us. Together, we will protect the creatures of the 8 regions and contribute our strength. Before he finishes speaking, a divine glow suddenly shoots across the sky. A terrifying sword intent tears through the heavens. Killing aura surges like a breaking wave. The man in white trembles in his mind. He shouts sternly, "How dare you oppose our Heavenly Gift Alliance?" A terrifying killing intent, swirling with the power to destroy everything in the world. The man in white felt his heart pounding. He instinctively used all his strength to escape. A sharp sword light pierced through his forehead. His ruthless methods were quick and decisive. The man in white's spirit suddenly dispersed.
Ah?
The scene instantly fell silent and cold. Everyone's face showed fear. This was like declaring war on the Heavenly Gift Alliance.
Who is that?
Before anyone could find the figure, a calm voice fell, full of supreme arrogance. All the people from various factions looked up together. They gasped in shock. It was the Lord of the Evil Realm, the Evil Emperor. You scared me to death. I actually saw the living Evil Emperor. How could he appear and openly kill someone from the Heavenly Gift Alliance? Didn't you hear? The Evil Emperor has ordered the entire Evil Realm to protect the Wheel of Destiny at all costs. I didn't believe it at first. But now, with the Evil Emperor personally showing up, I have to believe it. Probably only the Evil Realm dares to face the Heavenly Gift Alliance directly. Oh my! The Elder Tianwei of the Heavenly Gift Alliance is here. This is going to be exciting. At the moment when the man in white's spirit was shattered, Elder Tianwei had already sensed it. As soon as he appeared, his expression suddenly turned grim. Elder Tianwei stared fiercely at Nangong Ming. Evil Emperor, are you trying to people from our Heavenly Gift Alliance? Nangong Ming's gaze was deep as he looked at the top of the alchemy tower. He completely ignored him. A blatant disregard. Old Mu, with his goat beard, smiled warmly. The Evil Emperor means you are not worthy. Elder Tianwei's face grew cold. Long Wuji looked at Nangong Ming, his eyes filled with caution. The Lord of the Evil Realm, the Evil Emperor, was not someone he could fight against. Long Wuji thought for a moment and said, "Evil Emperor, my ancestral dragon clan has long been searching for the lost human emperor seal. We only want the human emperor seal. We have no intention of opposing the evil realm." On Nangong Ming's handsome face, a cold, ruthless smile appeared. The human emperor seal? Why don't I take your head first? Long Wuji's face darkened. You. Before he could finish speaking, Nangong Ming moved quickly. A terrifying pressure spread out. Long Wuji was deeply frightened. At a critical moment, the space trembled and rippled. Evil Emperor, where have you put my ancestral dragon clan? A roar that could destroy the heavens and earth echoed. Long Wuji was overjoyed. Everyone was shocked. Even the ancestral dragon emperor was alarmed. Nangong Ming narrowed his eyes. You're finally willing to come out. Everyone instinctively held their breath. They knew the evil emperor was crazy. Facing almost all top experts from the 8 regions, he insulted the ancestral dragon emperor. Anyone would find it hard to accept, especially the emperor of a clan. The ancestral dragon emperor's eyes shot out a terrifying blood-red aura. It looked like a fight was about to start. At that moment, a star-shaped symbol appeared on the top of the alchemy tower. It's the Wheel of Destiny. Has she broken through? Peak of the quasi-immortal realm. No matter how much she advances, she's only at the early stage of the immortal realm. Don't forget, she's a divine-level alchemist, and she obtained many rare treasures. Now I understand why the Wheel of Destiny hasn't come out of the tower for so long. She must be inside refining the purple aura chaos immortal seed and the indestructible immortal body bone. Huh, those treasures aren't easy to refine. If she doesn't come out, then we'll wait for her. I don't believe she'll hide inside forever. Hiding? You underestimate the Wheel of Destiny too much. Why would she need to hide? It doesn't matter. She'll come out soon enough. Everyone believed this. Days passed, until the 10th day. The entire heavenly ranking square became noisy again. The crowd was divided into two groups. One supported the Wheel of Destiny. The other harbored ill intentions. Just as the argument reached its peak, a faint sound suddenly came. The surroundings fell silent. "She's finally coming out," someone asked in confusion. "That sound doesn't seem right. It seems someone has entered the arena of the war god." The arena of the war god? Isn't it true that only those of a certain level can open it? Yes, just being the top alchemist qualifies you.
Ha!
Are you sure it's the Wheel of Destiny entering the arena? Once inside, it means officially challenging the war god rankings. Everyone on the war god list fights fiercely to earn their place. If she dares to enter, she will definitely face death. And with the rules of heaven and earth in place, even the evil emperor can't save her in a crisis. A huge void space of the war god arena appears above the heavenly list square. A graceful girl with a divine aura stands calmly. Suddenly, everyone is shocked. It's really the Wheel of Destiny. Everyone opens their eyes wide. They stare intently at the war god arena. Her natural aura is powerful and commanding. Excited whispers ripple like waves. Does she dare to enter the war god arena? Losing a divine-level alchemist would be a big loss for all 8 regions. What is the current cultivation level of the Wheel of Destiny? It's hard to tell. She's definitely beyond the peak of the quasi-immortal realm. It makes sense. Only 10 days have passed. She might not have refined the purple Qi Hongmeng immortal seed and other treasures yet. With her current cultivation, she's no match for the arena. What a pity. Such a shame. If she hadn't chosen to enter the arena, with the deterrence of the evil domain and the Mu family from the sky domain, other forces wouldn't dare to act openly. But now that she's entered, every opponent will be stronger than her. Either she wins or she falls. Many faces show regret. Old Mu sneers coldly. The Wheel of Destiny cannot be defeated. She will only trample on all you so-called geniuses. Long Wuji laughs loudly upon hearing this. Then I want to see that scene for myself. Don't forget, I am the descendant of the ancestor dragon, ranked 100th on the war god list. Many people's minds tingle at this. The war god list isn't like the alchemist list. To enter the top 100, you need to climb the tower. Every person qualified to stand on the God of War platform. The first to fight are always the ones ranked 100th. There is no way to skip ranks to move up. If you want a higher rank, you must truly defeat your opponent. Make them willingly submit. So, the Wheel of Destiny is fighting the Ancestor Dragon Saint. Wow, this is getting more exciting. The Wheel of Destiny facing the Ancestor Dragon Saint. There's no real suspense. Of course, the Ancestor Dragon Saint will win. The Ancestor Dragon clan is really lucky. They can openly seize the Human Emperor's seal. It's more than just seizing the Human Emperor's seal. If the Ancestor Dragon Saint kills the Wheel of Destiny, all the treasures the Wheel of Destiny previously obtained will belong to the Ancestor Dragon Saint. It's like making someone else wear a disguise. And what if the Wheel of Destiny kills the Ancestor Dragon Saint? What could she gain? It depends on her status in the Ancestor Dragon clan. The Wheel of Destiny's cultivation isn't even as high as the Ancestor Dragon Saint's. How could she kill him? That's just wishful thinking. The crowd started arguing again. Faced with the many comments, Su Nua's starry phoenix eyes remained calm and composed. The God of War platform wasn't something she activated. As for why she was here, Su Nua just thought it was a mistake. Then she decided to fight. On her perfect, stunning face, a nonchalant smile appeared, tinged with a hint of bloodthirstiness. A huge black dragon body stretched across the sky. Its overwhelming power surged wildly. Thunder roared in the void. Its giant dragon eyes seemed to flash with lightning. The aura was majestic and vast, enough to swallow mountains and rivers, turning the world upside down. Wheel of Destiny, if you submit to me, I, the saint son of this dragon, might consider sparing your life. The arrogant tone of the Ancestor Dragon Saint, carrying a lofty condescension. Su Nua looked lazy, a mischievous smile flickering at the corner of her eye. Not even a real dragon, just a little red snake. How dare you call yourself a dragon? The ancestor dragon saint's voice thundered like a sky-shaking roar. What did you say? Note: all explicit or inappropriate content has been replaced with family-friendly language. Su Nua's lips curled with amusement. How? Is the 11th ranked alchemist on the list deaf? No wonder, the saint son of the ancestor deaf clan, born deaf. Ha! Old Mu chuckled, his eyes crinkling with laughter. Born deaf, how clever. Nangong Ming's lips curled into a mischievous smile. His little Su always acts so confidently when she argues. Not only Old Mu clapped and laughed. Laughter spread around them, rising and falling. This Wheel of Fate is quite interesting. Ha! Now, whenever I think of the Ancestor Dragon Clan, I immediately think of this deaf son, because the Ancestor Dragon Clan is just too overbearing. They gain the human Emperor's seal through strength, yet they come out boldly to try to seize it. Just a few words are too kind for them. What's the use of just talking? Later, they'll be crying out loud when they get beaten up. Don't beg for mercy. Everyone in the Ancestor Dragon Clan was furious, showing their teeth and claws. Especially the Ancestor Dragon Emperor, whose face was dark as a pot. The saint son of the Ancestor Dragon roared loudly, sharp-tongued. Let's see real skill in battle. The Ancestor Dragon saint son started off at a disadvantage. Transforming into a black dragon, his aura was fierce. He radiated a terrifying pressure. A huge dragon claw shadow appeared in the clouds.
Asharp skikovering klam Aimed Firseli Atsumo. Boom.
The sound shook the world. The powerful force surged like a raging wave, attacking wildly. Brilliant, fiery rune lights flickered with killing intent. Someone shouted in fear. This is one of the Saint Sun's ultimate skills, the Dragon Seal. The Wheel of Fate is doomed now. A cold light appeared in Su Nua's eyes. She stood still, her 3,000 black hair flowing wildly. With a punch, she struck out. It was like the ground punching a huge, empty dragon claw. The scene was intense and impactful. Watching from afar, Long Wuji laughed loudly. Small ant fighting a giant beast. Does she think her fist is a divine punch? There's no power fluctuation at all. Not even a little resistance, so stupid. Many people showed a hint of regret on their faces. The shadow of the dragon's claw was about to tear Su Hui apart. The air seemed to fall silent for a moment. Bang! Su Hui's fist shot out. Suddenly, a dazzling, bright light burst forth. A terrifying aura spread out, as if about to shatter the sky. Rumble. Two forces collided fiercely. The attack was earth-shaking and terrifying. The ground trembled as if a mountain was collapsing. The large shadow of the dragon's claw was unexpectedly torn apart. Cracks spread like a spider's web, growing larger and larger.
Bang! A deafening explosion sounded.
The massive shadow of the dragon's claw disintegrated completely. Everyone was stunned. Did I see that wrong? The ancestral dragon seal was completely shattered. Long Wuji's face changed drastically. This can't be true. He couldn't believe his eyes. Old Mu sneered. How is that impossible? If your eyes are blind, go find a potion master to take a look. Your ancestral dragon clan must be deaf or blind. You're truly from the same nest. Long Wuji was furious. He wanted to rush over and tear his mouth apart. Shattering the ancestral dragon's seal was just the beginning. The power of Su Hui's punch not only remained intact, but also targeted the black dragon in the void. It moved as fast as lightning. The energy wave was extremely intense. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying force collided wildly. The air twisted and exploded. The holy son of the ancestral dragon looked disdainful. This level of attack, I haven't even taken it seriously. The holy son of the ancestral dragon radiated golden light, as if merging with the heavens and earth. A loud dragon roar shook the sky, making people's eardrums hurt. Vast and surging spiritual energy filled the sky. His pressure seemed capable of shaking the heavens. In an instant, it obliterated the incoming fist wind. The holy son of the ancestral dragon looked at him with contempt. Su Hui's lips were charming. She snapped her fingers. Vibrations of explosions sounded in the void. Suddenly, hundreds of huge golden fist images appeared across the sky. They completely enveloped the holy son of the ancestor dragon. The powerful pressure made everyone's hearts tremble. This sudden change surprised everyone. The holy son of the ancestor dragon narrowed his eyes. He was surrounded by shining rays of light, with incredible defensive power. The giant golden fists fiercely struck downward. The entire void hummed loudly. The boundless pressure surged outward like waves, pressing in all directions. It felt as if hundreds of towering mountains were crushing the air, making it hard to breathe. People were shocked and afraid. Everyone held their breath. Even a super expert like Long Wuji felt an inexplicable sense of fear. "What's this golden giant fist technique?" someone asked in shock. "Can't you see? Could it be a divine skill from the Chaos Immortal Law?" "It probably isn't." "Could it be the power of the human Emperor Seal?" "Impossible. How could the Wheel of Destiny understand the laws of the human Emperor Seal in such a short time? And once the power of the human Emperor Seal erupts, it's far more than this." Everyone was surprised and alarmed. The holy son of the ancestor dragon let out a scream of pain, heart-wrenching and loud. It made people's scalps tingle. Suddenly, a black dragon in the void transformed into a streak of light. A figure landed on the war god platform. He had dragon horns on his forehead and golden giant pupils. He radiated a fierce, bloody aura. The holy son of the ancestor dragon staggered as he landed. He felt his chest heaving with blood and energy. A metallic taste of blood rose to his throat. He was shocked inside. The other person had hurt his soul. Luckily, he had a treasure to protect him. Otherwise, he might have been seriously injured. The holy son of the ancestor dragon showed a cold, fierce smile. "Good. Very good. Now I will show you the strength of the holy son of the ancestor dragon." The air around them fluctuated violently. A long golden sword appeared with a commanding presence. "That's the Chaos Yuan Dragon Tooth Sword. This is one of the ancient famous swords. It's in the hands of the holy son of the ancestor dragon. It's said that when the Dragon Tooth Sword appears, no soul can escape. The holy son of the ancestor dragon is serious now." He held the Chaos Yuan Dragon Tooth Sword tightly. The sword emitted a fierce and savage killing aura, as if eager to devour the opponent's soul completely. Su Nyo's expression was calm. "Your sword is trash." Suddenly, the Yuan Dragon Tooth Sword burst out with a dazzling red light, as if anger had exploded. The holy son of the ancestor dragon smiled coldly. "Foolish. Let me show you how this sword will pierce you." The holy son of the ancestor dragon moved his sword like a ghost. 7 sword rays appeared as if 7 divine kings emerged. This is the ancestor dragon's rebellious 7 divine slashes. Using the Yuan Dragon Tooth Sword together with the rebellious 7 divine slashes, even powerful beings at the immortal Emperor realm must be cautious. The Wheel of Fate is in danger now. Huang Yuan's sword sneered. "When I became famous, that sword hadn't even been born yet." Su Nyo didn't want others to know her true identity as the Wheel of Fate for now, so she disguised the Huang Yuan sword with a false appearance. Its glow shone brightly. The Huang Yuan sword radiated an unstoppable, mighty aura. Su Nyo pointed her sword at the holy son of the ancestor dragon. His aura was like looking down from the sky, powerful enough to make people tremble. The holy son of the ancestor dragon smiled cruelly and fiercely. Su Nyo glanced at him sideways. "You are too weak." The holy son of the ancestor dragon seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world. "I am now at the 7th rank of the Immortal King realm. Even if you have advanced from the peak of the quasi-immortal realm to the immortal realm, the gap in our strength is worlds apart." Su Nyo didn't waste words with him. She always let her actions speak for her. Since refining the purple Qi Hongmeng immortal seed and the undying immortal body bone, her cultivation had rapidly risen to the peak of the immortal realm. Fighting against the immortal emperor realm would still be tough, but strengthening her power with the immortal king realm was also a good choice. Su Nyo spun her wrist, and her sword rays shot out like a rainbow of brilliant light. Her figure moved like lightning. The holy son of the ancestor dragon looked at her with disdain. He stood still in place. The final move of the rebellious 7 divine slashes was completed. Boom! The power of the rebellious 7 divine slashes unleashed by the Yuan dragon-tooth sword was even more astonishing. 7 sword gods attacked Su Nyo with their sword rays. The fierce and cruel sword energy felt like it could shatter the sky. The pressure was as strong as a towering mountain. Su Nyo's beautiful phoenix eyes were calm and still. She moved quickly among the 7 sword rays. Her sword's sparks flew as they collided. Su Nyo suddenly leapt into the air. She crossed over the 7 sword rays. With unstoppable force, she aimed her sword at the holy son of the ancestor dragon. Everything happened suddenly and unexpectedly, and it all happened in just a moment. Everyone around was shocked. Long Wuji shouted, "Be careful!" The holy son of the ancestor dragon's eyes widened. No one had ever escaped his powerful 7 divine slash attack so quickly. He didn't have time to think. His spiritual power surged wildly. He instinctively swung his sword to block. Bang! The fierce Hingyuan sword struck the chaos dragon-tooth sword. A strong wave of energy spread out in all directions. Cracks sounded as the swords clashed. The holy son of the ancestor dragon felt a jolt in his heart. In his mind, a few words appeared. Dragon-tooth sword, broken, impossible. The holy son of the ancestor dragon shouted angrily, "Dragon-tooth sword, kill her." He moved forward instead of retreating. Runes around him spun wildly.
Suniusupun heririst.
With a loud bang, endless power pressed down like Mount Tai. The force was wild and unstoppable.
Boom. Boom.
Boom! The holy son of the ancestor dragon was knocked flying like a kite with a broken string. The rocks on the god of war platform exploded violently. The chaos dragon-tooth sword shattered into pieces. It fell to the ground with a clang. The holy son of the ancestor dragon's face turned pale. He clenched his fists tightly. His whole arm felt numb from the shock. He looked at the scene in disbelief. The dragon-tooth sword was really broken. Not only did she quickly break his powerful 7 divine slash, but she also completely destroyed his weapon. And the sword spirit of the dragon-tooth sword was eaten by her sword spirit. The holy son of the ancestor dragon was deeply shocked. Everyone around was stunned and terrified. His eyes widened and a fierce, angry expression crossed his face. Come again. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The entire void echoed with loud explosions. The fight was earth-shaking, with ghostly cries and wolf howls. Everyone watched with wide eyes and trembling hearts. This Wheel of Destiny's strength is not to be underestimated. Isn't she only at the peak of the quasi-immortal realm? Why can she fight evenly with the 7th stage of the Immortal King Realm's ancestral dragon, Holy Sun? Even if she advances to the immortal stage, she shouldn't be able to win. This is too unbelievable. Maybe she was hiding her true strength before. Or she suddenly advanced from the peak of the quasi-immortal realm to the 7th stage of the Immortal King Realm. Inside the Alchemy Tower. That can't be true. She has advanced 3 major realms in just 10 days. Do you believe it? Why not? Don't forget, she has the Human Emperor seal in her hand. Even with the Human Emperor seal, if her true body isn't strong enough, forcing her spiritual consciousness to break through so many realms would only backfire. Being a divine-grade alchemist, the Wheel of Destiny knows this better than anyone. Then why is the Wheel of Destiny's combat power so terrifying? How deep is her cultivation? The cultivation of the Wheel of Destiny remained a mystery. Emperor Zhu Long listened to the surrounding discussions. A deep coldness flashed through his sharp eyes. Even he couldn't see through the Wheel of Destiny's cultivation. Realizing this, Emperor Zhu Long was quite annoyed. Because there was another person's cultivation he also couldn't see through. That was the evil emperor. Such strange things existed in this world. Besides the evil emperor, the ruler of the evil domain, now there was also the Wheel of Destiny. The Wheel of Destiny has been pierced. The members of the Zhu Long clan were filled with excitement. Their eyes shot sharply into the void. They saw the holy son of Zhu Long holding a soul-chasing spear, fiercely stabbing into Su Hui's heart. The holy son of Zhu Long's face was twisted and arrogant. Die! The figure before him vanished suddenly. The holy son of Zhu Long's face stiffened. Suddenly, A cold laugh came from the empty door behind him. The holy son of Zhu Long shivered. An unmatched sword light and sharp blade dazzled his eyes. The sound of flesh being cut open was chilling. Ah, the holy son of Zhu Long screamed miserably, sweat pouring down his forehead from the pain. Su Hui's lips curled into a cold smile. Such an obvious trap. It really works every time. She had used this trick before inside the Black Tower of the Wind Dragon's secret realm to deal with people from the Fanine Palace. The holy son of the Ancestor Dragon's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. You. Such a cruel trick. Can't win. So you resort to moral blackmail? Your tea isn't even as good as Bilyuakun. A vein bulged on the holy son's forehead. He had to admit it. The Wheel of Fate had the strength to fight him, and it might even be far stronger. He absolutely couldn't allow that. The top of the alchemist ranking had already been beaten down by her. If he lost again today on the War God list, he wouldn't be able to lift his head, and the Ancestor Dragon clan would lose face. The holy son of the Ancestor Dragon instinctively looked toward the Ancestor Dragon Emperor. Receiving a signal from his gaze, "Go all out, kill the Wheel of Fate," the holy son's heart trembled. His eyes turned fierce, and all his strength gathered. His golden eyes spun wildly, like a whirlpool. The entire world seemed to turn upside down, stars shifting and planets moving. A fierce, howling wind sounded like ghostly screams and wolf howls, chilling to the bone. Don't look into his eyes. That's the gold eye. Gold eye? It can use soul-capturing techniques to absorb an entire world into its gaze and control it at will. This move is incredible. I thought the Wheel of Fate had a good chance to win, but now, the Ancestor Dragon Holy Sun might be even more powerful. Su Hui's black eyes, as cold as a deep pond, remained indifferent. She had the eye of destiny. Soul-capturing techniques in front of her were nothing. Want to play with eye techniques? Then let me show you what true soul-capturing is. Su Hui made hand seals. Endless, brilliant runes surged around her. Bright rays of light shone down, as bright as a blazing sun, dazzling and intense. Two powerful waves of energy collided violently, like sparks crashing, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to shake. The entire War God platform trembled intensely. The space barrier roared. The power erupting from this world was terrifying. Everyone was shocked and amazed. The son of the Ancestor Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood violently. He felt a terrible headache. It was as if the blood vessels in his internal organs were about to burst. His eyes were so painful that he could hardly keep them open. The son of the Ancestor Dragon panicked inwardly. How could this happen? He clenched his teeth tightly. He desperately fought against the fierce mental force suddenly invading his mind. Su Nua's voice was cold, like a divine being. The son of the Ancestor Dragon's knees suddenly and heavily hit the ground, like a giant stone crashing into a lake, causing huge waves. The Emperor of the Ancestor Dragon was furious. Wheel of Fate, how dare you? Not only was the Ancestor Dragon Emperor furious, everyone of the Ancestor Dragon clan was extremely angry. The proud son of the Ancestor Dragon was forced to kneel in front of everyone. This was a blatant insult to their clan's face. Old Muga smiled coldly. There is always someone better outside the sky, and someone stronger outside the world. Don't think only your Ancestor Dragon's divine eyes can use soul control techniques. Everyone was shocked. Where does the soul control technique used by the Wheel of Fate come from? I've never seen it before. All her moves were not known to the major young talents of the spirit realm. The Ancestor Dragon clan has truly lost face this time. First, they aggressively tried to seize the human Emperor seal. Now, they are being beaten down by the Wheel of Fate. TSK, this is really dramatic. Laughter around them was like molten lava pouring into the mind of the Ancestor Dragon Emperor. A trace of fierce determination flashed in his eyes. His clan, the Ancestor Dragon, absolutely could not lose today. The Ancestor Dragon Emperor clenched his fists tightly. His fingertips hidden in his sleeve traced strange symbols. Nangong Ming sensed subtle changes in the spiritual energy around him. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on the ancestor dragon emperor. Suddenly, the chaotic consciousness of the son of the ancestor dragon emitted a thunderous cry, as if coming from ancient times, mixed with terrifying power of heaven and earth. He felt his bloodline boiling wildly. It was as if his dantian was being continuously nourished by spiritual energy. His eyes suddenly opened wide. The original golden pupils turned into a deep red gold. The holy sun of the ancestor dragon radiated a deep, intense, and cold aura, as if it came from an ancient, mysterious power. He roared loudly at the sky. Roar. Suddenly, the entire void darkened greatly, and fierce thunder roared like a beast. A star-shaped totem appeared suddenly on the holy sun of the ancestor dragon. It was visible to the eye that his cultivation level was rapidly increasing from the 7th stage of the immortal king realm, rising through the 8th, 9th, and reaching the peak of the great perfection. The holy son of the ancestor dragon immediately advanced to the immortal emperor realm. Everyone was stunned. What's going on with the holy son of the ancestor dragon? Why did his cultivations suddenly surge? Isn't he afraid of overdoing it? This must be the powerful action of the ancestor dragon emperor, using the bloodline inheritance of the ancestor dragon clan. Exactly. Otherwise, the holy son of the ancestor dragon couldn't have such a terrifying increase. I wonder how high he can rise? Could he reach the peak of the immortal emperor realm? Not just that. The body of the holy son of the ancestor dragon is already strong. Maybe he can reach the divine fire realm. Wow, that would definitely surpass the Wheel of Destiny, right? Isn't that cheating? Don't the rules of heaven and earth care about that? Not really cheating, since the holy son of the ancestor dragon and the ancestor dragon emperor share close blood ties. They are connected through blood, and the emperor of the ancestor dragon is pouring his inheritance into him. The rules of heaven and earth can't interfere. That's basically exploiting the loopholes in the rules of heaven and earth. So frustrating. The ancestor dragon clan can't afford to lose. TSK. Do you think forcibly activating bloodline power won't backfire? There will definitely be backlash, but if he can win, then what? Su Qiu watched this scene coldly. Just moments ago, when she was controlling the holy son of the ancestor dragon, she had thought about killing him directly. But something inside his body was protecting him, and the speed of the ancestor dragon emperor was too fast. Plus, the process of promotion was guarded by the rules of heaven and earth.
Sui's lips curled coldly.
The bloodline inheritance power wasn't exactly cheating, but if she wanted to exploit the loopholes in the rules of heaven and earth, she would show everyone what true crushing power looked like. The holy son of the ancestor dragon's cultivation suddenly skyrocketed to the peak of the immortal emperor realm. He was about to break through into the divine fire realm. Everyone held their breath nervously, watching anxiously. Emperor Zulong suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his whole body had fallen into an icy pit, every hair standing on end. A wave of extreme danger appeared within the channel of inherited power. His face changed drastically. He immediately stopped sending out the power of inheritance. The terrifying presence vanished at once. A chill ran down his spine. Fortunately, he withdrew in time. Otherwise, the result would have been unimaginable. The advancement of the Zulong Holy Sun came to a halt. What a pity! He was so close to breaking through to the divine fire realm. Why did it suddenly stop? Perhaps both his spirit and body have reached their limits. Many people sighed in regret. A fierce killing intent filled Emperor Zulong's eyes. He glared at Nangong Ming with fury. Evil Emperor, you dare to interfere with me? That sudden disturbance, there was no doubt. It had to be the evil Emperor's doing. How dare he interfere? Nangong Ming's noble and calm face remained expressionless. He tilted his head slightly, looking puzzled. What are you talking about? Emperor Zulong's anger surged like a storm. If not for you, my son would have reached the divine fire realm. Nangong Ming lazily glanced at the battle god platform. Then, as if realizing something, he smiled faintly. The power of your Zulong clan all comes from inheritance. Now that the inheritance channel has been forced to close, I suppose your clan's inheritance pool must be in turmoil, right? You spent so much energy to help that foolish dragon advance. Aren't you worried that after the battle, someone might take advantage of the chaos? The crowd erupted in shock. So what they mean is, it wasn't that the Zulong Holy Sun reached his limit, but that the evil emperor stopped him? If Emperor Zulong could raise his son's power, why couldn't the evil emperor block it to help the Wheel of Fate?
Then,
Has the Zulong clan's inheritance pool really been damaged? Ridiculous. How could outsiders ever find the location of our inheritance pool? Long Wuji's eyes flashed like lightning, his aura bursting forth. Many people fell silent in fear. The inheritance pool was the very core of the Zulong clan's power. Its location had remained a secret to this day. After all, once revealed, they faced attacks from forces coming from all directions. A family without strong roots cannot survive in the immortal spirit realm. Nangong Ming looked half-smiling. Just because others can't find something doesn't mean he can't do it. The blame lies with Emperor Zulong, who is too arrogant. He not only stopped the Holy Son of Zulong from advancing to the Divine Fire Realm, but also left a power that traveled along the inheritance channel into the ancestral pool of the Zulong clan. Since Emperor Zulong wants to kill the person he treasures, then he will uproot the entire Zulong clan. As for the Holy Son of Zulong reaching the peak of the immortal Emperor realm, he believes his little Su can win. Su Nian seemed to sense something. She looked toward Nangong Ming. The two exchanged a quick glance. They understood each other's meaning instantly. Su Nian's lips curled into a charming smile, with a cold, bloodthirsty arc suddenly. The world shook violently. The pressure from the Holy Son of Zulong, who was at the immortal Emperor realm, was powerful and terrifying. His eyes, like fierce wolves, stared at Su Nian. Wheel of Fate, you're doomed. Su Nian's voice was mocking and cold. If anyone is doomed, it's you. The Holy Son of Zulong suddenly lunged forward. His 5 fingers turned into sharp black dragon claws. He fiercely struck at Su Nian. Boom! Vast and surging spiritual energy hit precisely. Someone screamed in fear, but found that the Wheel of Fate was not hurt at all. Instead, it shone with brilliant light all over. The powerful spiritual energy waves protected her well. She's not dead. Her immortal body bone is indestructible. Indestructible immortal body bone can withstand a full attack from the immortal Emperor realm. So close, so dangerous. Everyone watched nervously, hearts pounding. Su Nian's phoenix eyes, like a deep cold pond, fixed her gaze on the Holy Son of Zulong. For a moment, the Holy Son of Zulong felt a chill run down his spine. He steadied his mind, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Indestructible immortal body bone can only block one attack. The Holy Son of Zulong gathered all his strength and attacked again. He had to finish the fight quickly. There could be no hesitation. Su Gui's voice was cold and mocking. Would I be so foolish as to stand here and let you attack me for no reason? The ancestor dragon Saint Sun frowned. A vast golden light burst out from Su Gui. He looked like a divine emperor descending. Seeing this, the ancestor dragon emperor suddenly stood up. His eyes flashed with sharp light. The surrounding area was filled with continuous shockwaves. It's the power of the human emperor. The Wheel of Destiny has truly cultivated the power of the human emperor. The conditions to cultivate the power of the human emperor are extremely strict. The previous human emperor seal master also spent a lot of time understanding its true strength. But surprisingly, the Wheel of Destiny only took 10 days to make the human emperor seal submit. No wonder she can break so many records on the alchemist rankings so quickly. Her talent is exceptional. Just based on this, few young geniuses in the spirit realm can compare to her. The ancestor dragon Saint Sun's eyes were filled with fierce, raging waves of anger. His voice was cold and fierce. The human emperor's seal should belong to me. The ancestor dragon Saint Sun suddenly rushed out. A powerful force at the peak of the immortal emperor realm surged wildly. In just a moment, countless afterimages flashed past. The two fought fiercely, causing the sky and earth to shake. The battle on the God of War platform was deafening. It sounded like thunder clashing violently. It was enough to shake heaven and earth, frightening gods and ghosts. The ancestor dragon Saint Sun found a weakness. He swung a fierce battle spear towards Su Gui's leg bones.
Clang.
The air twisted and shattered. But the Golden Crow ancestor battle armor's defense was astonishing. Su Gui was not hurt at all. A cruel expression flashed across the ancestor dragon Saint Sun's face. Killing intent surged wildly. He attacked even more fiercely. I don't believe I can't defeat you at the peak of the immortal Emperor realm. His speed increased rapidly. Su Gui's deep, dark phoenix eyes flashed with a hint of bloodthirsty violence, like a hellish demon, bloodthirsty and murderous. Want the power of the human emperor? Then, as you wish. Su Gui seized the opportunity. A wind shadow divine needle pierced into his Tianzhong acupoint.
Boom.
The majestic and vast power of the human emperor surged through the wind shadow divine needle into the ancestor dragon Saint Sun's meridians. The ancestor dragon Saint Sun sensed danger. He had just forcibly accepted the inheritance power of the ancestor dragon clan. Now, if he were to accept the power of the human emperor again, his divine spirit would explode. The holy son of the ancestor dragon shivered fiercely. He had the protection of the ancestor dragon's form within him. The power of the human emperor could not enter his meridians at all. The wheel of fate was deliberately struck by him just now. Then, somehow, he used some method to block, imprison, or banish the ancestor dragon's form. Because he could no longer sense the presence of the ancestor dragon's form. A look of unprecedented shock appeared on the holy son of the ancestor dragon's face. This person was too sharp and terrifying. He hit right at his weak spot with pinpoint accuracy. In a moment of life and death, the holy son of the ancestor dragon unleashed all his strength at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. A roar like thunder, and a tsunami shook the sky. The entire world seemed to turn blood-red in horror. A huge explosion echoed across the sky. Su Yuan retreated far away. Roar! The holy son of the ancestor dragon howled angrily, his face twisted with rage. As soon as the power of the human emperor entered his special meridians, it instantly spread through his limbs, bones, and internal organs, and fiercely fought against his inherited strength. The two forces were actually fighting for control of his body. The holy son of the ancestor dragon shouted wildly. He transformed into a dragon form. A huge black dragon soared in the void. The dragon's body twisted wildly, suffering immense pain. Everyone watched with their hearts pounding and their spirits shaken. The air was filled with gasps of shock. So powerful. The Wheel of Fate actually came up with this move. If it's just a contest of cultivation, the Wheel of Fate's realm is definitely not higher than the holy son of the ancestor dragon. But now, the only way for the holy son of the ancestor dragon to survive is to lower his cultivation. Otherwise, he will only have a dead end. But if he lowers his cultivation, he might be counterattacked and killed by the Wheel of Fate. So, this move by the Wheel of Fate is truly impressive. Indeed, as everyone discussed, the holy son of the ancestor dragon was filled with rage and hatred. His twisted, fierce eyes were full of humiliation, shame, anger, and deep resentment. Roar! He howled at the sky. The entire sky rumbled loudly. The pain of pouring spiritual energy filled his whole body. Wheel of Destiny, I will not let this grudge go unavenged. My ancestor, the holy son of the dragon, will never survive in shame. The holy son of the ancestor dragon suddenly shone with a fiery red light all over his body. His cultivation suddenly dropped from the peak of the immortal emperor realm to the peak of the immortal king realm. Su Hui's eyes sharpened. Now is the time. The bright abyss sword appeared in her hand. She suddenly appeared above the black dragon. Her aura around her was incredibly powerful and terrifying. With her sword, she fiercely stabbed the dragon's spine and head. The emperor dragon's pupils shrank suddenly. Be careful. Slash. The sword ruthlessly cut through flesh and bone, piercing through the skull. Swish! Su Hui's figure moved like a shooting star. From the dragon's head to its tail in an instant. The bright abyss sword sparkled with flashes of lightning as it moved swiftly and precisely.
Suhu tiltet her ist.
A bright gold dragon tendon shot out from the holy son of the ancestor dragon's back. The holy son of the ancestor dragon let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. He twisted his body wildly. A huge black dragon crashed down onto the war god platform with a loud bang. A deafening roar echoed. Blood poured down like heavy rain. Ugh! The emperor dragon's eyes burst with rage as he roared loudly. He shot towards the war god platform in a flash. Killing intent filled the air. The barrier of the rules of heaven and earth around the war god platform emitted a terrifying energy wave. It forcefully knocked the emperor dragon out. The emperor dragon was furious. Vigorous spiritual power wildly bombarded the barrier. Boom! The barrier shone brightly. Its incredible power once again pushed the emperor dragon back. Long Wuji's face changed drastically. He quickly stepped forward to stop him. Your Majesty, the rules of heaven and earth haven't disappeared. You can't break through recklessly. Otherwise, you'll be seen as breaking the rules and will be expelled. Although the holy son of the ancestor dragon had his dragon tendons pulled out, the fight was not over yet. The barrier of the rules of heaven and earth would not disappear. The emperor dragon finally calmed down a little, but his face was as stormy as a brewing tempest, full of killing intent. Everyone finally reacted. The surrounding noise was like boiling water bubbling over. I am stunned. The son of the ancestor dragon has really been stripped of his dragon tendons. The wheel of fate is too powerful. Be careful. Didn't you see the ancestor dragon emperor almost go crazy? How dare the wheel of fate do this? No one has ever been so bold before. Even the queen of the spirit realm has to think carefully about the consequences. Is the wheel of fate afraid of retaliation from the ancestor dragon emperor after the battle?
Ha!
The ancestor dragon clan openly claims that the imperial seal belongs to them. They have already challenged right at the door. The wheel of fate is not afraid. Anyway, it's a fight to the death. If it must be destroyed, so be it. Breaking the dragon tendons is even more brutal than destroying cultivation. So, what if it is? But why isn't the battle over yet? Of course, in the battle god rankings, the outcome is either one side dies or one side submits. The son of the ancestor dragon hasn't done either. How will it end? This scene is truly shocking. The fairy spirit realm has never seen such a terrifying event. Recently, the history of the flowing fragrance illusion island has been almost rewritten by the wheel of fate. Su Hui's toes land on a spot without blood. She tilts her head and asks, "What is the use of the dragon tendons?" Everyone, not really? You destroyed someone and now you want to use their dragon tendons? Suddenly, everyone falls silent. After all, the ancestor dragon emperor is right nearby. If trouble spreads, it would be bad. Nangong Ming chuckles softly, his voice clear and pleasant. It's very useful. You can keep it. Everyone, why do they smell a hint of pampering? Su Hui smiles slightly. Then I'll keep it for now. The ancestor dragon emperor. The ancestor dragon emperor's cold, venomous eyes like a poisonous snake stare fiercely at Su Hui, full of hatred and bloodlust. He wishes he could tear her apart immediately. The members of the ancestor dragon clan are furious, but Su Hui ignores them. She points her sword at the son of the ancestor dragon. With her innate powerful aura, she looks down on everything. Do you submit or not? The son of the ancestor dragon screams in pain, heartbroken. He will never submit, but he does it to survive. He could only bite his silver teeth and swallow them. The hatred in the holy son of the ancestor dragon's eyes was wildly boiling, and he gritted his teeth. I submit. As he finished speaking, the rules of heaven and earth suddenly issued a warning. The holy son of the ancestor dragon pretends to submit. One lightning punishment. The holy son of the ancestor dragon was stunned. A fierce lightning bolt suddenly struck down without warning. It hit him hard. A heart-wrenching scream made everyone's hair stand on end. Have the rules of heaven and earth been rewritten? This kind of warning has never appeared before. Could it be that the holy son of the ancestor dragon is too full of resentment? I've heard that the rules of heaven and earth have such regulations. It's just they've never been triggered before. So, maybe the Wheel of Destiny broke the record too quickly and triggered this regulation. Perhaps, then the holy son of the ancestor dragon is really unlucky. Haha. He definitely won't accept the Wheel of Destiny. Not accepting? Then just get struck by lightning again. Everyone around was watching eagerly. But the holy son of the ancestor dragon froze in place. His mind hadn't reacted yet. Now hearing the discussions around him, he was furious and instinctively shouted, "What kind of broken rules are these? I don't accept." The cold, mechanical voice of the rules of heaven and earth was ruthless and unfeeling. The holy son of the ancestor dragon intends to insult the operation rules of the flowing song Illusion Island. One warning to expel, lightning punishment doubled. Boom. A terrifying lightning strike suddenly fell. It was as if the entire world was thunderous. A look of fear appeared in the holy son of the ancestor dragon's eyes. "No. Don't. I accept. I accept," he shouted in panic. He curled up in terror. The fierce lightning in the void paused. The air became deathly silent. The holy son of the ancestor dragon just relaxed a little. Beep, beep, beep. The voice of the rules of heaven and earth was full of killing intent. Detected that the holy son of the ancestor dragon lied. Execute lightning punishment immediately. The son of the ancestor dragon. Thunder roared loudly. No! The son of the ancestor dragon screamed desperately, looking up at the sky. Blood flowed out uncontrollably. His already battered dragon body was now charred and exposed to the bones. His life force was rapidly fading. His spiritual soul gradually became transparent. Everyone at the scene sighed in pity. Wu Ji, the Dragon King, looked pale. "Your Majesty, this can't go on. We must end the fight quickly. Otherwise, the Crown Prince will be in danger." The ancestor Dragon Emperor's face was dark and grim, fists clenched tightly. The punishment from the rules of heaven and earth was more terrifying than they had imagined. The ancestor Dragon Emperor was about to make a move. Suddenly, a cry of collapse and despair came from the War God platform. Ugh, ugh, ugh. I surrender. I really surrender. The ancestor Dragon Emperor's face changed drastically. Don't speak. As soon as the son of the ancestor dragon finished speaking, a rumbling roar of the rules of heaven and earth echoed loudly. The son of the ancestor dragon was not truly willing to surrender. Some people at the scene were speechless. This son of the ancestor dragon is dying, but still refuses to surrender. Thinking about it, I actually think these rules of heaven and earth are pretty good, but any insincere submission, even if the other side loses, will be challenged later. Better not to step onto this War God platform. Once you're on, you either die in battle or submit. Too afraid to die, but unwilling to submit. Such a coward. The crowd cursed loudly. Thunder roared fiercely. The son of the ancestor dragon shook his head wildly like crazy and crawled away in terror on the ground. He roared with a heart-wrenching cry. "Father, save me." The ancestor Dragon Emperor's body was like falling into an icy abyss. He quickly shouted angrily, "Surrender?" He has surrendered. We lost. The Wheel of Fate has won. She has won. For fierce, swirling lightning bolts shot down mercilessly from the void. The oppressive pressure was like an ancient divine punishment. The world changed color. Everyone held their breath. If the son of the ancestor dragon was truly struck, he would definitely be reduced to ashes. The ancestor Dragon Emperor's pupils shrank suddenly. He was so angry he almost fainted. His face was full of fierce, murderous look. At a critical moment, Ancestor Dragon Emperor made a firm decision. He activated a pre-prepared spell of distraction through the mind of the Ancestor Dragon Holy Sun. A black spell mark suddenly shot towards Sun Yan.
Sun Yan smiled coldly.
Still trying to use her as a shield? Sure enough, a son reflects his father's character.
Sun Yan quickly countered.
She appeared behind the Ancestor Dragon Holy Sun. She kicked him forcefully toward the black spell mark. Boom! 4 bolts of fierce lightning struck down. The spell mark and lightning hit the Holy Sun at the same time.
Ah!
The Holy Sun let out a piercing scream. His body instantly vanished along with his spirit. The Ancestor Dragon Emperor's eyes widened with rage, roaring, "No!" He turned his head and stared fiercely at Sun Yan. A deep hatred surged in his heart. The Wheel of Fate. "You dare!" Sun Yan sneered. "You caused your own son's death. What does that have to do with me?" A cold, chilling aura enveloped the scene. The atmosphere grew tense and confrontational. Everyone instinctively tensed up. They clearly saw the black spell mark cast by the Ancestor Dragon Emperor. The Wheel of Fate was just a normal counterattack. The Ancestor Dragon Emperor was so furious he almost lost his mind. Suddenly, the voice of the world's rules appeared. "Congratulations to the Wheel of Fate for successfully challenging the War God platform, replacing the Ancestor Dragon Holy Sun, now ranked 100th on the War God list." The Holy Sun's name disappeared completely. In its place, shining brightly, were the words "Wheel of Fate." The Ancestor Dragon Emperor's eyes filled with deadly killing intent. "Battle is over. The barrier disappears. Today, I will kill you." All members of the Ancestor Dragon clan were filled with murderous intent. Sun Yan's eyes were calm, without fear. "Anyone trying to kill me in this world has already been sent to the afterlife by me. You can try too." At this moment, she exuded a terrifying aura, as if wielding a sword against the heavens, standing firm like a gatekeeper, unstoppable by thousands. It was as if the other person was the sky itself. She also wanted the sky to collapse. Huh! Everyone gasped sharply. The Wheel of Destiny truly dares to do this. No wonder it is the only divine-level alchemist in the immortal spirit realm. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to the evil emperor. As long as the Zulong clan's people dared to make a move, the evil emperor would definitely protect the Wheel of Destiny. Many secretly moved in the shadows. All sides were tense and ready for action. People felt that a storm was about to come to the 8 realms. It looked like the barrier of the War God platform was about to fully open. Report. Something's wrong with the Inheritance and Origin Pool. The Inheritance and Origin Pool? The source of power for the Zulong clan? People on the scene instinctively looked toward the source of the voice. It was a strange messenger beast. The Zulong Emperor frowned. He struck the beast with a palm, smashing it to pieces. He sneered dismissively. "This messenger beast isn't even from our Zulong clan. Who do you think you're fooling with such tricks? Besides, our Zulong clan's Inheritance and Origin Pool isn't something you can just..." Before the Zulong Emperor finished speaking, another voice appeared in the air. "Elder. The Zulong clan's Inheritance and Origin Pool has been discovered. The clan leader orders you to return quickly." Not just this one voice. Messages kept coming like snowflakes. "Young master, return quickly. The barrier of the Zulong clan's Inheritance and Origin Pool has been damaged. We now know its exact location. The power within the Inheritance and Origin Pool is very terrifying. We must not miss this opportunity." Everyone's expressions changed drastically. If only one voice had appeared, people might doubt its authenticity. But there were over 100 forces present, large and small. Each had someone reporting the situation. So, something must have gone wrong outside. The Zulong clan's Inheritance and Origin Pool really had an incident. Many powerful beings began to withdraw. The Zulong Emperor frowned deeply. As the leader of the Zulong clan, he knew very well how strong the barrier of the Inheritance and Origin Pool was. It was impossible to break it, and it was impossible for so many people to know about it. The most important thing now was to seize the Wheel of Destiny. The barrier of the War God platform would only fully open then. Only someone with talent can catch her. Emperor Zhu Long's mind suddenly sent a nervous voice. "Your Majesty, hurry back. The Inheritance Pool has had an accident. Scouts report that many super-strong beings are coming from all directions. Our clan is in great danger." Emperor Zhu Long's face suddenly changed. He is one of the 4 high priests guarding the Inheritance Pool. Why would the Inheritance Pool have a problem at such a critical moment? His mind suddenly jolted. Not long ago, The aura of the evil emperor invaded the bloodline inheritance channel of his Zulong clan. It forcibly blocked his son's promotion. And that residual aura must have followed the inheritance channel to find the inheritance pool. Emperor Zulong's face twisted with anger. He quickly looked at Nangong Ming. You deserve to die. But at this moment, Nangong Ming had already rushed toward the divine barrier at the war god platform, which was now open. Nangong Ming and Su Hui's spiritual souls disappeared. A voice remained in the air. Let's go. I'll take you to steal the treasure from the Zulong clan's inheritance pool. Those who hadn't yet left the scene heard this. Everyone looked at Emperor Zulong with expressions full of schadenfreude and mockery. The Zulong clan was bravely trying to seize the Emperor's seal of destiny. Now, they had been badly tricked by the evil emperor. Instead, they were being led to steal from their own inheritance pool. What a cruel twist of fate. This counterattack was truly brilliant. Su Hui's spiritual soul just returned to her body. A decree was announced over the main hall. Student Su Hui, quickly report to the Hong level. Her reporting time was not now. Why did the decree arrive early? Su Hui stepped outside the courtyard. She saw that the decree appeared together with 2 men and 1 woman. The woman leading them was someone she had met before. It was Jun Huang-yi, the chief representative of the Immortal Academy Alliance. Jun Huang-yi is highly respected among the U-level members. But in reality, she is a Hong-level student. My reporting time is it now? Why is it early? The man in blue scolded. Since the decree has been issued, just follow us. Why are you asking so many questions? Su Hui's expression was calm. Sorry, I don't have time right now. She walked away. The man in blue sneered. No time? Do you think the level of the Flood Realm is your home? Can you come whenever you want? Su Hui paused, casually glancing at him. This strange hostility was quite interesting. She looked lazy and relaxed. The Flood Realm isn't my home, but if you can create assessment records like I do, and jump from the universe level directly to the Flood level, you could also consider it your home. The man in blue's face turned red. Why you? Who could be as talented as she was? They thought that after entering the Flood level, she would calm down a bit, but she was still so arrogant. If Elder Fu hadn't told her to behave, perhaps she wouldn't have been so bold. Jun Huangyi's expression darkened. The man in blue stepped back angrily. Jun Huangyi looked at Su Hui and smiled. The orders come from the Elder Council. We're just following orders. The Elder Council, please pass on my message. I don't have time. Jun Huangyi's eyes narrowed slightly. Student Su Hui, I advise you not to act impulsively. Since you've just reached the Flood level, it's best not to offend the Elder Council. Su Hui sneered coldly. Her registration time had been personally approved by Vice Dean Mo. The Elder Council couldn't be unaware of this. There was something suspicious about this order. Su Hui took out a token. This token, I believe the Elder Council will recognize it. After the incident on Lulang Illusion Island, she learned about Mu Gulao's identity as the Supreme Immortal Court Dean. But this token wasn't given to her by Mu Gulao on the Cloud Wind continent. It was given to her just now by Nangong Ming on Lulang Illusion Island. Jun Huangyi was stunned. Su Hui actually had the dean's command. Of course, she could register whenever she wanted. She could even completely ignore the orders of the Elder Council.
Jun Huangyi's fingertips tightened slightly.
She slightly turned aside, making space. Her meaning was very clear. Su Hui glanced at her faintly, and then she quickly disappeared. The man in blue said angrily, Su Hui, what are you showing off with that token? Jun Huangyi looked at him mockingly. That token, if you have the courage, go and take it. With that token, you can walk around freely. The man in blue looked scared.
You don't dare. Jun Huangyi waved her sleeve dismissively.
The man clenched his fists tightly, looking ashamed and angry. She had just left the territory of the first hall. A slight ripple in the air appeared. Nangong Ming's figure suddenly appeared. Su Hui was surprised. So fast. Although both of them left the illusory island at the same time, their true bodies were not in the same place. When their spirits returned, they naturally were in different locations. But she didn't expect Nangong Ming to come from the evil domain so quickly. Nangongming, with long, strong arms, embraced her. His beautiful face was full of gentle affection. "Come see my little Su Su. How can I be slow?" Su Hui teased with a smile. "Yes, Lord Evil Emperor is always fast." Nangongming tightened his grip around her waist, his dark eyes full of a hint of danger. "Little Su Su, next time I might take you to enjoy 10 days and 10 nights of perfect life." Su Hui coughed lightly. The last time they confirmed their relationship, he had kept her close for 2 days and nights. If it were 10 days and 10 nights, she wouldn't be able to get out of bed. Her beautiful, moist eyes glared at him. Nangongming pinched her cute nose. They quickly headed toward the Zulong clan. They must destroy the Zulong clan. In the far west of the Soul Realm, the Zulong tribe. A flash of light exploded. The spirit of the Zulong Emperor returned to his true form. Long Wuji quickly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, you are finally back." The Zulong Emperor looked very fierce. "Gather everyone." Everyone quickly gathered in the Dragon Carriage Hall. All around were the top experts of the Zulong clan. The Zulong Emperor said in a deep voice, "What's the situation?" General Long Man looked grim. "The 4 high priests are reinforcing the boundary of the derivative pool. But the attacker is too powerful. The barrier can't heal at all. The aura from the inheritance pool is still spreading everywhere." The ancestral Dragon Emperor slammed his palm onto the desk with a loud bang. This evil emperor. Everyone was shocked and angry. Evil emperor? So, the inheritance pool was destroyed. Was it all the evil emperor's doing? The ancestral Dragon Emperor's eyes flashed with cold light. "From today on, my ancestral dragon clan and the evil domain are enemies. If our clan can survive this crisis, we must conquer the evil domain." He turned his fierce gaze. "Should we send a message to ask the Qilin Ancient Kingdom for help?" Long Wuji looked grim. The Qilin Ancient Kingdom declared it was closed off several days ago. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's face turned cold. "The Qilin Ancient Kingdom is an ally of our ancestral dragon clan. Without their help, it will be very hard for us to get through this crisis." Long Wuji's expression darkened. "It's said that recently, the Qilin prince offended the evil emperor, and the ruler of the Qilin kingdom was intimidated, so they sealed their land." The ancestral Dragon Emperor's eyes showed a twisted hatred. "That evil emperor again. Hurry up and reinforce our protective formation. Go to the inheritance pool." The inheritance pool of the ancestral dragon clan is located in the center of the Forbidden Zone. The entire ancestral land is built beneath a huge ancient tree. Everyone followed the ancestral Dragon Emperor to the inheritance pool. Around it are 99 golden dragon-shaped sculptures. The huge inheritance pool is bubbling with golden water. Terrifying energy is overflowing everywhere. In the center of the inheritance pool, 3 ancestral dragons stand in a tripod formation. From their mouths, energy is released, floating a fist-sized dragon pearl. The ancestral Dragon Emperor stares fixedly at the dragon pearl. The reason the energy of the inheritance pool is so terrifying is because of this dragon pearl. But the secret of the dragon pearl is not just its role as an energy source for the inheritance pool. A look of viciousness appeared in the ancestral Dragon Emperor's eyes. "Report. An unknown powerful being is attacking our Great Barrier." The barrier shows signs of breaking. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's eyes suddenly widened. How can the barrier be so fragile? Great General Long Man was very worried. The foundation of the barrier has been destroyed by someone. Ancestor Dragon Emperor kicked fiercely. "Trash." Long Wuji was furious and embarrassed. "If it weren't for that Wheel of Destiny, we wouldn't be surrounded and trapped." The Ancestor Dragon Emperor's eyes flashed like lightning. "Anyone who dares to invade my ancestral dragon territory, let them all be gone without return." He looked at Long Wuji. "Stay with me, and together with the 4 high priests, take out the dragon pearl." Long Wuji was shocked. "Your Majesty, once the dragon pearl is taken out, the entire ancestral dragon tribe's foundation will be unstable. It might even cause the palace to collapse." The ancestor Dragon Emperor looked fierce and murderous. "As long as we have the dragon pearl, we won't be wiped out. We still have a chance to come back." Everyone did their part. A tense atmosphere filled the air. The dragon pearl had been sealed by the ancestors of the ancestral dragon during ancient times. Getting it out was not an easy task. 6 people sat cross-legged around the inheritance pool. The ancestor dragon emperor radiated terrifying, powerful spiritual energy. Boom! 6 mighty beams of energy shot into the dragon pearl. A terrifying wave of energy rolled over. After a long time, rumble. The 3 ancestral dragons in the center of the pool trembled violently. Roars echoed from inside the pool. The ancestor dragon emperor's expression brightened. Almost there. Suddenly, a man in a blue robe appeared. The ancestor dragon emperor's expression changed suddenly. He recognized the aura on this person. Long Chungnye, didn't you die? Long Chungnye was the previous leader of the ancestral dragon clan. Also his second brother. The man in the blue robe lifted his hood, slowly revealing his face. A fierce scar ran across his face. He looked sinister and eerie. Deathly aura and killing energy surrounded him. Long Chungnye's pupils flashed with a white glow. He laughed loudly. Brother, long time no see, the ancestor dragon emperor felt a bad premonition. Long Chungnye was once expelled from the ancestral dragon clan for stealing the ancestral dragon pearl. At that time, he was personally killed by the ancestral dragon emperor. Surprisingly, he did not die. His cultivation level has become even more terrifying. The ancestral dragon emperor's eyes flickered with a strange light. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Second brother, you must know that our ancestral dragon clan is in great danger. Are you here to help us? Long Chungnye's smile was sinister. Yes, I am here to help you. To send you to the Western Paradise. Long Chungnye's figure shot out like a ghost. Only lingering shadows remained in the air. The ancestral dragon emperor's face changed drastically. Long Chungnye, you betrayed the master and destroyed the ancestors. Now you dare to take action while our clan is in danger. Long Chungnye sneered coldly. The ancestral dragon clan was ruined by you, so what does that have to do with me? A terrifying power ruthlessly attacked the ancestral dragon emperor. The moves were vicious and cunning. The ancestral dragon emperor quickly counterattacked. Bang! 2 powerful forces collided fiercely. It seemed like a feint. Long Chungnye's figure moved toward a priest. The ancestral dragon emperor roared. No! He rushed out in a fury. The priest's skull was instantly crushed in Long Chungnye's hand. The entire formation began to collapse. Long Chungnye's figure moved toward another direction. Long Wuji shouted, "Be careful!" Another priest was killed by him. Hiss! Long Wuji took a deep breath. Long Chungnye's speed was too fast. The opponent had prepared in advance. 2 priests died in an instant. The formation collapsed even faster. Golden water from the inheritance pool churned violently, like raging waves. An explosion sounded in the pool. The ancestral dragon emperor's face was bloodthirsty and fierce, filled with killing intent. You seek death. Kill him. The remaining 2 priests and Long Wuji crazily attacked Long Chungnye. The air crackled with sparks. The entire domain was filled with an overwhelming pressure. The ancestral dragon emperor's expression was sinister. He must quickly obtain the ancestral dragon pearl. However, the protective power of the ancestral dragon at the center of the inheritance pool is too strong. If someone forces their way close, they might be seriously injured. Even though he is the leader of the ancestral dragon clan, he cannot easily take the dragon pearl. The emperor dragon's eyes flashed with determination. He held a dragon-shaped jade seal in his palm. Virum! A deafening dragon roar echoed all around. A phantom of an ancestral dragon fiercely emerged from the jade seal. The emperor dragon rushed forward with the phantom. Boom! Endless pressure from the heavens and earth burst out from the 3-legged ancestral dragon statue. A terrifying aura, filled with killing intent, spread out. Puff! The emperor dragon suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened, and veins bulged on his forehead. Powerful energy surged out like a mighty flood. Give it to me. Virum! The shifting of the star's movement made the mind almost explode. The dragon pearl turned into a golden light. It was taken into the jade seal. The Emperor Dragon was overjoyed. Success. Suddenly, a large hand appeared. The jade seal was snatched away by Long Qingye. Thank you, big brother. The Emperor Dragon's face darkened with anger. Despicable creature. Put down the dragon pearl. Bang, bang, bang. The Emperor Dragon launched a furious attack. Long Qingye remained calm. He was about to secure the jade seal. A cold wind swept past. The jade seal in his hand disappeared. Suddenly, Su Gui's voice appeared in the air. She smiled and said, "Thank you, both of you, for your hard work. The ancestral dragon emperor was furious. If it weren't for you, the Wheel of Destiny would have had a chance. But now, arguing is useless. The Wheel of Destiny comes quickly and leaves just as fast. It's truly maddening." The figures of several people quickly chased away. Boom! The ground trembled violently. 3 ancestral dragon statues in the inheritance pool cracked loudly. Bang! A deafening roar erupted from the pool. Golden water surged back in. Heaven and Earth's mighty pressure covered everything around like a storm. The ancestral dragon emperor's face changed drastically. Not good. The ancestral dragon pearl has been taken. The foundation of the inheritance pool is collapsing. Everyone quickly fled. Dark clouds rolled with thunder. A terrifying aura filled the air. Dozens of powerful forces fiercely attacked the barrier of the ancestral dragon clan. The glowing barrier showed cracks. It shattered like foam under a. Countless lights streaked across the dark sky like shooting stars. Hurry! Head to the inheritance pool. If we're too slow, the treasure might be gone. It is said that the ancestral dragon pearl is an ancient divine artifact. Don't miss this chance. Grab it first. Clang.
Clang.
Intense fighting sounds kept ringing. At the heart of the ancestral dragon clan's village. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted. The entire world roared with wind. Mountains crumbled, and the earth split apart. A streak of light flashed suddenly. Su Hui's disguised voice echoed through the sky. The inheritance pool of the ancestral dragon clan has collapsed. The ancestral dragon pearl has been stolen by Long Qingye. All units follow orders. Intercept Long Qingye and seize the ancestral dragon pearl. Strong fighters from all directions were shocked. What? Long Qingye? The traitor of the ancestral dragon clan is still alive. Not only alive, but he also stole the ancestral dragon pearl. Hurry. Capture him. Everyone rushed toward the central energy zone. Just as Long Qingye emerged from the ancestral land, dozens of killing intent burst forth. Hand over the ancestral dragon pearl, or you won't escape alive. The sound of fierce fighting filled the air with endless killing intent. Long Qingye was greatly shocked. He defended himself while shouting angrily, "The ancestral dragon pearl is not with me. It was taken by the Wheel of Fate. Your ancestral dragon clan really all come from the same nest, full of lies. The Wheel of Fate just helped me break the barrier earlier. How could it have taken it ahead of time? Stop lying without even trying to hide it." The murderous intent grew even stronger. People around them attacked mercilessly. Under heavy ambushes, Long Qingye kept retreating. His face turned pale with anger. In a flash of insight, Long Qingye suddenly realized, could it be that the Wheel of Fate arrived early at the inheritance pool? Was it hiding somewhere? Even after stealing the ancestral dragon pearl, it pushed all the blame onto him. And it even created evidence that she was not present. He had been tricked. Long Qingye was filled with raging anger. The entire area erupted with fierce, bloodthirsty fighting pressure. After Su Gui obtained the Dragon Seal Jade Pendant, she and Nangong Ming did not leave the ancestral dragon tribe immediately. The Dragon Seal Jade Pendant belonged to the ancestral dragon emperor. Its aura of inheritance was connected to the imperial bloodline. It was very hard to completely hide its aura. Not long after shaking off Long Qingye, Su Gui encountered the ancestral dragon emperor again. The ancestral dragon emperor stared tightly at the two. "Evil emperor, Wheel of Fate, you really have cruel methods." Nangong Ming's face was noble and lazy. "Aren't you trying to seize the imperial seal? I helped the Wheel of Fate steal the ancestral dragon pearl. That's fair." The ancestral dragon emperor was speechless. Su Gui crossed her arms. If you hadn't come to provoke me, your clan wouldn't have suffered this disaster today. The ancestral dragon emperor instinctively looked toward the capital city. The entire ancestral dragon tribe was collapsing. Fiery flames burned everywhere. The sounds of fighting and screams were heartbreaking. A trace of sadness flashed in the ancestral dragon emperor's eyes. Everything was destroyed. Regret suddenly spread through his heart like wildfire. One misstep could lead to eternal regret. The ancestral dragon emperor was full of murderous intent. As long as someone had the imperial seal and the ancestral dragon pearl, he too could create a new era of glory for the ancestral dragon clan. The ancestral dragon emperor's eyes were as cold as ancient ice and snow. His gaze locked onto Sujiu, filled with burning hatred. Wheel of Fate. Do you think that just because you have the ancestral dragon pearl, everything is under your control? Only my clan can command the ancestral dragon pearl. Today, even if I must give my life, I will make sure none of you escape. The emperor's power surged violently as he launched his attack. Nangong Ming's figure flashed forward. The ancestral dragon emperor did not fight him directly but kept dodging, trying every way to strike at Sujiu. Long Wuji and the two priests who came with him also joined the on Sujiu. Nangong Ming stood firm before her, like an unshakable mountain. Even with the four of them attacking together, they could not break through his defense. The ancestral dragon emperor grew more and more alarmed. He had never imagined that the evil emperor's strength could be so terrifying. This young man wasn't even 20.
Boom!
The divine sword's power tore through the void, carrying the might to move heaven and earth, and struck toward the four attackers. The world trembled. The air cracked with sharp, echoing sounds. The ancestral dragon emperor's eyes widened.
Move now.
The two priests' faces changed drastically. But the power was too fast, relentless, and locked onto them. Wherever they ran, the sword light followed. There was no escape.
Bang!
The sword light, fierce as a raging dragon, pierced through the two priests. They fell heavily to the ground, motionless. The air filled with the sharp scent of blood. Long Wuji's face turned pale, fear flickering in his eyes. He had almost been hit. If he had been any closer, he would have fallen too. This evil emperor was truly terrifying. Nangong Ming stood with his hands behind his back, his unmatched face calm yet commanding, as if he ruled the world. You should never have provoked her. The ancestral dragon emperor's heart sank. He narrowed his eyes. I've heard that your evil domain has a future emperor and empress, and now you are entangled with the wheel of fate. The evil emperor really knows how to enjoy the blessings of others. I wonder how the future emperor and empress of the evil domain will think when they find out about this. The story of the abyssal demon city in the Sea of Domains has long spread among people. The evil emperor, who has been a lonely king for 10,000 years, suddenly has an emperor and empress. This news shocked all 8 regions. But the evil emperor also protects the wheel of fate so fiercely. If the so-called future emperor and empress of the evil domain fight the wheel of fate, there will be a great show to watch. Nangong Ming. Su Qiushi smiled. It is said that your ancestral dragon clan's power all comes from the ancestral dragon pearl. The ancestral dragon emperor looked down on him. So what if it does? Because of this, the ancestral dragon pearl cannot fall into others' hands. Su Qiushi grinned. That's good. Just bored. I want to see if I can study whether the ancestral dragon pearl can weaken your cultivation. The ancestral dragon emperor sneered. Dream on. The ancestral dragon pearl only recognizes the bloodline inheritance of the ancestral dragon clan. What if I use the dragon tendon of the sacred son of the ancestral dragon to activate it? The ancestral dragon emperor stiffened all over. The sacred son of the ancestral dragon clan has undergone a heritage baptism. He also received recognition from the ancestral dragon pearl. Only the clan leader and the sacred son can possibly activate the ancestral dragon pearl. A warning bell rang in the mind of the ancestral dragon emperor. But he still denied. It's impossible. You don't have that ability at all. The ancestral dragon emperor no longer wasted words. Although he appeared calm on the surface, a faint sense of unease lingered in his heart. He must quickly take back the ancestral dragon pearl. Once the Wheel of Fate truly activates the ancestral dragon pearl, they are doomed. Most importantly, the ancestral dragon pearl hides a shocking secret. The ancestral dragon emperor suddenly roared with a thunderous dragon cry. He transformed into a huge black dragon. Compared to the form of the sacred son of the ancestral dragon, his dragon might was even more terrifying. The entire sky was covered, blocking the sun. Buzz, Wheel of Fate, return the divine artifact of our ancestral dragon clan. A thunderous voice echoed across the vast void like a giant wave. A feeling of suffocation, like dark clouds pressing down on the city, overwhelmed me. The reason why the Ancestor Dragon Emperor caused such a big commotion was to send a message to the world. As long as the powerful people from all sides knew that the Ancestor Dragon Pearl was in the hands of the Wheel of Destiny, they would definitely come rushing to seize it. Nangong Ming's figure was like an almighty deity. Within 10,000 miles, this is my domain. The Ancestor Dragon Emperor was struck like lightning. 10,000 miles. Doesn't that mean most of the Ancestor Dragon tribe was blocked off? The Ancestor Dragon Emperor was like falling into an icy pit. This evil emperor was too terrifying. He exchanged a look with Long Wuji. Kill. Long Wuji also transformed into a dragon form. Two huge dragons fiercely attacked Su Hui. Nangong Ming was surrounded by an extremely cold aura. The battle was intense between them. Su Hui looked at the fierce fight in the sky. Suddenly, a feeling of excitement rose in her heart. Her strength was not enough to fight the Ancestor Dragon Emperor. In battles between super experts, every moment revealed the mysteries of heaven and earth. Su Hui narrowed her eyes slightly, and a dragon seal jade pendant appeared in her palm. The power of the human emperor was poured into it. A series of dragon roars echoed from the jade pendant, rippling like water waves.
Sui frowned slightly.
The aura of this dragon seal jade pendant was a bit strange. She quickly mobilized the human emperor's power from her dantian. Golden spiritual energy was vast and mighty, surging into it. A brilliant light shone like the sun. The dragon seal jade pendant trembled violently. Su Hui's eyes sharpened. She took out a crystal box. Inside the box floated a blood-red, thread-like object. It was the dragon tendon of the Ancestor Dragon Son. Su Hui merged the aura of the dragon tendon into the jade pendant. Bang! The entire dragon seal jade pendant suddenly exploded. A powerful airflow caused the air to burst with a loud noise. Su Hui's expression darkened. There's definitely a problem. The dragon tendon of the Ancestor Dragon Son, when merged into the jade pendant, would be recognized by the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. But the jade pendant shattered. That could only mean one thing. The Ancestor Dragon Pearl did not come from the Ancestor Dragon clan. The purest, golden-colored Ancestor Dragon Pearl transformed into a flash of light and shot away swiftly. Trying to escape, someone with the power of an emperor blessed her. Su Hui's teleportation became even faster. She accurately captured and controlled the Ancestral Dragon Pearl in her hand. Sharp, piercing sound waves emitted a terrifying mental attack. The Ancestral Dragon Pearl spun wildly. It felt as if the entire world was turned upside down. An overwhelming, frightening power filled the surroundings. The space seemed to twist and threaten to explode. Su Hui's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It was the aura of bloodline. Her beautiful face was covered with a cold frost. At this moment, she exuded a strong presence, making others keep their distance. You must submit to me. Buzz.
Buzz.
Buzz. The Ancestral Dragon Pearl fiercely resisted. But it was not just resistance. It seemed as if something was holding it back. Su Hui's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, a chain was binding the Ancestral Dragon Pearl. Since the power of the Emperor was not enough to control it, what if she used divine power? Without hesitation, Su Hui activated the divine power of the Fushi Divine Bow within the space. A surge of divine energy and imperial power poured in like a spring. Almost at the same time, the Ancestral Dragon Pearl suddenly radiated a bloodthirsty aura. Ancient pressure spread all around. Su Hui's gaze was firm. The ancestral dragon emperor sensed the change in the ancestral dragon pearl. His face changed drastically, and he roared wildly, "Wheel of Fate, you'll regret this." While shouting, he desperately rushed over. Splurt! Nangong Ming's powerful attack struck the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor was furious. The entire sky trembled violently. He saw Su Hui raising a long sword, ready to strike fiercely at the ancestral dragon pearl. The sword contained a terrifying dark killing aura. It was an ancient fierce sword, one of the star's weaknesses sealed by the ancestral dragon pearl. The ancestral dragon's eyes shed blood, and he roared hoarsely, "No, you can't do this. I will kill you." His face twisted in rage, attacking wildly. Su Hui's expression was cold. The powerful sword slashed down. An unstoppable force seemed to turn the universe upside down. The entire world trembled. It was like the world was ending. The ancestral dragon pearl shone brightly. The night sky seemed to be torn apart by the blazing sun. A powerful force burst out suddenly, unstoppable.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! The ground cracked open, and rivers reversed direction. Tall mountains were instantly flattened. Clang! The ancestral dragon pearl made a faint sound, like chains hitting the ground. It was as if the chains holding the pearl had been broken. Rays of light shot out in all directions, almost tangible. The ancestral dragon emperor looked at this scene with a fear he had never felt before. "Stay back, run. Quickly run." He no longer cared about chasing Su Qi. Instead, he desperately tried to escape. A beam of light shot precisely into his forehead. He froze completely, like a thunderbolt had struck him. Pain tore through his limbs and bones.
Ah!
Ah! The ancestral dragon emperor screamed wildly. His spiritual energy inside his dantian spilled out like a deflated balloon. He shouted in terror. "No! This can't be. I won't allow it." He gathered his spiritual power and crazily struck himself. It seemed he was trying to ease his pain and stop his spiritual energy from dispersing. Long Wuji was stunned. He felt like his soul had been lost. While he was dazed, a beam of light entered his body. He suffered the same terrible fate as the ancestral dragon emperor. His spiritual energy drained away, and his cultivation dropped. His 7 orifices bled, and his meridians reversed. The entire ancestral dragon clan let out screams of horror. It was like on Earth. Everyone was stunned. What's happening to the ancestral dragon clan? I haven't even killed them. Why are they all going crazy? Their cultivation is regressing, as if some mysterious force is controlling them. Long Qingya, who was fleeing from the pursuit, saw this, and his face changed drastically. His eyes were bloodshot, and he grinned with deep hatred. Backlash. Ha ha ha. It's definitely the backlash of the ancestral dragon pearl. This is the price you pay for controlling the pearl. He was even more confused. But one thing was clear. The ancestral dragon pearl didn't seem to be in Long Qingya's hands anymore. Who was it stolen by? Almost at the same time, everyone's mind flashed with one name, the Wheel of Destiny. Chase. The powerful beings from all directions rushed toward the shining light. They saw the embarrassed and frantic Emperor Ancestor Dragon self-harming. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, oh my, that Emperor Ancestor Dragon's tail is changing." All eyes turned sharply. They saw the dragon tail armor of the Emperor Ancestor Dragon slowly splitting and transforming. The whole dragon body quickly turned into a body covered with scales, emitting a foul smell. The dragon roars they made turned into squeaking sounds like mice. "Oh my gosh. Ugh. So stinky. I feel like I'll from the smell." "What is that thing?" "It's a viper." "A viper? Weren't they all destroyed thousands of years ago? Why did the Emperor Ancestor Dragon turn into a viper?" "Not just the Emperor Ancestor Dragon. Look at Long Wuji. He's also changed. And them, the members of the Ancestor Dragon clan, all turned into vipers." "Wow. That's terrifying." Everyone was shocked. Looking from above, the entire Ancestor Dragon tribe was swirling and tangled with countless vipers. I'm going to Everyone frantically set up protective barriers. Their faces were filled with shock. Vipers are the lowest and most sinister creatures, even worse than snakes. So, did the vipers steal the power of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl and turn into the Ancestor Dragon Clan? This is a huge lie. No wonder the Ancestor Dragon Clan experienced an unforgettable upheaval 1,000 years ago. Everyone's gaze turned to Long Qingye. Right now, only Long Qingye hadn't turned into a viper. Could it be that he's not from the Viper clan? Long Qingye looked proud and sneered. Of course I am not a stinky Viper clan member. I am the true Ancestor Dragon. So, the Ancestor Dragon clan, no, the Viper clan must have expelled and hunted down the real Ancestor Dragon bloodline back then? Long Qingye looked at Su Hui in the sky. Will of Destiny, thank you for breaking the chains of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. My Ancestor Dragon clan owes you a great debt. People around showed slight changes in their expressions. The Emperor of the Ancestor Dragon, no, it should be called the Emperor of the Viper Dragon. He struggled wildly. The power of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl was too terrifying. Their cultivation had been completely reversed and destroyed. They were as fragile as ants. The Emperor of the Viper Dragon was unwilling. Will of Fate, why did you turn our Ancestor Dragon clan into vipers and dragons? Before Su Qi could speak, a fierce force attacked the Emperor of the Viper Dragon. The Emperor of the Viper Dragon looked terrified. Long Qingye, you are also from the Viper Dragon clan. Although I don't know what method you used to avoid it, why are you pretending to be noble? The bloodline of the Ancestor Dragon clan has already been wiped out by you. He hurriedly dodged in panic. But with the overwhelming difference in cultivation, he was completely powerless. Puchi. Ah, a scream filled with deep unwillingness, fear, and despair, and countless resentments. The body of the Emperor of the Viper Dragon was shattered into a spray of blood. His methods were extremely cruel. Everyone's expression darkened. The words of the Emperor of the Viper Dragon made everyone wary of Long Qingye. The Viper Dragon clan was born in the space cracks between the Shura realm and the Demon realm. They fed on rotten flesh, evil and dark. Their hearts were shallow and filthy. They were the most feared and hated evil clan by all the people of the world. A cold glint flashed in Long Qingye's eyes. He smiled faintly. The Viper Dragon clan is indeed dark and sinister. Even in death they want to drag me down. It doesn't matter. The pure will be pure. Everyone hesitated. Long Qingye looked at Su Qi. Please, Will of Fate, return the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. My Ancestor Dragon bloodline will forever serve and obey you. Su Qi didn't even bother to look at him. Like leaves swept away by the autumn wind. The air became awkward. Long Qingye clenched his fist, repeating, then kowtow 3 times first. Long Qingye's fist veins bulged. Someone chuckled softly. Does Long Qingye have a hole in his head? Not to mention, before the Emperor of the Ancestor Dragon even revealed his true form, the Wheel of Fate was already arrogant and domineering. Even if Long Qingye truly has the bloodline of the Ancestral Dragon, why should others give him the Ancestral Dragon Pearl? Don't forget that when Long Qingye was on Lusang Illusion Island, he also tried to seize the Zixiao Divine Thunder of the Wheel of Destiny. Moreover, is Long Qingye really from the Ancestral Dragon bloodline? That's not certain. Did Emperor Huiyan say that he is also Huiyan? Yes. There is reason to suspect he is Huiyan. People around are talking loudly. Long Qingye's face turns very pale. Su Yan is not concerned about Long Qingye's identity. Her gaze falls on the Ancestral Dragon Pearl. Suddenly, a golden divine dragon embryo appears inside. Su Yan once again uses the divine power of the Fushi divine bow. The Ancestral Dragon Pearl shines with a brilliant golden light. A terrifying force bursts out from the pearl. The world's wind and clouds change. Amid the dazzling light, suddenly, countless divine dragon shadows appear. The entire sky is filled with divine dragon shadows. They are real divine dragons. Just one divine dragon shadow is enough to make people feel terrified. And there are countless shadows. The sky is so bright it's hard to open your eyes. Endless terrifying pressure fills the four directions. Everyone is stunned with fear. The location of Dragon God Island is very mysterious. No one knows its exact position. No one has seen a real divine dragon. Everyone is stunned as if struck by lightning. Thud. Knees hit the ground with a thud. People kneel and crawl, trembling with fear. And the Huiyan tribe on the scene are shattered by the pressure into pieces. In just a moment, all Huiyan turn to ashes. The entire tribe is in ruins. Everyone feels a shiver down their spine. It's just the pressure alone that makes it hard to breathe. Why did such a terrifying phenomenon suddenly appear?
People are still confused.
Nangong Ming's figure stands in front of Su Yan. He holds the divine sword, looking serious. These countless divine dragon shadows are summoned by the ancestral dragon pearl. They exchange a glance. This ancestral dragon pearl does not come from the ancestral dragon clan. It comes from Dragon God Island. There is also a possibility that it is a relic of the dragon bloodline inheritance. Otherwise, it could not have caused such a shocking phenomenon. Long Chengnie's eyes showed extreme fear. But after the fear, he was filled with excitement and trembling all over. He muttered uncontrollably, "Shenlong Island has appeared. Finally, the ancestral dragon pearl has activated the forbidden barrier of Shenlong Island." Long Chengnie's eyes wildly shot towards Su Hui. Wheel of Fate, do you know that activating the forbidden barrier of Shenlong Island will lead to your sacrifice? Nangong Ming's noble and beautiful face flashed with a fierce, commanding look. Sacrifice. Who dares? Long Chengnie laughed loudly. Have you not heard? Shenlong Island has an ancient divine artifact called the Underworld Egg. That ancestral dragon pearl is the Underworld Egg of Shenlong Island. The Underworld Egg. Could it really be the lost Underworld Egg from 10,000 years ago? What is the Underworld Egg? I've never heard of it before. The Underworld Egg is the key to opening Shenlong Island, and it is a treasure created by the ancient divine dragon lineage. Shenlong Island disappeared from the world over 10,000 years ago. It is said that during the chaos of the divine realm back then, Shenlong Island sank and the Underworld Egg vanished. The Underworld Egg not only can open Shenlong Island, but also grants the holder the right to enter. But activating the Underworld Egg will subject the user to the rules of the Great Tao, leading to sacrifice. This is recorded in ancient texts as the Underworld Sacrifice. Nangong Ming's sword, dripping with blood, radiated killing intent. Sacrifice? Then let's see who will be sacrificed. Su Hui's eyes narrowed slightly. Want to sacrifice me? Dream on. The two stood side by side. Their powerful aura was so terrifying that it made people feel fear. It was as if the entire world, any enemy of theirs, would be cut down completely. No fear, no hesitation. Long Chengnie's eyes held a sneer. Wheel of Fate, can the underworld sacrifice be resisted by you? But I have a way to save you. Su Hui looked at him coldly. Chengyi Viper, think about how you will die later. Long Chengnie's pupils suddenly shrank. She surprisingly recognized herself. She is a mutated member of the Viper clan. This kind of mutation is very difficult. Once the mutation succeeds, she will no longer be affected by the rules of the Viper clan. Everyone finds this hard to believe. No wonder Long Chengnie was not overwhelmed by the ancestral dragon pearl's pressure and turned into a prototype. A divine dragon's illusion burst out with a mighty roar. Virum. Suddenly, a strong wind blew fiercely. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. Before they could defend themselves, puff. One after another, they spat blood, and their energies surged wildly. Many people desperately clutched their heads, showing fierce pain. Ah, my head hurts so much. This is the mental attack from the divine dragon's roar.
Run.
If we stay any longer, we will definitely die. Some strong fighters quickly used life-saving magic tools to escape. Although they wanted to seize the Underworld Egg, if they can't even save their own lives, what use are divine treasures? Long Chengnie also felt uncomfortable. Although he is a mutated viper, the power of the divine dragon's might is not something he can fully resist. If the countless divine dragon illusions in the sky suddenly burst out, they would be doomed. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, another long roar echoed through the void. The clouds in the sky churned violently. Countless divine dragon illusions suddenly lifted their heads. Like raging waves, the dragon roars erupted together. Virum! Bang, bang, bang! The entire earth was shaking as if it was exploding. The mountain ranges for thousands of miles were flattened by the terrifying power. It seemed as if the sky itself was about to shatter. An overwhelming sense of suffocation covered everything. Long Qingnie's face turned pale. If this continues, he will definitely die. The entire world was shrouded by the divine dragon illusions. There was no way to escape. A sudden flash of insight appeared in his mind. As long as he sacrifices the Wheel of Destiny, he might have a chance to seize the underworld egg. Then he could enter the divine dragon island. A wild look appeared on Long Qingnie's face. He cut his palm, and his remaining shadow flickered. An ancient, intricate spell mark gradually formed. Long Qingnie muttered words under his breath. Use heaven and earth as sacrifices. All things return. Forget river underworld. Forbidden sacrifice spell.
Boom.
A tornado suddenly appeared around him.
Zzz.
Dark energy burst out from the ground. It's really a sacrifice. How can Dragon Qingzhen perform the underworld sacrifice? For so many years, the ancestral dragon pearl has been sealed and used by the Viper. Dragon Qingzhen has probably studied this for a long time. Doesn't that mean the Wheel of Destiny is just a tool for others? Dragon Qingzhen howled to the sky. He became wild and fierce. Being chosen as the sacrifice of the underworld is her honor. Go! Countless dark energies attacked Su Hui. A brighter light flashed past. Nangong Ming's powerful figure blocked in front of Su Hui. He radiated terrifying energy. A strong barrier surrounded by flowing light appeared, brilliant and dazzling, showing unbeatable strength. His natural aura looked down on everything like a ruler of the world. The dark energies rushing around instantly turned to nothing. Dragon Qing'en's face stiffened. How is that possible? His face was fierce and sinister. Dark Emperor, your barrier can't stop the power of the underworld sacrifice. This is the rule of the Great Path. Even a ruler of the 8 realms can't stop it. His remaining shadow moved even faster. Endless dark energy kept attacking. Nangong Ming's eyes were icy. He was surrounded by stormy, killing intent. The Great Path rules. If it dares to come, I will destroy these rules. Nangong Ming's black hair flew wildly. His spiritual power surged. His aura was powerful and terrifying. At this moment, he was like the supreme ruler. Su Hui's stunning face was cold and deadly. She stared at Dragon Qingzhen, her voice icy and calm. Your underworld sacrifice is nothing special. Let me show you what true Great Path rules are. She struck her palm. Golden light shrouded the underworld embryo, which Su Hui threw fiercely into the void. Everyone was shocked and frightened. The disguised Fuxi divine bow appeared in Su Hui's hand. She raised the bow and looked up at the sky. A slender, fair finger pulls back the bowstring. A golden arrow shoots toward the underworld egg. The sharp sound of breaking the air makes everyone's heart tighten. Long Qingnie's eyes turned scarlet, his face twisted. Do you think the underworld egg can be destroyed by you? The sacrifice of the underworld can never be defied. He rushes forward violently. The underworld egg slips from the hands of the Wheel of Destiny. Now is the best time to seize it. Some brave people also rush forward to grab the underworld egg. Long Qingnie's gaze sharpens. The other is Fairy Xian. This fool has also come. Long Qingnie looks with disdain. Not only Fairy Xian has come, but also the head of the Xian Palace. A burst of light erupts toward the empty underworld egg. But everyone's speed cannot compare to that golden arrow. Above the sky, countless divine dragon shadows surge wildly. Ferocious and rushing dragons. Roaring dragon sounds, thunderclap explosions. The entire sky is terrifyingly intense. Everyone is erupting. The chaos is greater than any apocalyptic scene. It's like a great catastrophe of the universe. The golden arrow precisely pierces the light shield of the underworld egg. Boom! Two powerful forces collide with overwhelming momentum. The force to reverse the universe makes people feel awe. Divine power is exploding wildly, like crashing waves pounding out. Everyone's face changes drastically. Divine power? The Wheel of Destiny can actually use divine power. This divine power isn't from the Wheel of Destiny. It's from the underworld egg, but it clearly was triggered from inside the golden arrow. No! The divine power inside the underworld egg is spreading. Oh my God! Everyone's face shows unprecedented shock. Their spines feel a chill. Just as the light of the underworld egg is about to be pierced by the arrow, at the critical moment, the roar of 10,000 dragons as if the heavens are angry.
Boom!
Hum. In the blink of an eye, Su Gui's figure appears in the void. She swiftly reaches out her arm, ready to crush the underworld egg. The sky suddenly trembled. Then, a fierce, rushing shadow of 10,000 dragons appeared above the dome. With a loud crash, they knelt down. Layer upon layer of clouds shone with bright light. Each golden ray of light descended straight down. Clouds stacked on clouds. Golden light shone through more golden light. The entire sky was bright and shining. It looked like a realm beyond the ordinary. Brilliant and stunning. What was most shocking was that, amidst all this golden light filling the sky and earth, the shadow of the divine dragon was kneeling. Everyone was caught off guard by what happened. All the people there were stunned. They stared intensely at the countless divine dragon shadows in the sky. This was a worship of 10,000 dragons. To see the divine dragon shadows kneeling was incredible. It was such a crazy thing to imagine. Some people suddenly started crying. It was so overwhelming. Why did this scene happen? Everyone instinctively looked toward the direction of the dragon worship. The Wheel of Destiny floated in the void. She raised her hand high, holding the yellow spring egg in her palm. She radiated a powerful, natural aura. Her divine power seemed to flow from her hands. Rainbow-colored light wrapped around her. She was invincibly covered in light, looking down on everything. She had a posture that seemed to scorn all beings and look down on all things. Only she had this presence. It was like a ruler of the world had arrived. Everyone watched in awe and shock. The Wheel of Destiny. It's the one being worshipped by 10,000 dragons. How can this be? The Wheel of Destiny was supposed to be sacrificed, wasn't she? Then, a dragon roar sounded. And this sound was vast and boundless. Everyone was stunned. Some people trembled and said, "This dragon roar means submission." The Viper clan has controlled the underworld for many years, but I have never seen them possess such power. Could it be, as the Wheel of Destiny says, that this is the true rule of the Great Path? Is the Great Path she demonstrates just making the divine shadows of 10,000 dragons kneel? I don't understand. The Wheel of Destiny is too mysterious. It's also incredibly impressive. Since the 10,000 dragons have already bowed, what about the sacrifice to the underworld? Could it be that she has broken it? Everyone's eyes turn in unison toward Long Qingye. A sudden chill runs through Long Qingye's heart. He feels as if he's fallen into a bottomless abyss. A bone-chilling cold spreads through his limbs and bones. That was Long Qingye's first reaction. The submission of 10,000 dragons. Not everyone can achieve this. He crushes the teleportation talisman, trying to escape underground. Boom! The divine sword of Nangong Ming slices through the void. An overwhelming power strikes down. Ah! Long Qingye is pierced through by the sword light. His body is nailed in midair. He cannot move at all. Long Qingye's whole body stiffens. Yet he suffers a brutal, torturous death by slicing. A heart-wrenching scream fills the surroundings. The skin on his face constantly rises and protrudes, as if countless worms are writhing inside him. Everyone gasps in shock. This evil emperor's attack is truly ruthless and merciless. When it comes to tormenting others, no one can compare to the evil domain. And no one can be more vicious than the evil emperor. Su Gui's voice is cold. Since you initiated the sacrifice to the underworld, then you should be the one to end it. Long Qingnia's mind roars like thunder. He is filled with terror, roaring and howling. Impossible. You can't do it. Su Gui's gaze is indifferent. Her calm voice echoes in the air, as if coming from ancient, vast times. As long as I want, there's nothing I cannot do. Everyone is stunned. They all stare blankly at the girl in the void. They faintly see. It seems a swirl of chaotic energy surrounds her, like a god from the heavens. Majestic and unpredictable. On Nangongming's handsome face, deep, shining eyes overflowed with love and pride. He is my little Su, always so dazzling. Su Hui just gently raised her hand. The shadow of countless divine dragons worshipping in the sky. They all looked up at the same time. Virum, a thunderous roar of dragon cries. A power so strong it could shatter the stars. The whole ground was rumbling. Every inch of the earth cracked open. Countless terrifying abyss fissures appeared. And the black power summoned by Long Qingnie suddenly went wild, fighting fiercely. This fight was heading straight for Long Qingnie. That's so scary, someone exclaimed in horror. Long Qingnie was terrified out of his wits. He instinctively tried to use the secret technique to escape with his soul. Ah, a heart-wrenching cry of terror. The power of the underworld's sacrifice was invading Long Qingnie. The space around him stirred into a fierce whirlwind. He seemed to be swallowed and eaten by evil spirits from the river of forgetfulness. Even more terrifying was, the black power peeled his skin and tore his muscles. His soul and true body were ripped apart. He suffered unprecedented torment. A cold, bloodthirsty tension filled the air. No one dared to breathe heavily. No one dared to step forward to stop it. Everyone froze in place, stunned. They felt. At this moment, the wheel of fate seemed like a divine judgment, filling everyone with fear, until Long Qingnie's true body and soul were completely devoured by the black power. The scene finally cooled down a bit. Many sighed. Underworld sacrifice is truly terrifying. All I can say is that Long Qingnie brought this on himself. If he hadn't forced open the underworld sacrifice, he wouldn't have ended up like this, completely destroyed. This is a sacrifice without reincarnation, and if he has descendants, this sacrifice would also wipe out his bloodline. How terrifying is that? Of course, this netherworld sacrifice is blessed by the great law of the Wheel of Fate. 10,000 dragons bow before her. No one in history has ever achieved this. TSK, Long Qingnie is really asking for trouble. Who could have imagined that the Wheel of Fate would be so powerful? She's the only divine-level alchemist in all 8 realms. Hasn't she already created countless miracles? Speaking of which, the calamity of the ancestral dragon clan is truly a result of karma. If they hadn't been so arrogant, none of this would have happened. Every cause has its effect. The root of all evil is greed. The crowd sighed all around. The light in Sujio's palm slowly dimmed. She looked toward the void. A calm yet commanding voice echoed, just one word. The countless divine dragon shadows on the dome suddenly shifted and changed. The entire sky churned like a storm of wailing spirits. Everyone tensed, ready for battle. But then, the awe-inspiring dragon shadows vanished completely. The sky cleared, bright and peaceful. As if nothing had ever happened, everyone let out a long breath of relief. The crushing pressure in the air finally faded. When they looked at the young girl, their eyes were filled with awe and respect. The immortal spirit realm was a world where only the strong ruled. No one could resist admiring power. Yet among those gazes, envy began to stir. Fairy Bean clenched her fists tightly. Her body trembled with anger, her eyes sharp and cold like a venomous beast. She had rushed from Bean Palace after hearing the news, only to witness, once again, the glorious moment of the Wheel of Fate. To be worshipped by 10,000 dragons, this alone was enough to make the world both admire and fear her. Fairy Bean felt utterly humiliated, as if a volcano of fury was burning through her heart. Suddenly, she shouted loudly, "Wheel of Fate! Do you dare to face me in the battle of the 8 realms geniuses?" Hearing her voice, the palace master of Biyun frowned slightly, but said nothing. The deeds of the Wheel of Fate were already so extraordinary. Even for Biyun Palace, she was a force they could not ignore. This is a very big threat. Su Gui hadn't spoken yet. Someone instinctively mocked. Fairy Baiyun is here again to join the fun. Have you not been beaten enough by the Wheel of Destiny on the illusory island? Be careful you don't end up like the holy son of the ancestor dragon, leading to the complete destruction of your Baiyun Palace. Fairy Baiyun's face stiffened, and she glared fiercely at the other person. Her eyes seemed ready to devour them alive. A cold wind swept through. The man who was mocking was suddenly struck and sent flying. Everyone nearby was shocked. They saw that the person who made the move was the palace master of Baiyun Palace. Her aura around her was so cold it seemed to freeze the blood. The deep black eyes of the palace master held a fierce, icy, and deadly look. "Do you really think anyone from Baiyun Palace can come and mock me?" Fairy Baiyun had her own master backing her up. Her confidence instantly soared. If she could use the battle of the talented to cut down the Wheel of Destiny, she could finally avenge herself. And she could also make a name for herself. Fairy Baiyun looked at Su Gui with sharp, piercing eyes. "Wheel of Destiny, do you dare?" Su Gui's eyes, like exquisite, transparent gems, looked at her as if she were looking at a dead person. "Why wait for the talented battle? If you want to fight, I can strike you down right now." Fairy Baiyun choked. "You?" She didn't expect the other person to react like this. Su Gui spoke casually. "How about it? Are you afraid?" Her lazy, carefree tone carried a sense of disdain for everything, with a sharp edge. Fairy Baiyun's face turned red and blue with anger. She clenched her fingertips so tightly that her skin almost bled. She had just been expelled from the illusory island. Her spirit was already badly injured. How could she possibly compete with the Wheel of Destiny now? She traveled thousands of miles here, just to take a chance. She had no intention of being the hero, and she would definitely wait until she recovered. Su Gui's obsidian-like eyes seemed to see through people's hearts. She smiled playfully. "Your divine soul can only be restored with the royal family's treasure of the Vermilion Bird Empire. Otherwise, don't even think about it in this lifetime." Suddenly, a loud commotion arose. "The treasure of the Vermilion Bird Empire? That can't be true, right? No one knows what kind of treasure it is. After all, a treasure that can be called the royal family's secret weapon must be something with great power. The Wheel of Destiny is so mysterious. Maybe she really knows about it, and she's a divine-level alchemist, so it can't be fake." Su Hui's lips curled up. Of course, she didn't really know what the treasure of the Vermilion Bird Empire was. She was just making things up. But if it could cause the Vermilion Bird Empire to dislike the Biyun Palace, why not do it? Biyun Fairy's pupils suddenly shrank. An inexplicable fear suddenly spread through her insides. Her heart felt cold. She only felt that a few powerful killing intent was crawling up her back. There must be someone from the Vermilion Bird Empire here. Biyun Fairy was furious and embarrassed. "You're talking nonsense. This is just a misjudgment. The so-called divine-level alchemist you mentioned is only SSO." Su Hui shrugged. "Then just consider it a misjudgment." Everyone looked embarrassed. Someone who could be the top alchemist on the illusory island's alchemy list. How could they misjudge? Everyone believed Su Hui's words without doubt. Biyun Fairy was so angry her head was steaming, her eyes blackening. She almost fainted from anger. The palace master of Biyun Palace looked as cold as a frozen lake. "The Wheel of Destiny, if we are to fight, it must be a proper and justified battle. Not some kind of deceptive talk to mislead others." Su Hui smiled. "Proper and justified. You guys come to the territory of the Viper tribe to kill and cause chaos. Is that proper and justified? Have you no shame? A life and death battle means either you die or I do. Where is the proper and justified reason in that?" The palace master of Biyun Palace really is afraid of the wind and has lost her tongue. The palace master of Biyun Palace looked as dark as if water could drip from her. She was about to speak, but suddenly she met the cold, piercing gaze of Nan Gongming. as dark as a frozen lake. The palace master of Biyun Palace's breath caught. Her eyes darkened. Devil Emperor. Are you really going to protect her? Nan Gongming looked expressionless. Get lost. His powerful aura, which kept others at a distance, showed his supreme strength. Wow! Everyone gasped in shock. The ruler of this dark domain truly didn't care about the Baiyun Palace at all. The face of the palace master of Baiyun Palace looked as if she had been slapped hard. Suddenly, whispers spread around. Seeing the scene, I just remembered something. 5 years ago, another saintess of Baiyun Palace once harassed the Devil Emperor, and it said that it was at the instruction of the palace master. She dared to bother the Devil Emperor. No wonder the Devil Emperor looked so annoyed with that old witch. She didn't even give her any face. What happened to that saintess? I haven't heard about her since. What was the result? Of course, she was crippled by the Devil Emperor and died a terrible death. Also, back then, the Devil Emperor single-handedly stormed Baiyun Palace and fought the palace master. If he hadn't left suddenly because of some urgent matter, Baiyun Palace might not have survived. 5 years ago, the Devil Emperor already had the strength to kill the palace master. And now, listening to the lively chatter in the air, the palace master of Baiyun Palace looked as if she had been slapped with a black pig's lung, her face twisted in anger. She stared fiercely at Nan Gongming, as if harboring deep-seated hatred. Her fists behind her clenched tightly, creaking. Old grudges and new hatred piled up together. A blazing rage almost seemed to make her head smoke. If only she had the protection of the Devil Emperor, it would be hard for them to act against fate. Her eyes sharpened. She saw a figure flash in the northeast corner. A strange smile slowly appeared on her face. Her gaze suddenly shot toward Nan Gongming. Since you're so arrogant, I'll have a good talk with you. It's time to settle the score from 5 years ago. The palace master of Baiyun Palace suddenly shot forward, madly attacking Nan Gongming. Everyone's expression changed. She's really making a move. Is the palace master of Baiyun Palace not afraid of being beaten by the Devil Emperor? You see, it's not just the palace master of the Azure Cloud Palace alone. There are also 5 powerful experts attacking the evil emperor together. Is this the strength of the Azure Cloud Palace? This old witch must have planned all this long ago. Everyone looks confused. Suddenly, explosions ring out around them. And these explosions are heading toward the Wheel of Destiny. A huge fireball appears unexpectedly. It's like falling into a land of molten lava. Everywhere is filled with flames. A voice echoes throughout the void. The underworld egg is not yet fully controlled by the Wheel of Destiny. Whoever seizes the underworld egg can gain the recognition of the Divine Dragon Island. Maybe it will trigger a second miraculous event of the 10,000 dragon worship. And this second worship will connect to the realm of gods. Everyone's face changes drastically. The realm of gods. In the immortal spirit realm, no one has ever entered the realm of gods. For the 8 domains, the realm of gods is an unreachable place. That is the domain of the gods. The true gods. 4 or 5 figures shoot like arrows. They rush fiercely toward Su Hui. Those people are from the Flame Clan. Look, it's Yen Chujia. Yen Chujia doesn't seem worried about being recognized. His voice is fierce and wild. His eyes are cold and ruthless. The most important thing is, the person who starts the second 10,000 dragon worship will gain the true power of Divine Dragon Island. This causes the entire scene to explode, connecting to the realm of gods, and gaining the true power of Divine Dragon Island. Without hesitation, strong fighters from all directions rush madly towards Su Hui. Killing intent fills the air. Su Hui's lips curl into a bloodthirsty, enchanting smile. You all really look like a bunch of headless flies. Yen Chujia fiercely swings his fiery iron chain. His expression is commanding and superior. The Wheel of Destiny. I can't do anything about you on the illusory island of flowing wine. But in the 8 domains, you won't escape my sight. The heavy iron chain rings out like a lock of order. A powerful and vast wave of spiritual energy shook the surroundings. Strong fighters blocked the area. They formed an unbreakable circle. The whole area was filled with a thick, cold aura. The temperature dropped, making people feel like they were falling into an icy cave. Su Hui's black eyes, as dark as ink, looked down on everything. Once she had a treasured item, fighting was unavoidable, stupid and reckless. She decided to make sure these people wouldn't return. 5 members of the Flame Clan attacked together, plus others from different groups. Currently, the fastest fighters were 10 in total. Su Hui's figure flashed like a ghost. Even her afterimages couldn't be seen in the air. As she disappeared in the midst of the encirclement, everyone's bodies tensed up. The air trembled. Yan Chujie's eyes sparkled. Here. He threw a fiery ball quickly. Just at that moment, another sound of a scream burst out from a different direction. Ah! Pucci, a man in red, dressed strongly, was suddenly cut across the throat. Blood shot out like a fountain. His eyes widened like walnuts. His face was full of shock and disbelief. He fell backward, heavily onto the ground. His methods were quick and ruthless, clean and sharp. The strong fighters around looked serious. But before they could react, bang! Pucci, someone next to the man in red, was suddenly pierced through the heart with a sharp sword. 2 peak-level cultivators were killed silently. They died without a sound. Even they couldn't do that. They couldn't see the figure of the Wheel of Fate. But the air was filled with a bloody, sinister killing intent. It was like a demon had come to the human world. A strange, terrifying feeling lingered in the air. Everyone's alarm bells rang loudly. Yan Chujie felt like he was struck by lightning. All his guards from the Flame Clan had died. They were his personal bodyguards. Most importantly, there was no sign of the Wheel of Fate where the air had just fluctuated. It was clearly a distraction. Yan Chujie's face twisted with anger.
Invisibility technique?
A man's voice suddenly spoke. It's because she is too fast to see her figure at all, and we can't tell which way she's heading. Yan Chujie looked over. It was Mu Han from Bean Palace. They exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes, they saw their chance to avenge their past grievances on Flowing Wine Illusion Island. They even aimed to seize the yellow spring egg. Their goals were the same. Yan Chujie and Mu Han both released powerful spiritual energy. Boom! A mighty wave of energy spread out like water ripples in all directions. A huge force crashed down from the sky. A loud explosion shattered the eardrums. Flames spread around like heavy rain pouring down. The energy from both of them was completely swallowed up. Yan Chujie looked terrified. He clenched his teeth and said, "Wheel of Fate, if you have the courage, come out, fight openly and fairly." Suddenly, sounds of blood rushing out could be heard. A cold wind swept through the area. All the guards Yan Chujie brought from the Yan clan had been defeated by Su Gue. A sense of fear filled the air. Some cultivators who were about to rush forward saw Su Gue's strong stance. They hesitated and retreated. Yan Chujie was furious. He and Mu Han stood back to back. Their sharp eyes scanned all around. "Have you found her yet?" Mu Han's expression was grim. "We can't sense her aura at all. Her cultivation method is too strange." Biyun Fairy's figure suddenly flashed from the side. She released a cloud of powder toward the southeast. The air rippled like waves. Runes glowed with bright light. A faint girl's shadow appeared within the glow. Biyun Fairy looked excited and unable to hide her joy. "Found you." Yan Chujie and Mu Han were even more delighted. The 3 of them unleashed unprecedented, powerful energy. Yan Chujie swung a huge iron chain. The air almost exploded. It sent a chilling feeling to everyone's feet. Everyone's strongest skills and magic attacks were desperately and wildly launched. The light of energy shone brilliantly. Bang! Rumble. The shadow's position erupted with a powerful force that shook the world. The sky and earth sparkled brightly. The terrifying power made everyone step back in fear. Yan Chujie was excited and couldn't hide her joy. Finally hit her. "I want to see how the Wheel of Fate can escape this time." Fairy Xian raised her chin and smiled proudly. "Thanks to me." Yan Chujie smiled happily. "That's true." Mu Han looked tense, eyes full of caution. The Wheel of Fate can kill the Zulong Saint Sun and get into the top 100. It also caused the Viper clan to be wiped out. Someone with such power. We must be careful. Fairy Xian's expression showed a hint of displeasure. Are you complimenting her? Mu Han frowned. Why do you say that? Are you crazy? Fairy Xian cleared her throat angrily and swung her sleeve. Suddenly, a huge force struck. The sound of breaking air echoed loudly. Mu Han's pupils shrank suddenly. Be careful, he was about to pull Fairy Xian back. But Fairy Xian was uncontrollably thrown backward. It looked like she was being grabbed by the back of her neck and dragged harshly. And indeed, that was the case. Fairy Xian saw the person in front clearly and was shocked. She cried out in pain. Wheel of Fate, you're not dead. Su Gui held her neck and sneered coldly. Didn't you want to find me? Fairy Xian tried to fight back. Pain shot through her throat. The cracking sounds made her scalp tingle. As long as the other side moved gently, she would be torn apart. Fairy Xian was terrified and her face turned pale. How could this happen? She had clearly hit the Wheel of Fate. Mu Han's whole body radiated a very dark aura. Let her go, Su Gui smirked. This fairy treats you like a dog, and you still want to save her? Mu Han's face stiffened. You. Su Gui's fingertips tightened. The loss of life force made Fairy Baiyun scream in fear. Mu Han, what are you standing there for? Come and save me, she struggled wildly. But she was shockingly aware that she was no match for the Wheel of Destiny. The cultivation level of the Wheel of Destiny far exceeded her current strength. Fairy Baiyun's mind panicked. Her limbs filled with terrifying fear. Su Sun's voice was calm. If you step forward, she will die. Mu Han dared not act rashly. Fairy Baiyun was both surprised and angry, trembling with rage. Wheel of Destiny, you dare to kill me. My master will not let you go. Su Sun tilted her head. Your master? She only has a chance to live if she returns alive. Fairy Baiyun's heart suddenly shrank. A bad premonition arose. A wave of panic almost overwhelmed her. Yan Chuji suddenly charged forward without warning. Fairy Baiyun's face changed drastically. A hint of viciousness and cruelty flashed in her eyes. The power in her dantian gathered. Launching a full attack at Su Sun. Die, Mu Han also launched an attack. Power surged from all directions. Boom! A dazzling, intense light burst in the air.
Su Wen's lips curled coldly.
At a critical moment, Su Sun struck her palm at Fairy Baiyun's heart. She was like a kite with a broken string, uncontrollably flying toward Yan Chuji. Yan Chuji thought to himself, this is bad. He wanted to withdraw his attack. Thud! The two iron chains he swung out suddenly. One precisely pierced Fairy Baiyun's heart. The other ruthlessly pierced her dantian.